PFI, we are back. Now, a lot's changed here at the British Kart Championship since Event 3, and at this stage, the points are more precious than ever. And at the top of those championship tables, it's really starting to be pressure on for those drivers. Out with us this weekend, we are going to see all of our IAME classes and our Honda Cadets for their penultimate round of this season. At this stage, no mistakes can be made, so with that said, let's see what happens. This right here is the home of British karting. It's 1,382 metres long with 10 turns, 32 feet in elevation, established here in 1994. The iconic Paul Fletcher International Circuit recently celebrated its 30th anniversary, hosting the British Kart Grand Prix only 2 weeks ago. But of course now here, each championship point counts most. There you can see turn 1, which immediately tests each driver's commitment and positioning before carrying the momentum right around this bowl section and off the bridge. That sweeping section can't last long though, because we have 2 hairpins up next. These open up perfect opportunity for some bold moves and more action. Here, the Fullerton S's takes us onto the last sector and this technical complex, which leads through the final corner and onto the long run to the start-finish line. This right here has crowned many champions. That, ladies and gentlemen, is PFI. Well, that's the overview of the circuit for you. Let's now dive right in and see what some drivers had to say about it.
Thanks, Keel. We're here at the start of the lap. The Bruno Ferrari S's. We're here with Shaylin Stricanton. Shaylin, of all the first corners that we have in the whole calendar, is this one of your favourites?
Yes, it is one of my favourites, and it's definitely one of the fastest. It's very, you want to get it as close as possible to the apex because you don't want to scrub too much speed. And if you go too wide, then the rubber will just put you on the grass. So you want to keep as close to the apex as possible and fast as possible, flat out the whole way through.
And particularly on race starts as well, when it's too wide into this part of the circuit, you've got through the first corner, and then you immediately into the left hand through the Bruno Ferrari S's and then under the bridge. How do you like to take a race start through here?
I just keep it nice and chilled for the first couple of corners, let everyone sort themselves out, and then start going for the moves, because you don't want to be too risky before when everyone settles in, because otherwise you'll just get caught out into little incidents. And
you don't want to take too much curb through this second part of the Bruno Ferrari S's as well. It can get a little bit tight through here, can't it?
Yeah, especially when you're 3 wide, 2 wide down going for a move. It's very tight compared to, and you lose a lot of time when you go out there or down there. So you want to keep it as straight as possible as well.
Absolutely. Shaylin, thanks for your time. We looked at the bowl earlier on at Event 3, so let's actually go a little bit further round the Lichfield Bridge and over to Kiel.
Joining me here is Dimitar Uzanov, racing in Water Swift for J Karts this weekend. Dimi, you're no stranger to this circuit. We're here on the exit of the bridge. Now, this corner is kind of crucial, especially for your run down to the hairpin. Talk me through a bit of it.
So, this corner is very, as you said, crucial, because if you hit that curb, you could run wide and you could lose a lot of places. So, it is very good to get the exit out of this corner and get your head down so nobody overtakes you.
And then what do you find it kind of helps you with once you get down there to that hairpin? If you've had a good exit, what can you kind of do?
So basically you have to put your head under the steering wheel so there's no drag. And yeah, that makes you a bit faster so then they don't catch up.
And what are we going to see you do across this corner and down at these hairpins? Any overtakes we're going to see from you this weekend?
Probably a lot.
Of course. Thank you very much, Dimmy. Let's move along to Andrew.
Colby Patterson, welcome to Hairpin 2. Now, first of all, how many laps do you reckon you've driven of this place?
Oh, easily over 1,000.
So you should know this corner pretty well. What's tricky about it? Because we saw Hairpin 1 back in Event 3. We're doing this one this time. Shape-wise, they're pretty much the same, but what happens through these corners can be a little bit different, can't it?
Yeah, hairpin 1's a bit different, but hairpin 2's mainly attack entry, roll the speed, and hopefully don't get run out on the exit, to be fair.
I was going to say that the exit curb is one where we often see drivers lose races more than win races. Is it one of those that comes at you very, very quickly as you're rolling through this corner?
Yeah, because you carry so much speed, it comes quite quickly, especially when you're overtaking. you get shown the rumble strip quicker than you think.
And then the run down to the Fullerton S's, you can do an overtake into this part of the course. We have talked to other drivers so far this week and have said because there's so much grip on the circuit, it's a really short braking zone, but it's still a very important run, isn't it, out of here down towards those S's?
Yeah, it's very important from hairpin 2 to the chicane, mostly because if you go in the hairpins, it's pretty easy, but if you're going in the chicane, it kind of scuffs the other driver over.
It does indeed. Colby, thanks for your time. Let's head further on down the course and back over to the keel.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now I'm joined by Senior X30 driver Aaron Brown. Aaron, you race for PF International themselves. How does it feel being here racing for them?
No, it's good. First British Champs race here, racing for Paul, PFI. So did Kart Masters 2 weeks ago, finished second at that race, which was a good result. So I'd like to go one better this weekend.
Now we're here at the Mike Wilson complex. This isn't necessarily where you see kind of the most overtakes. However, would you say it's one of the more harder aspects of the circuit?
It's really hard to overtake because of how tight this section is, but very important to stay as close as you can to the driver in front to give yourself a chance to overtake into the first corner. Because if you slow around this corner, you lose the momentum all the way to the start-finish line.
Well, exactly. And then out of this corner here, like you said, kind of carries you to the start-finish line. If you get a bad exit out of here, how much does that affect you then out of the start-finish straight?
So, well, you're vulnerable then to the driver behind, and also your chances of overtaking and having a run on the driver in front of you is a lot less. So it's important out of this corner to use all the rumble strip, use as much track as possible, so you're nice and, like a flowing line out of here, and then try and carry as much speed as you go towards the last corner.
Thank you very much, Aaron. We'll see you on here shortly.
So there you have it. That is your track walk for event 8 of this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. A big race at a big place. We'll have more coming up after this short ad break at PF International. The first of 2 finals for IAME Water Swift Restricted under sunny skies here at PF International. Arthur Bowers and Oliver Woodall sharing the front row. A good start for the majority of the field. Sadly, one driver would be out. Freddie Dye not going beyond lap 1. Early stages, Freddie Baker took the race lead. As we've seen across the course of the season in one of the most competitive categories, many lead changes, many drivers coming to the fore. But in the end, it was Ollie West who would strike. Riley Aston Wilkins out late on. The Evolve liveried machine taking the checkered flag first, but drama. West disqualified after the race for taking the tyres out of Parc Fermé. In the end, Hendrik Svalat inherited the win, becoming the first driver to make it 2 wins on the season. We're here in the Fusion awning with Bobby Slater. Bobby, great to see you. You've been racing really well so far this year in IAME Water Swift Restricted. For our friends at home, tell us about the story, how long you've been racing.
Well, I've been racing 2 years and basically my whole entire career has been good. First year I was just practicing in IAME Restricted, and then the second year I was racing Bambino, and now I'm doing this.
And last time at Wera, which I think is your favourite circuit, isn't it, Wera? You got your best results so far this year, in the top 6 in both finals. Tell me about that weekend.
Well, it wasn't the best, but I got through in the heats in the final, and it all worked out, and then I just came 6th.
Now, you're the 3rd young Slater that I've commentated on, your older brothers. have both done very well in karting. Do you look up to your brothers?
Yeah, I do. Both of them are really fast. I obviously want to follow their footsteps and learn off them.
Absolutely. Freddie doing well, Alfie doing well also. We're here at PF International this weekend. What do you think's going to happen?
Well, I think I'm going to be close to the front in qualifying, like top 5, go through in the heats, get like P3 in the heats, get P2 in the second heat, start about P3 or P2 in the final, and then just go and win it.
Fantastic stuff. Well, lots of predictions there. We'll see if you're right, Bobby. Best of luck. Have a good time out there, and we'll see you later on in the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, the latest member of the Slater family definitely sounds up for the challenge here this weekend with the Fusion Motorsport team. But of course, any race could not go ahead without a very important group of people. We took the time here at Paul Fletcher International to find out more about them. We met them earlier on in the weekend. These are the marshals. When Paul Fletcher and team broke ground in this piece of Lincolnshire in the early to mid-90s, they envisaged a circuit that could host a myriad of karting events. And over the last 30 years or so, that is exactly what the team here at PFI have done. Today, this track, the home of British karting, hosts everything outdoor from arrive and drive all the way up to international events, including the 2024 FIA Karting World Championship. Here today for the British Kart Championships, we're looking into the team that make it happen. For any race, you need a team of dedicated experts and volunteers to ensure the safety for the drivers out on track. At that 2024 FIA Karting World Championship, the marshals here at Trent Valley Kart Club and Paul Fletcher International were praised for their dedication and their expertise. We've decided today to have a look at some of the roles involved in marshalling, how they got involved, and how you can become a part of the team here at the home of British karting. We're here with Elaine. Elaine's one of our post marshals here at PF International. Elaine, what is a post marshal?
Post marshal on the circuit is a signal for the drivers and other marshals, indications for yellow flags, green flags, let them know if there's any incidents. It's communication between the posts and the drivers.
And how did you first get involved? And is karting the only discipline you do, or you do a mix?
No, I've been marshalling for 33 years. I started, my husband raced single-seaters. That's how I got into marshalling at Cadwell Park. I came here 5 years ago, came on a recruitment day, started the next day on a club meeting. I've been here ever since. That was like 5 years ago. Love it here.
We're here with Glyn Griffiths. Glyn, you are the Chief Marshal here this weekend. What does the Chief Marshal do, and how did you first get involved?
The Chief Marshal is the team leader, really. I gather all the marshals together, so with a vast number of volunteers that want to come and work at PF. We need around about 20 people for a club meeting, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. So I spend the weeks leading up to the meeting, arranging that, contacting people, making sure that they know when, where, and everything's going to happen. And then during the event, I'm the team manager, motivator, if you like. So most of the time it's just wandering around the circuit, making sure the marshals are comfortable, making sure that everybody's got everything they need.
And it's a proper family atmosphere, isn't it, here at this circuit?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we call ourselves the Orange Army or the TVKC family. We definitely look after each other like we're one big family, yeah.
Now, Elaine, how does someone watching at home who's never done marshalling before, how do they get involved? What's the process?
So here at Trent Valley Kart Club, if they want to get involved in marshalling, they'll contact the club then contact me, I make contact with that person through email, and we offer them, I do a brief outline of what the roles are here, and we offer them a taster day. So they would come on a taster day, they have a bit of a tour around the circuit, and then they're let loose on a post with an experienced marshal to have a play, have a go with the flags. They go in the timing, scrutineering, the cameras, and then if they're still interested at the end of that day, we offer them a one-on-one training day, which I normally do, and if they survive that training day and are really still interested, they become part of the team. It gives them an understanding. There's so many different roles here. It's not for everybody, but at least they have a go at what roles there are.
And it's for a growing spectrum of ages now as well. You were telling me earlier that there's a cadet programme coming on board to get more young people involved.
We're working on a proposal for a cadet programme under 16s because a lot of marshals are getting older. So yes, we're working on the younger ones to bring them into the sport. And we encourage and motivate and support all marshals that are wanting to come in.
Fantastic stuff. Now, Glyn, there's lots of different roles within the Orange Army. One that I particularly wanted to ask you about is the role of incident marshal. It is a part of motorsport that incidents do occur, and it's always been something that I've really admired, the speed at which the team, particularly here at PF, are able to respond. But what is involved with the role of incident marshal?
Right, so the difference really between long circuit and short circuit marshalling is the speed. Everything's much smaller, everything happens much more quickly, and the incident marshals are the guys that are out there on the circuit, on the live circuit, tending to anybody that's had a mechanical breakdown or an incident of any kind, or a cart into the barriers, and the driver may need assistance. Our first priority is always the driver. So the incident marshal is the first on scene, that's what we call them. They're trained to be able to identify any injuries or any discomfort for the driver. If everything's okay with the driver, they get them up out of the cart, over to a marshal's post as soon as they can, and then they go back, tend to the machinery. Generally, we put it in a safe place until the end of the heat, and then we can get somebody out. The mechanic will come out to collect the machinery. But our priority is always the safety of the driver and our colleagues, obviously.
And it's an area where I do see a good number of younger people getting involved as well. You know, I mean, some of them have to be quite quick on their feet to get to those incidents.
We encourage the younger guys to be the incident marshals, and then as our marshals mature, maybe they want to move on to post and not so much running around all the time. But it's a very physical job, incident marshal, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. A huge thanks to both Glyn and Elaine for their time and for their insights. And an even bigger thanks to every single member of the Orange Army, whether that be here at PF International or any motorsport venue around the world. It's a family for everyone, new or old to motorsport. If you want to get involved, head across to www.marshals.co.uk. All the information on how to start your journey in motorsport marshalling can be found there. Let's get back to the action here at PF International by taking a look at our youngest category here this weekend with their highlights from Saturday's final. This is M1 Bambino. A mixed-up order for the first final of the weekend for M1 Bambino. Presley Knight on the second row of the grid behind the likes of Shay Downey and Jules Nash. Presley Knight had come into this race having won the last couple of finals up at Wera. Would he be able to continue that kind of form here at PF? Initially, he had to work up from the lower reaches, back up into the top three with a nice move on Henry Exton. He would then move past Jules Nash and retake the lead. Shay Downey came back at the opposition. He went back to the front of the order. Jules Nash got down the inside of a hairpin too, and then again through the first couple of corners. Later on in the race, a 5-second penalty would come in for Shay Downey. So whilst the number 51 would cross the line first, the win would go to Jules Nash. A first victory here in the British Kart Championships.
With us this weekend for Event 8 of the British Kart Championships is the M1 Bambinos. Let's meet our grid. What's your name?
Esme Barrett, Royella Stephen, Henry Exton, Presley Knight, Downey, Jules Nash, Jack Minnow, George Miller, Send It Stan. Come on, Teddy!
Oh, we've got some nicknames.
Aidan Castman, Rex Everard.
All right, we're going to go straight back down the order with your favourite racetrack.
Fullback, Wilton Mill, Steelstone, Warden Law, Larkall, PFI in Silverstone, Warden Law, Rower, Igusgarra in Spain, Larkhall, Clay Pigeon.
All right, one more time. What overtakes are we going to see from you guys this weekend?
I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see.
Dive bomb.
Oh, excuse me. What overtakes are we going to see from you this weekend?
Dive bomb, switchback, late brake, dive bomb, straight down the inside, undercut, in the toe, undercut, overtake.
All right, one more time, everybody. What's our favourite Formula One teams?
Red Bull, McLaren, Mercedes, McLaren, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari, McLaren.
Well, there is our M1 Bambinos. We're going to see them on track very shortly. Guys, who's ready to go racing? Well, you heard them. More action from here at PFI very shortly, but first, let's talk championship sponsors. It's time to hear from one that makes it happen, Demon Tweaks.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome everyone to the Motorsport UK Race Centre. We're here at PF. Who better to have for an onboard lap than a man who's won GP plates here, sealed British Championships here, and was on the podium here for the World Championships in 2024. Matty Higgins, first of all, welcome back to the British Kart Championships. The first time we've seen you in action since you got the senior Rotax title here at this very track at the back end of last season. Talk us through a lap here in Senior X30 on a hot, sticky day, very humid day here at PF. What's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the grippiest I've ever driven the track, actually. So I've jumped in and it's pretty grippy, so for the strength it's pretty difficult, but flat out through here, under the bowl. Now, what the viewers can't quite see on the stream at home is it's quite well banked into here, so you're really using that, lean on it, carry as much minimum and let the banking help you up the hill. And again, it's a good overtaking opportunity up here.
Are we going to see that much overtaking through here? Because something I noted at Kart Masters a couple of weeks ago is there's so much grip, you're not seeing as many round the outsides as we used to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I wasn't driving, so it's hard to comment for sure. But definitely the Kart Masters last week or a few weeks ago looked pretty tame.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure why. I don't think it'll be because of that. I'll certainly give it a good go if the opportunity arises. But no, I don't necessarily think it's to do with the grip, but potentially it is. I think just the level of everybody in racing so far and the British Kart Championship and karting in general as a whole is just taking levels and levels. So everyone's kind of becoming wise to the trick, so they don't really open up.
Hairpin 1 we're going to see overtaking, though. That's always a hot spot.
Yeah, for sure. Hairpin 1's going to be a big overtaking opportunity. Really focused on the exit off the bridge is the generic focus there, and yeah, there's also going to be some defending into there most likely, depending how much they're clamping down on that. But yeah, I think definitely going to be a good opportunity for some overtaking.
And same again as we run through Hairpin 1, making sure that you hit that apex. Pretty much the same story again as you go out of Hairpin 2, but the exit I always think is really important here because the Fullerton S's, this is another overtaking zone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good overtaking zone here, particularly in the winter. As you say, with it being super hot and sticky now, the braking zone's super, super short, and actually it's a very gentle brake. So shorter braking zones mean lunging opportunities are quite difficult, but it also allows generally the unwise drivers to put their foot in and try keep it around the outside, which can often lead to a crash. But us experienced drivers, we need to try to be wise to that and pick our moments. So.
Running through Bobby Game, we actually pick up a little bit of traffic here just behind Harrison Whittaker and others. Talk us through this kind of scenario because it's so close in this category.
Yeah, I mean, that's my teammate there, Scott. He actually got pushed wide the corner previous. He wasn't trying to get in my way. He did a good job of getting everyone else's way, but didn't quite see me. So it's just eyes ahead in these racing situations, eyes ahead, try and predict what the other drivers are going to do, which particularly in the UK is quite difficult. I think we're quite unpredictable. But no, it's just eyes forward. And yeah, I feel like I generally rely on my experience there to understand how these situations can play out and where best to place my kart.
Absolutely. Running through the last couple of corners, what's the hope for this weekend, Matty? What kind of result do you think you could get?
I mean, my hopes coming in was to hang on for the weekend. It's been a while since I've driven a kart. So yeah, really hopes to hang on, but obviously the XL guys, Energy, and Mick Panagada from Energy, they've brought me here to show what the package can do. So ultimately my goal is to win as normal. But yeah, at the very least show what the package is capable of running at the front. I think the last session my teammate Kean was P1 on the board and I was third, so definitely shows how good a product the Energy and the XL package is So hopefully I can put that to show.
Absolutely. Best of luck for this weekend, Matty. I know you'll give it your all. We'll move on from the onboard lap. Let's have a look at how the Honda Cadets got on with, first of all, their highlights from Saturday's final.
Championship leaders in the middle of the pack, new names at the front of the grid. Plenty to talk about in Honda Cadet. The drivers in this category haven't raced since a wet weekend in Scotland. It was very different conditions for them here in Lincolnshire. The early advantage went the way of the likes of Jensen Cooler and Dino Rowlands. Plenty of drivers came to the fore in this one though. Archie Loveridge was scrapping for points, likewise with Sawyer Henderson outside the top 10. Dino Rowlands nearly had a grip flip through hairpin 1, showing once again how tough the conditions at PF were. Henry Colborne had a slip late on. It would be the Project Ones coming to the fore. Mason Becker taking it on the road, but a +5 second penalty would hand it to Marcus Cooper. A maiden win at this level. Sawyer Henderson, though, would be the championship leader, the number 27 looking strong.
I'm here in the Team 17 awning with Phoebe Shelton racing in a Honda Cadet. Phoebe, it's good to see you. This is the first time we've caught up with you this year. Tell us how many years you've been racing for.
I think about 1.5 now.
And recently you've had some good races, some good successes in your career. Can you talk to us about some of that?
So I had a win at Shenington, but it got taken off me. But about 2 weeks ago at Wilton, in the final, so I was like sticking with the front two, and then on the last lap I think it was about a 2 second gap between me and them, and then they got into like a bit of a fight in the boot, and then they took each other out, and then I just won it.
Coming off the back of a race win like that into this championship, is that kind of making you feel more confident?
I don't know, because this championship's a lot bigger than that one, but yeah, kinda.
Your first weekend with us at the British Kart Championships was Larkhall. What did you kind of learn from that experience? It can be quite intense coming into it right halfway through the season as well.
Yeah, that it's a lot of close racing and everybody's quite close, so the lap times aren't that far apart. Like the top 10's probably separated by like half a second and that.
Is there anything that you kind of learned the most that you're going to take in with you this weekend?
Defending, and just to make sure to know that there's always going to be people behind me.
PFI is a bit of a fan favourite for some of the drivers out here today. Do you know much about PFI?
Yeah, kind of, because I used to come here a lot when I first started. I know it quite well.
That will be adding to your confidence so far this weekend. Is there any expectations between you and the team? Anywhere you're hoping to get to?
Probably like a top 10 or top 15, somewhere around there.
Great job, good luck.
Thank you.
It was great to hear that from Phoebe and how she's getting on in the early stages of her career. Next, we're going to talk Water Swift. Let's see how the drivers got on during Saturday's final and hear from some of them.
Episode 7 for the story that is Water Swift 2026, with the usual faces all featuring. A DK Academy lockout of the front row, Ilias Sami and Chester Fawkes went to battle with Mason Hibbert in the early stages. Hibbert looking to continue the good form that he'd found at Larkhall earlier in the year, but as is always the case in this category, lead change after lead change after lead change. Particularly impressive was the number 8 from Fusion Motorsport. Some wonder moves along the way, with teammate Alfie Davidson also scrapping to get back up to second place, knowing that the points were crucial at this stage of the season. It would be Mason Hibbert once again though, continuing his streak of podiums and extending his championship lead at the top of the standings. It's go time.
Here we are in the Fusion Motorsport tent then, and we're with the older of the Say twins, Hero Say. Hero, good to have you back with us, of course, this weekend in IAME Event 4. For you, Hero, it's a brand new year for you, it's a brand new championship. You've joined the Vera Tools British Kart Championship. Can you tell us about your progress so far?
So my best position was P5 in Roa, and I'm 9th in the championship. It's also my first year, yeah, and I feel good. We're consistently in the front pack, but we just need to become a bit more consistent. And yeah, I'm really happy with where I am right now.
And Hero, you've joined us from Hong Kong as well. You've previously raced in the IAME Series Asia. How much of a learning curve has it been to come here and race in the UK instead?
It's been a lot. Like, I was really astonished on how high of a level British champs was,
compared to IAME Asia. So yeah, over these past few months I've been learning, and yeah.
And Hero, for you, of course, you're competing with Fusion Motorsport. They're a team with a huge legacy. They've won so many championships. One champion, of course, has been with the likes of Freddie Slater in the Cadet days. He won a British Championship with Fusion. For you, what's it like to be part of a team like this?
I feel really proud, and I'm really happy and grateful to represent my team, the team Fusion, for British champs.
And Hero, one more question. Of course, your twin brother is on the grid with you. What's it like racing directly against Oliver? Is there a bit of a competitive rivalry out there on the track?
Yeah, I'm really used to racing him because we used to race in IAME Asia together. There's a bit of competitiveness, but yeah, we're just trying to keep the competitiveness as low as possible, so we don't mess up each other's races.
Well, Hero, it's great to catch up with you, and we're looking forward to your progress this weekend at PFI and through the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Oliver Say, we've just heard from your twin brother, Hero Say, who's a minute older than you, but is he a minute quicker on the track?
No, he's not.
Oliver, of course, this is your first year in the Wera British Kart Championship. Just like your twin brother of Hero, you've joined us from Hong Kong. Brand new season for you, new challenges. What's it been like so far?
It was quite difficult, considering that in Asia the temperatures reach up to 35 degrees air temperature and 50 degrees plus on the track temperature, and the humidity like 90%. It's like really pretty harsh and hot, and we joined in the winter and we started doing club rounds around PF and Wilton Mill, and it was really cold and we had to adapt to the temperatures because the temperatures were a lot colder than Asia, and it was hard to be quick in the start, but as time went, the speed came to us as we learned how to be smooth and fast in the hot conditions, and I think when we go back to Asia it's going to be a lot easier.
And Oliver, of course, you have a manager, it's Enam Ahmed, who is very well known in the world of karting and in motorsport, a previous FIA World and European champion. For you, Oliver, what's it like being on the guidance of Enam? How does he help you, and do you think that benefits you?
I think I'm really lucky to have Enam as my coach because he's really skilled and really good at explaining stuff. Although sometimes he can be a bit harsh, I think it's just for the best of me, and I like Enam because he explains things very well.
And for you, Oliver, I asked Hero, of course, the same question. What's it like racing directly against your brother? Does it get competitive out there?
I used to be really competitive with him, but I got told that I'm not trying to race him. Sometimes I get quite scrappy with him, but I just try to ignore it and just like try and keep my head down and set the fastest time I can because I'm racing against everyone. So.
Well, Oliver, we're looking forward to seeing how you get your head down this weekend at PFI.
Thank you.
Well, what a story already being told by Hero and Oliver Say, twin brothers competing in the IAME Water Swift category. They're set for a very fiery weekend here at PFI, but in preparation for PFI, many drivers are used to the world of sim racing, and of course that can be provided by championship partner Kart Sim.
Wera, what a start from the second half. Heading up into the top section.
Here with Archie Loveridge. Archie, we've not seen you race since Lark Hall. Tell us about your Lark Hall weekend, because it was a really good race for you.
So all weekend I just tried to get loads of points, like top 10 in the final. I think is like kept swapping first and second, and I overtook him on the last corner.
You did indeed. I don't know if I remember correctly, the weather was very tricky. Lark Hall's a circuit you've raced at before. Did you enjoy the weekend?
Yeah, it's good.
Who helped you across the course of that weekend as well?
Mum, Dad. That was it that weekend, really.
Yeah. And you always race with ambition, or if you tended to race with ambition as well. And Paul's helped you a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, there's another great piece of news, Archie. You were our nomination from Honda Cadet to be our Wera Tools Driver of the Day. And the public have voted with, I believe, about 45% of the vote, you as our Wera Tools Driver of the Day. So we'll bring Nicole Sutherland in to award you the trophy. This is your trophy, Archie.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Good, yeah.
Is this going to be on the mantelpiece across with all of those Honda Cadet trophies that you've won as well?
Yeah.
Well, Archie, well done. Genuinely, really happy to see you as our Driver of the Day. Archie Loveridge, Honda Cadet, everybody, our Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Lark Hall.
Well done, mate.
We're back in the race centre with our Excellence Award from Lark Hall. It's Archie Loveridge's dad and mechanic, Michael Loveridge. Michael, thank you for joining us. You are the winner of the Excellence Award from your last round out with us. You're another dad and lad dynamic here in the paddock. We see a lot of them. You are really there through it all. From your perspective, what's it been like this year?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, the budget we got compared to some of the people is just minute, so it makes it even more special, in my opinion. Yeah, worth every penny, though.
Absolutely, and considering all of that, he's currently in the joint championship lead heading into this weekend. Is there any memorable moments for you so far this year?
Lark Hall was good, yeah, really enjoyed it. He showed his strengths and whatnot and deserved everything he got. Just want to forget about last year and move on, and hopefully a happy ending.
Well, like you say, it's not all been easy, but you guys have ambition back with you this weekend. You ran as privateers, but you've got the team back.
Yeah.
We saw how good the team spirit was last year. Is it nice to have them back this weekend?
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's always nice to have the team around you. Just someone in your ear for peace of mind and whatnot, but yeah, it's really good.
And to top it all off, you've got all these new Wera Tools joining you for the rest of the season. Is it nice to have that?
Oh, brilliant. Didn't realise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, what a lovely start to the weekend for the Loveridge family, with both Archie and his dad, Michael, being awarded for their efforts from Lark Hall. Straight back to the action, though, here at PFI for Event 8. It's time we see Junior X30. Yesterday's final up next.
The top four in the championship in the top four positions on the grid in X30 Junior. All to play for here at PF. Problems for Austin Newstead before the race had even begun. George Edgar got a brilliant start ahead of Freddie Wood to lead through the first couple of corners. Freddie Wood had to have a go at Alfie Brown as well. George Edgar down to third place. Some brilliant racing in the midfield, including from the likes of Colby Patterson. Problems for Aaron Richardson, an engine issue damaging his championship hopes. George Edgar by this stage was gone. Endicott and Wood getting together. Freddie Wood, another big hitter, out of Saturday's final. There'd be no problems, though, for George Edgar. A big win at PF to follow up his British Kart Grand Prix victory less than 2 weeks ago. Could this be the moment that number 2 becomes the number 1 in X30 Junior?
We're here in the BMR awning then, a team under the ownership and guidance of Ben Platten, and a team this weekend that welcomes back Austin Newstead. Austin, this weekend at PFI you will be competing in the Junior X30 category, and of course you've not joined us in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship since you became a British champion in the Water Swift category in 2025. Austin, first and foremost, what's it like to be back?
Yeah, it's really good. Obviously, last year was amazing. Gone up to a better class this year, so hopefully I can continue what I finished last year, and hopefully I can continue that on, and hopefully I can win the race this weekend.
And Austin, of course, you've taken a break away from X30 Junior and away from the British Championships to go and compete in the world of FIA karting. You've competed against some big drivers this year in the European Championships. Tell us, what have you brought from that experience and that learning that you're going to apply to this weekend to try and stay sharp and be at the front?
Yeah, obviously out there's the best of the best drivers, so it's just learning how to drive against the best of the best, and using that you can use the way they drive to keep using their information to be able to use that into this weekend and hopefully continue that.
And of course, Austin, now you've got more power, you're in a bigger kart, things do change, but for you being a British champion, does that give you a bit of added extra confidence to say, I know the circuit, I know the type of racing that is to come at me this weekend, and is that going to boost you through things?
Yeah, obviously I've been to this track a lot, that helps so much, and also just back to the drivers that I raced against all through last year. I'm against most of them again, so again I know their driving style and I'll be able to work around their driving again from last year.
And for you, Austin, do you see any similarities between European racing and the FIA and British karting that you're really going to hone in on this weekend?
Yeah, there's obviously quite a few. There's good drivers in British, European, FIA, so it's just, once again, it's like I'm now against the best drivers as I've gone up to the better classes, so yeah, I'll just be using that.
Well, Austin, on behalf of the paddock, great to have you back.
Thank you.
Well then, Austin Newstead, of course, is one of those young powerhouses within this championship's history, but he's not the only one. Other drivers, like Harry Williams, the young McLaren Junior driver, has joined us back again this season for his first appearance in the championship for 2026, as have also 2025 senior Rotax champion Matthew Higgins, with Macaulay Bishop and Cian Geraghty in the senior field. Next, we'll see some highlights of some of that senior racing.
Full dedication on the grid in X30 Senior, a mix of wildcards and familiar names in this highest of X30 categories. On debut at the senior level, Rocco Shenton led from pole position. There'd be drama straight away though. Freddie Lloyd out on lap 1, his first retirement in Senior X30 in 2026. After a short, slow procedure, it was Jack Nettleship and Harrison Whitcomb coming to the fore. A chance for the Welshman to reignite his title bid. This would be the point where it would unravel though. A mistake through the first corner, compounded by a spin and crash later on in the race, would hand the win to Lewis Bird. A second final victory in 3 races, an extended championship lead. What could happen next in X30 Senior? Rocco Shenton, welcome back to PF International and welcome to the senior category. This is only your 3rd day in Senior X30. We saw you earlier in the year in the juniors. Talk us through the reason for the change.
Well, the reason why we've gone to senior midway through the year is because of the trouble we're having in junior, and we're starting to degrade through the pack back to 15th and not at the top. So we might as well have gone to senior like we have and see what we can do.
And for the uninitiated as well, the weather's been a big factor with this as well. Like, we've not seen British tracks at this stage of the year grippier than this, whether it be here at PF, Wilton last week, earlier in the year, Wera. It's almost been you've been a victim of your own success in a way in the juniors, that these heat waves have gripped the tracks up and made things quite hard for you.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest. We've been hoping for rain every sort of meeting so we can sort of go up there. That's where I excel in the rain, but oh well, it's what it is at the end of the day.
You've had, as we're recording this, you've had a test day, you've had a practice day and 1 warm-up. I know you've not even done a competitive session yet, but what have you found out with seniors and how it's different to the juniors?
You have to, well, it's a bit different in terms of the lines and how you get on the power, whereas in hairpins you have to let it go a bit wider and flow through the corner a bit better and not be so erratic on the steering wheel.
And a different tyre compound for you to get used to as well, and a different chassis. You're on a Tony Kart this weekend trying that out. So you really thrown yourself in at the deep end with this.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a hard one. But it's a new kart, so we'll see how it goes. But we might go back to the Brill yet, depending on how we do this weekend.
To go back to Wera, it was a positive last weekend for your time in Junior X30, particularly that run on the Saturday, getting that win in the wet conditions and really getting the elbows out on the Sunday final as well. Talk us through that weekend.
Yeah, that was a really good weekend. Up until the Friday, we was starting to think, are we going to struggle? Then on the Friday, me and my dad was thinking about going home on the Friday night, but then we stayed till the Saturday, and that obviously went really well, got the win. And on the Sunday, didn't go the best, but still got a few championship points. We were still running 3rd in the championship up until this round, but we decided it's time to move up.
Absolutely. Well, it wasn't the only thing that you got from that weekend, that win on the Saturday. You got the nomination for Wera Tools Driver of the Day, and I'm very pleased, genuinely pleased to say that you are our Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Wera. So I'll bring Keol in to hand the trophy over to you. Rocco, how does this feel? A nice way to finish your time in junior.
Yeah, it's a lovely achievement to get from the past 3 years I've been in junior, and we finally won it.
Absolutely. Well, Rocco, well done. Best of luck for this weekend here at PF International. We'll see you again very soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew. That shows just how much is changing at this stage in the season. But just like that, we have reached the end of our build-up show here at PF International.
Absolutely. It's time for the action to begin here at the home of British karting. This is Race Day on Alpha Live. This is the Wera Tools Motorsport British Kart Championships, event number 8 at PF International. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Lincolnshire. Welcome back to Paul Fletcher International. The home of British karting is ready once again to host the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. If we hadn't said it enough before, this is when it gets serious. Event number 8, the penultimate meeting of the year for our IAME and Honda categories. My name is Andrew Mather, and I'm very glad to be joined. My little sister of karting's back. Nicole Sutherland, you're back with us for the first time in quite a while. How are you doing?
Oh, I am 10 out of 10, and I am so happy to be back. Do you know what? It's like coming home. Coming back to a British paddock. This is where I started my karting career, and here we are at PFI, the home of British karting, of course.
Track's the same as we know it, 1,382 metres, 10 challenging turns, with a 32-foot change of elevation from start to finish. This track, established in 1994. This is going to be important today. The weather, we'll get on to why in a bit. There is potential rain later on in the afternoon, but it's looking good. It's looking dry. It's looking very grippy out there. Nicole, myself, I was here 2 weeks ago for Kart Masters alongside Henry, alongside Keel. We mentioned then that I've never seen the tarmac so dark.
Yeah.
It's gone even darker with heatwave number 5, whatever it may be. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting day for the drivers. We are going to start today, though, folks, with something a little bit different. This one's going to be tough. Come on. Right. Motorsports is a community, a family. When something happens in that family, we all feel it. The entire karting world in recent days has felt the immense loss of Lynn Geidel, co-founder of the RGMC Group, one of the brains behind the growth and transformation of karting over the past 2 decades. Sorry, folks, this one's even harder than earlier in the year. Alongside Roland and James Geidel, Lynn has been one of the leading lights of international karting championships, with many of the people here today, ourselves included, having either worked with or competed in those championships. It's not simply the achievements we remember Lynn for, though. It's the person she was, her smile, her character, and the love for every driver who walked into any paddock she was in.
Some of the words to describe Lynn: bold, generous, committed, supportive, and beautifully direct. Lynn was a powerhouse of a woman, a role model to so many, a matriarch of our karting community. To James, Roland, Nina, Louisa, Carla, Flora, Oliver. To Magic, Jamie, Anthony, Martin, Ross, Christian, Gonzalo, Noelia, Oleg, Edgar, Thanos, and Diego. And every member of this paddock and others who had the honour and privilege of meeting Lynn, we are in this box here with you today. But in her words, defiant and strong, there is a job to do, and she would say to us,
get on with it and do it. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go kart racing. We're going to go racing for Lynn.
So we're going to start today with IAME Water Swift Restricted, their first heat of the day. Remember, it's a double header. It is a brand new championship round for everybody. Here is how they line up from timed qualifying earlier on this morning, and it's Oliver Woodall on pole position, Freddie Baker alongside on the front row, Hendrix Fallat and Benjamin Schlivar on row number 2, Patrick Wood and George Askew on row number 3.
Row number 4 sees the likes of Arthur Bowers and Logan Hodgetts. And then from 5, we've of course got Freddie Dye with Lewis Wilson. Your 6th row, it's Caden Cora with Darcy Dunford. And from row number 7, it's a certain Bobby Slater alongside Max Tile.
Going down the rest of the order then, we've got Noah Brad on row 8 alongside Harry Murphy, James Ferguson and Ocean Owen on row number 9, Harley Hibbert and Cole Parrish on row number 10. It's a 22 strong field completed by Riley Aston Wilkins and Ollie West. Now, story, Ollie West took the checkered flag yesterday, was DQ'd for a technical infringement, but then unfortunately the afternoon got even worse. The tyres were the dry tyres were walked out of Parc Fermé, therefore cannot be used for the rest of the meeting. If it rains later on today, potentially West could reappear, but only on wet tyres. Also, Arthur Bowers, 30-point lead, could move into a very strong position today in terms of the championship. That's all the talking done. Let's go racing. Let's go racing for Lynn here at PF International. We are green on our screen for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a brilliant start for Hendrix Fallat. Couple of drivers in trouble towards the back of the field. Harry Murphy, the number 65, was one of them, but Hendrix Fallat, who inherited the race win yesterday after the DQ of the number 4 seed, is looking now, Nicole, to get a run going. This championship is not done yet.
Benjamin Schlivar looks to already be on the move here, Andrew, in towards that first hairpin. Schlivar holds on to things up into P3 and is now looking directly on at the duo ahead. Like you said, Fallat looking strong, Fallat looking like he's on a charge and locked in here on the second day of racing at PFI. In towards Fullerton then, these drivers are looking steady. Bobby Slater making up some ground there, runs the curb on the exit then of the Esses and down in towards, of course, the sharp right-hander. First lap almost done and dusted, top 5 looking settled and looking calm to complete the first lap of racing here for your Water Swift Restricted. Your top 5 then, of course, all led out in the front by Freddie Baker, with Fallat, Schlivar up into P3, Woodall down to P4 for the time being, with Patrick Wood, yesterday's pole sitter, sitting in a strong P5.
Ocean Owen was the other driver involved in the incident on lap 1. There was the slippery surface flag out into the first turn. I reckon that'll just be for a bit of grass and detritus that has been pulled onto the circuit. Something's on the track that shouldn't be, but it's still plenty of grip for the drivers out there. Down towards hairpin number 1 then. If you've just joined us for the first time in this particular category so far this year, remarkable little stats considering that we're in the middle of August. Yesterday was only the first time this entire season that a driver got their second final win of the year. We had 6 from 6 leading through the first 3 meetings of the year. Hendrix Fallat was that first driver to get a second top spot. He's not quite got his trophy yet. The trophy ceremonies will be later on this evening here at PF International. But round to complete another lap. Freddie Baker in that number 92 machine is one of the 6 drivers to have won a round of this championship so far this season. That was back at round number 2 in front of your Alpha Live cameras at Wilton Mill.
Wow.
Here's a move coming in from Oliver Woodall. It didn't quite work out. It opened things up for Patrick Wood, the number 7 seed from last year, to step through into 3rd place. But that's good racing once again, Nicole, from our IAME Water Swift Restricted.
Yeah, I think that could be fair to say. It caught Benjamin Schlivar half asleep round the bowl then. Of course, Schlivar has been a final winner so far this year. That was claimed at Wilton Mill earlier on. But Schlivar now has dropped to the back of this pack despite a moment moment ago, being inside of your top 3. So Shavar now looking on at the names ahead, of course, with Bowers just ahead for BMR. Of course, BMR very experienced at PFI. But for Water Swift Restricted, of course, they're newer into this game. Bowers, fastest lap. That's a statement of intent for a driver who, of course, is doing a dual campaign in 2026 across both categories. What's he pulled over from Wilton Mill last week in the road tax category that could be used against these? Here we go in towards the race lead. The challenge is on. It was on between Baker and Falat, but Baker has to back out and has now made himself vulnerable up onto the curb there. Woodall and Patrick Wood going for it, but your two settle back down off the bridge. Hendrik Falat is still your leader. He is still the driver with that bullseye on his back.
A good move there by Arthur Bowers, who got up to P4, is now going to go to P3. This is the style of racing that we've seen, Nicole, all season from Arthur Bowers under the tutelage of Joe Bleakley. As there is a change for the race lead. Freddie Baker back to the front of the order, but I like the style of racing that Arthur Bowers is developing. He's doing a dual program this year, and it's the consistency that's put him at the top of the championship table at the start of today. We've had 7 rounds, 14 scores across the course of the season so far. Only twice has Bowers finished lower than 3rd. That is a remarkable set of scores that has put him in this strong position. Baker leads at the end of another lap with 3.5 minutes to go. Falat 2nd, Woodall 3rd. Bowers nicely positioned right now, P4.
You're seeing actually, Andrew, a bit of a trend within the restrictor category that these drivers are doing dual campaigns. Of course, Bobby Slater is one of those names. Schlavar, he was out at Wilton. He's doing Rotax as well. Oliver Woodall. So you're seeing these drivers actually, especially in this stage of the year, carry that momentum forward weekend after weekend. Hairpin number 1, here's the move down the inside. Bowers gets the job done, back into P3.
It does indeed. Just to know a little bit further down the field, Cole Parrish having a good run. Woodall back down the inside of Bowers, retakes P3. Cole was very quick yesterday. I think he had a couple of issues in TQ earlier on this morning, as once again Bowers down the inside of Woodall. Takes 3rd place once more. Patrick Wood is now up to P4, and it's side by side between Woodall and Schlavar. It is actually the top 6 are all those drivers who have been at the very front of the field all year. Just Patrick Wood, the single one of them who hasn't had a final win so far this season. But yeah, Cole Parrish, Kart number 76, got his best result of the season so far in terms of championship yesterday, 5th through the heat. Nicely running now in the top 10, up from 20th on the grid.
So Freddie Baker is still driving round and looking in his mirrors if he was to have some. He's still seeing Hendrik Falat. No, not anymore. Up on towards the top of the bridge, down the inside. Falat takes away the position nicely. Set up there through the entrance of the bowl. That was perfectly timed by Hendrix Falat, and now down in towards that first hairpin. He's going to decide not to defend, and it's going to cost him, because back down the inside, Baker takes that one back, assisted by a purple lap on the previous. And despite it a moment ago all being to play for P3, we're actually now seeing the duo get caught back up. Those 4 wheels at the front of Hendrix Falat could be under pressure once more by the 4 just behind. So Baker from Falat, Bowers, Patrick Wood, Oliver Woodall and Benjamin Savard. They are still the names that have been in this fight, as Wilson, Hakura and Bobby Slater still fighting out and actually looking to cost each other some time.
Louis Wilson now up to that P7. Just a little note for the eagle-eyed amongst you who may be wondering what's going on with the colour scheme of the number 99 Kart. Yeah, that is the very minimalist Fusion livery. That is a weight thing, as his teammate Bobby Slater. The number 27 is what a Fusion Kart normally looks like. I spoke to Reggie Dewey earlier in the week about that, and Reggie Can Dewey. It's not that Reggie's got lazy and just can't be bothered to put the stickers on. Caden's 3 kilos over the minimum weight for this category at the moment, as there's a change for 4th place. Through goes Woodall past Wood there. The thought process being Caden's still very much in his early throes of his karting career. If you put him straight into Water Swift, he probably won't earn as much in terms of learning versus keeping him in this category till the end of the season and running a little bit overweight. But it's still motorsport. Every gram counts. Hence, they've taken the stickers off to give Caden as good a chance as any, and he's doing a good job again. I have been very impressed with how he's been developing across the course of the season. Nicely running at the moment, P8.
Yeah, absolutely so. So Baker, Falat, Bowers. Bowers now down the inside in towards the first curb, but it doesn't quite work out for the BMR. Under the bridge, drivers will clip the curb, battle for the race. Lead is on a bit of a nudge there on the back of Freddie Baker. Is Falat going to take it in towards the entrance? And he absolutely does. Left-hander is where he ticks the position off in towards the first hairpin this time. Is Hendrix Falat going to learn his lesson from the previous laps? Is he going to defend? He absolutely has got the line, as actually the door opens up for Arthur Bowers, who goes down the inside in towards P2. So Baker now down to P3. They invite in the other names into things. Woodall back into this fight. Benjamin Schvar and Patrick Wood also rounding out this 6-kart field. Clock, of course, has run out for these drivers. 5-second penalty has gone out on the board for the number 81 further afield. As we then go in towards Mike Wilson, in towards the later stages of this race. Falak's looking strong here again. Falak, though, is he now going to be challenged once more by Bowers? Because Bowers likes to pop in a nice little move in towards the first corner. This time, however, thinks against it and glues to the back of Falak's kart.
Good decision making by Arthur Bowers there. Doesn't need to go all in at this stage of the round. There's a move for third place as Oliver Woodall's down the inside of Freddie Baker. Can he use the speed onto the Litchfield Bridge? Back will come Baker once again. That's good racing. Good racing once again as here comes Bowers. He is going to try and get down the inside, but there's not enough space. Or is there? Yes, there is enough space for Arthur Bowers to take the lead through hairpin number 1. Now, this is only the first of 2 heats here today. But Arthur Bowers, oh, there's a tag there. Round goes Schlivar, round goes Woodall. They'll get going again before the next few drivers come along. But they're out of the battle for the top positions in this particular heat. Down towards Bobby Game corner. Here come Bowers and Baker clear of the rest now. Falak still running in third. Patrick Wood in fourth. Arthur Bowers, is this going to be a great start to a day that could see him move that little bit closer to the British title? Out of the final corner, over the finish line, Bowers wins again, ahead of Freddie Baker. Hendrix Falat third. The clash for Woodall and Schlivar didn't drop them outside of the top 6, but that's not how they would have wanted to end that one, Nicole.
No, absolutely not. But Bowers then, late stages of this race, called those shots and will take it back to the BMR. He will take it back to Joe Bleakley there with a smile on his face. Is Bowers from Baker from Falat. Your top 3 then very much remaining inside of the business end of your field. But it all unravelled at the end for a certain name of Benjamin Schlivar, of course. Oliver Woodall massively caught out at that second hairpin with Schlivar. They did not, lose all that work. It was not completely undone. They did get to the line, still sat inside of the top 10. But in that second qualifying heat later on today, then you're going to see those names in the sharper end of your field continue to try and push with a bit more momentum in towards, of course, the weighing scale. All of those technical checks will now happen post-race for these drivers, with Bowers being the first driver to be weighed.
And that second heat, all being well, all running to plan, will be at noon local time here in Lincolnshire. So I do hope you can be with us for that. And if you can't be, don't worry. All of today's action is available for you, including the finals, free to view, live and on demand here from Alpha Live. So 1 race down, 6 classes with us here today. So it's gonna be thick and fast in terms of the racing action. The top few karts and 1 other will head into technical scrutineering, and here is your provisional result that's going to be checked over in scrutineering. Arthur Bowers takes another win in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Freddie Baker and Hendrix Falat with good points there from the first round of heats. Patrick Wood and Oliver Woodall complete the top 5. Benjamin Schlivar slips to 6th place. Another strong result there for Bobby Slater, P7. Cole Parrish was your biggest mover, up 12 spots to P8 ahead of Louis Wilson and Caden Hakura. Tricky race for George Askew, down 5 spots to P11. Max St. Hilaire 12th on the road, but has a +5. Freddie Dye, Darcy Durnford, Logan Hodgetts, Harley Hibbert, Riley Aston Wilkins, Noah Brad, James Ferguson, and Ocean Owen in the top 20. We've got to move on, though. The youngest drivers out next, M1 Bambinos. Here's your grid then for M1 Bambino. Shay Downey starts on pole position. Yesterday's winner, Jules Nash, starts alongside him on the front row. Championship leader Presley Knight goes from P3. George Miller back in form, starts on the outside of row number 2. It's Stanley Thurston and Teddy Smith. They're on row 3.
Row number 4, it's Jack Minnow alongside Briella Stevens, and from row number 5, it's Henry Exton with Aidan Castleman. Your 6th and final row for your youngest drivers here this weekend is Esme Barrett and Rex Everard, who round out your field.
This one could be done today. For any situation where it, in quotation marks, could be done today, it is on the basis that, nothing goes wrong at the final round. But in terms of championship points, Presley Knight heads into today on 623 points. Stanley Thurston second on 587. George Miller third on 582. Should note, though, Teddy Smith 545 and Shay Downey, a pole sitter in this one, 542. Little bit further down the order. The reason being they've both had a DQ for technical non-conformities or underweight. Just a bit of bad luck, basically, earlier on in the season. Now, those scores, all being well, will become drop scores later on in the season. So if they continue their form, they'll rise back up the order. What we're looking at, though, is whether Presley Knight today can move his score beyond the maximum score possible with a perfect performance from Teddy Smith at Silverstone, a perfect performance from Shay Downey at Silverstone, when we'll have another doubleheader to bring this championship to a close. They do 8 rounds, 2 scores in each round. It's the best 12 scores out of 16 that count once we get to the autumn. And we should note as well, if they're going to be champion today, they've got to be fully beyond the score, the max possible score of everybody else, because the tiebreaker at the end of the season is the results in the last round of the championship.
Absolutely so. So these drivers, of course, your youngest here this weekend, ages of 6 to 8 years old. They've just met then Dan Ashton on the circuit to get into the swing of this standing start for these drivers. It's been Teddy Smith, Presley Knight, and of course Shay Downey, who have been some of the big names this year. They have been some of the strong ones, but your final yesterday was taken by Jules Nash. Off the line then, green and racing, set off by Nigel Edwards, and in towards that first corner, of course, sweeping across Shay Downey, a driver who was strong yesterday, but it had it unravel at the final moment in the last couple of laps with some penalties out there. Meant it cost him the result, but now instantly back into towards that number 1 spot and leads the race on the first quarter of a lap.
Yeah, Shay Downey looking to maybe get a third position, a pole position in a row for a final. I was top of the heats yesterday and top of the heats in the Sunday round at Wera, the last time we saw these drivers on your Alpha Live cameras. So the field running through the middle of the circuit, running through those hairpins. There's George Miller. Good to see George back towards the front. Had a bit of a tough weekend at Wera. What was it, about 3 or 4 weekends ago in this busy part of the summer. Battling for second place at the moment with Jules Nash there and Presley Knight, P4. Still in a very strong position. I think Mark Baines will have been telling Presley today, just be chill, it's all good. You're in a very strong championship spot. Let's pick up some more points today. If we seal it today, fantastic. If not, well, we move on to Silverstone.
Yeah, actually consistency for drivers
Yeah.
really actually can win championships. You know, points mean prizes, and for Presley that is going to come into play as we round out our final day of racing here at PFI this weekend for these drivers. Currently, Shay's still out there in the front, but here comes Jules Nash, your winner from yesterday. Nash is now massively caught up round the bowl on towards the back of your leading Bambino, and there you can see in the background these drivers visibly being pushed on by mechanics who are typically dads out there. In towards that first hairpin, no attempt just yet by Nash. Will catch back up though on the brakes in towards the entrance. Of course, doesn't have any kind of slide for these drivers, really calm and controlled with. Power back down though instantly for Jay Downey. Good exit out of the corner and not looking vulnerable to Nash or Miller or Presley Knight just yet.
Good moves up the field, Nicole, by the driver of kart number 32, Henry Exton. You just see Henry at the back of shot there. I love that livery as well. Really smart looking livery. The kind of dark grey and the gold and a little bit of the white. Henry's up 3 places so far in this race to P6. Also up 3 places, new driver to the championship here this weekend in kart number 74 from the Republic of Ireland, Esme Barrett. We don't have favourites in this commentary box, but our colleague Keol Lynch, who's down in the pits for us, was very keen to remind me that Esme, like her, is from Dublin. That's the fact. So I was very keen to see another driver on the grid from the Irish capital. No favouritism here. 5 minutes of this one to go then. Downey leads from Nash, from Miller, 1, 2, 3. Presley Knight in a bit of a lonely P4 right now, ahead of Teddy Smith, who I'm sure the cheers will be going out for. Come on, Teddy. Every time the number 19 kart goes by, it's just this place is a little bit bigger in terms of the size of the grandstands and the distance from the commentary box versus previous circuits for the Bambino so far this year. That's the only reason we can't hear them.
Of course, Paul Fletcher International was 1,382 metres. It's one of the UK's largest circuit. And when you put the Bambinos on the track, you know, they are small, they are mighty. Sometimes it can be a little bit comical out there because they look absolutely tiny in all of the tarmac that lays out around this circuit. So top 4 looking strong now, Andrew, as we head in towards the first corner. Downey is absolutely not out of the woods just yet, as there's a nice little switch there in towards the first corner between Henry Exton and Teddy Smith for P5. Up on towards the banking once more. It's still your 4 that are glued together. Shea Downey, he's actually not managed to find his way out of the woods just yet. Nash is very much there, and Nash is actually there with, of course, a fastest lap.
Yeah, Nash has looked really, really quick so far this weekend. We didn't see Jules at Wera, so we go back to the trip north of the border to Lark Hall for Jules' appearances so far this season. Was P3 in the final the first day, but here we go. Battle at the front of the field. Jules Nash wants more than P3. He took first place yesterday. Can he get back into the lead here with 3¼ minutes to go? Yes, he can. Good stuff there from the driver of kart number 18. Back will come Shea Downey into Bobby Game corner. Nice overtake there. They'll wind into the Mike Wilson complex. Looking good, this top 4. But Henry Exton not too far behind, and there's still quite a way in this race to run, Nicole.
Downey, yesterday after that final, was visibly not happy. Of course, he took things, he had that result, but it was taken away from him because of some incidents out there on the track. For Downey now, he's driving a race that is showing that he wants that win here this weekend, but it's not maybe going to be a win throughout this heat because Jules Nash back down the inside on towards the top of the bridge. Nash back into the front. The number 18 then runs things in towards that first corner, as now it was a 4-kart battle for the race lead. It could shortly be a 6-kart battle because Henry Exton, Teddy Smith still very much within this one as well. Nash again going purple. These drivers of course are now under the control of Jules once more out of that second hairpin. We're calm and we're controlled, but we still have 2 minutes left.
Let's head down to Keol Lynch. Keol, what can you see from trackside?
Thank you guys, and good morning everybody. I've actually found a Bambino parent. Esme Barrett's dad is here with us this weekend. While they're out there, quickly, explain from your perspective what it's like. These are the youngest drivers, 6 to 8 years old. What's it like watching Esme learn throughout?
I suppose it's a bit nerve-wracking really, but especially this weekend, it's our first time over here. A huge amount to learn. Totally different track to home, I suppose, and what she's been doing this year in Ireland. So a huge learning curve, but super exciting and nervous at the same time.
Well, exactly. This is her first appearance here in the British Kart Championships and here at PFI. How's she found it so far?
Yeah, Friday was tricky now, I'm not going to lie. Different tyres to what we run in the Irish as well. We're running on the LeConte where it slicks at home. So it's been a challenge, but in her first year, I think she's doing okay, yeah, it's been good.
Thank you very much. We'll get back to the racing.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, let's head back to the box and see if Jules Nash is still on the lead.
Well, Keol, we can tell you that he very much is still in the lead. Jules is still the controller of this first Bambino qualifying heat of the day. Then out towards that second hairpin, still fends off. But actually, it's a theme in Bambino racing here, Andrew. These drivers do not have that power to really push away from the rest of the field. They actually end up in groups of 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, like what we're seeing on your screen, you know, you really don't see any driver bolt off, and this is going to be exciting for the remainder of today, because Jules Nash, Shay Downey, George Miller, Presley Knight, Henry Exton and Teddy Smith, I would predict, will continue to challenge each other throughout their rest of the laps of this weekend.
Potential change for the lead coming up here. Shay Downey down the inside of Jules Nash and will go into the race lead. 2 laps to go then for our M1 Bambinos. There's been a change further down the order. 2 changes, in fact. Stanley Thurston up to P7 ahead of Jack Minot. Brianna Stevens has gained a spot as well in the number 22 past Esme Barrett. So and Aidan Castleman has also gone through. So Stevens, Castleman both up into the top 10. Behind as well, Presley Knight now running 3rd ahead of Henry Exton and George Miller. It's still very much to be decided, this one. There is Exton down the inside of Miller. Miller trying to perform the switchback there. Little bit of sidewall to sidewall, but no problems really as they run through the Fullerton S's. Time is up here, Nicole. Shay Downey, Jules Nash, Presley Knight looking good for top 3s in this one.
Downey and Nash top 2, but we spoke earlier on in this race about the story of Presley Knight. What would Bainesy have said to him previous to this race when it comes to that points mindset? When it comes to thinking about that championship, we would predict it would be a stay strong and just keep pushing and talk about pushing. Shay Downey's under the challenge once more. Jules Nash back down the inside. Nash back into control. Is this potentially going to open up the door, however, for Presley Knight? Knight is still in there and it maybe could look to bolt past if your top 2 trip over each other. We haven't seen any tripping just yet. Every pass has been a clean pass between Shay Downey and Jules Nash. Nash now defends in towards the first hairpin, but he's got to get this right. Switches back on towards that racing line, dances across the white line to defend things off. They're going to go side by side though, in towards that second hairpin. Downey's going to challenge. Downey's going to have the better run on towards the exit of the corner, and the challenge for the race lead once more is on, and once more now belongs to Shay Downey. Downey snatches that one back out as I thought Jules Nash was going to hold on to things there on towards the exit of the chicane, but this one here, Andrew, looks to be Downey's.
Well, Downey took both of the heats yesterday to secure pole position for the final. Looks like that Shay is going to start Sunday at PF in exactly the same fashion. Out of the final corner, on the loud pedal, to the line. Shay Downey takes heat number 1 in the M1 Bambinos. Presley Knight fights through to P2, and that will do quite nicely to just keep the points ticking over. Presley on this run of not being any lower than 3rd in a championship point stage back to round 2, all the way from Larkhall through Rowra and yesterday's round here at PF. Presley Knight has been in the mix, and the pressure will be on the likes of Shay Downey and Teddy Smith to try and claw those points back. We will see the Bambinos again later on today. They will go for another race, which will be at 12:15, all being well. Great work by the team here at PF International to keep everything running very efficiently. As always, the drivers will go straight on and then turn right into the pits and towards the weighbridge. And good stuff there from all 12 of our drivers. We mentioned Esme Barrett as a new name, Aidan Castleman on a first appearance of the season so far, and I want to mention Rex Everard as well. Rex, very new to this game, finished that race with a personal best on the last lap, a 1 minute 20.9, so well done to Rex in that number 38. The beautiful sight of the Richardson chassis engineering chassis rolling through. It is an entirely British-built field here this weekend for the M1 Bambinos. And, well, for Shay Downey, that'll be a nice way to get things going here today. Wins by nearly 0.4 of a second over Presley Knight. Jules Nash, completes that race in 3rd. Henry Exton home P4 was your biggest mover in this one. George Miller, Teddy Smith, Jack Marnott, Stanley Thurston, Bryla Stevens, Aidan Castleman, Esme Barrett and Rex Everard. Those were your finishers. All 12 drivers who started got to the end. We've got to move on though. Big grid out next. It's Honda Cadet. Here we go then, let's rattle through this lot. It's a big grid once again in Honda Cadet GX200. Henry Colborne starts on pole position. Bradley Sutton alongside on the front row. Yesterday's winner, Marcus Cooper, starts row 2 with Oliver Ratton. Shaylin Trecanton, we heard from Shaylin earlier on in the show, starts on the 3rd row with championship leader Sawyer Henderson.
4th row of your grid, I've got Mason Becker with Ben Boas, and from row number 5, it's Freddie Drury with Deno Rowlands. Your 6th row from P11 is Ali Saunders alongside Archie Loveridge, and from row number 7, Chris Doshi sees Finley Thursfield.
Row number 8, the S-plate, the new S-plate holder, Luca Bicocchi and Reggie Duffy. Good to see Reggie back in action. That's row 8. Harry Grant and Archie Cannon, the old S-plate holder, is on row number 9. Luke Hamill and Oliver Vickers go from row 10. George Lilly and Carl Kerr on row 11. Reggie Cook and Phoebe Shelton on row 12.
Row number 13, it's Harry Parker Ray with Ollie Knotts, and from 14, Jensen Kula joins Austin Dowell. From your 15th row, Edward Fry sees Archie Tosh, and rounding out your 31 strong field, Ethan Brainbridge is on that final spot.
31 Hondas. It is back to being big, Nicole.
Yes.
Like when you were small.
Like when I was small. This is where I first started. You know, Honda Cadet days, my Honda Cadet days, we used to have C finals. Remember being at the Shennington Super Prix, and I think that was actually won by Oliver Behrman that weekend. And you quite literally had the most... It was like just a sea of Hondas. You didn't know where to look that weekend. There was so many of us. Like a little army.
This championship cannot be decided this weekend. Reason being, Sawyer Henderson, Archie Loveridge were tied on points after Lark Hall. It's been a bit of a while since we've seen the Hondas. So in theory, any score that one gets this weekend ahead of the other, that could then be mirrored when we get to Silverstone. It's very likely that this one goes all the way to the end of the championship. But right now, at the end of Saturday, it's a 3-point lead now for Henderson over Loveridge. That 3-point lead grew over yesterday, but very much could be different here today. Looks like we've got everybody present and correct for this first Honda Cadet GX200 heat of Sunday's racing here at PF International. Waiting for those lights to come on. It's a standing start, of course, here in Honda Cadet. The lights are on, they're out, we're racing in the Hondas. It's a great start for the number 53 of Bradley Sutton, who may take the lead here, running through the first couple of corners ahead of Henry Colborne, but a bit of bad luck yesterday in the final. Up onto the bowl for the first time. Yes, indeed. Kart number 53, one of many privateers in this entry. Oh, there's problems towards the back of the field for Oliver Vickers in the number 31, who started grid 20. That's not how one of the leading drivers from Wilson Mill Kart Club so far this year, that's not how they would have wanted the starters. Look at this, round the outside. That was the number 53 of Sutton trying to retake the race lead, having lost it to the number 56, good race number that, to the Project One Racing Works entry of Marcus Cooper.
Well, I said at the start of this race, when I used to race Hondas, you didn't know where to look, and it's good to see that nothing's changed there out of there. The S's. Big moment there for Sawyer Henderson. Catches things, gets instantly back onto the track. But of course, that rumble strip is one of those sections of the circuit that really can pull you off. And especially there for these Hondas, with that lack of power compared to maybe some of the bigger karts, it's difficult to get things back onto the surface. But Henderson is back into things, and he is still very much within the mix. Out of the front, however, is Marcus Cooper from Henry Colborne, Mason Becker and Shaylin Trecanton as your top 4, but it is very much a duo at the front of your field.
So Cooper and Colborne clear. Mason Becker third was a big part of the win for Marcus Cooper yesterday. Kind of similar to what we saw here at Kartmasters in Minimax. You had a teammate who had a 5-second penalty, knew they couldn't win the race, so they put all chips in to try and getting the team the win. Becker and Cooper worked brilliantly to push off the front of the field. There is Oliver Vickers. Most important thing is that Oliver is okay, just being tended to by, I think that was Lee Manchester down there. one of our hard-working officials here at PF. Oliver will hopefully be able to take part later on today. There's Rexy the go-kart. I can be biased about liveries. That is my favourite livery of the entire Wera Tools British Kart Championships field in 2026. The driver, more importantly though, is Ali Saunders, and Ali's had a good weekend so far. It's up at the top 10 right now. End of lap 2, Cooper, Leatham, Colborne, Becker, Schikanten, Bowers, Rowlands, Ratton, Saunders, Drury and Finley Thursfield completing the top 10 right now. There's Ben Bowers having a little look at Schikanten for 4th place. Just to note as well, where are our championship contenders? Well, at the moment, Sawyer Henderson, after that moment early on, down in 17th place. However, his championship rival, Archie Loveridge, is only 1 place ahead of his number 27 Kart, so it's not all bad news.
So 20 of your drivers within field are drivers who have not competed in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship before. 7 of those are inside of your top 10, and 1 of those is your current race leader. However, they are your 2 at the front of Marcus Cooper and Henry Colborne being massively caught up now. Oh, big challenge on there in towards Mike Wilson. This is the fight for drivers inside, or just trying to break inside of the top 10. But talking about your challenge at the front, the Project 1 of Marcus Cooper is very shortly going to be under challenge, not just by 1 but by 2 drivers, because Mason Becker has now arrived. But how do the Project 1 racing pair at the front, who are actually now sandwiching Henry Colborne, work together? Andrew, I would predict actually a bit of a teamwork tactic is going to be thrown into this first Honda heat of the day.
Quite possibly so. But, Colborne has had good pace this weekend, and 3's a nice number to try and break away from the rest of a Honda Cadet pack. It's all going on for 4th place as well. As there's Becker down the inside. You're absolutely spot on there, Nicole. The Project 1 racing team have been established a 1-2 on the road. Here's the battle for 4th place on your screens. Schikanten and Dino Rowlands. Dino had a real adventure yesterday. If you were with us for our build-up show, you'll have seen the moment he had. A near grip flip through hairpin number 1. If you're not quite sure, in fact, I'll pass this to the recent former driver. What do we mean, Nicole, when we mention the words grip and flip?
Hurts.
It hurts. In terms of it's when you're going through that corner and suddenly there's so much grip on the outside that the inside of the kart starts to pick up, doesn't it?
Yeah, when I say it hurts, I mean it hurts your ribs, okay? So when you get into that sort of phase of time of year where there's so much grip being laid down on the track because of a lack of rain and of course so much racing that happens sort of in the summer season, is change for the race lead now between your 2 teammates of Cooper and Becker. Nice little switch there in towards that first hairpin. Of course, going back to the grip levels, you get to that stage in the year where there's so much rubber being laid down, there's several shades of grip out there, and you get to the point where the back of the kart kind of lifts up, you start hopping and bouncing around, and then you can feel it within the seat, you can feel it on the kart, and it makes it hard work for these drivers. Hard work not just coming from those conditions of the track, but from the competitiveness of the drivers inside of your top 10. Switch now between Oliver Ratton and Ben Bowers.
2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock to go then. Phoebe Shelton's just picked up a 5-second penalty. We've not mentioned that before. Phoebe's been in really good form recently. We spoke to her as part of the build-up show. If you did miss that, don't worry, you can watch it back at your leisure here on Alpha Live. Schikanten round the outside of Bowers to hold on to P5 there. Oliver Ratton in the number 22 is part of this scrap as well. Archie Cannon. Now, here's a move down the inside for P2 with Colborne. And it's going to go on and on in this one. The slight difficult factor for us today here in the box, and particularly with me with half-broken glasses, the S and the 5. Archie Cannon was the S plate holder at the start of the season, and then the 12 months on that plate expired. He went back to his number 5 from last year. If you've got bad eyesight, an S and a 5 can look the same. And just to confuse us even more now, the S plate is now back on the grid with another driver,
who is in a pretty much the same setup, the Apollo Kart setup that Cannon started the year with, if you follow my drift.
Do you know what's quite funny as well, Andrew, is we're the commentary team, we're supposed to see sort of everything that goes on in this stream. We both have very poor eyesight. You know, you have glasses, but there's a change for the race lead once more. That's Henry Colborne and Mason Becker still going for things. Cooper still in the mix as well, as actually it was the 3-kart battle a couple of laps ago. Now make it a 10-kart battle, because this now goes all the way back to the likes of Oliver Ratton, Archie Cannon and Ali Saunders as well. They are looking forward and ahead towards this one, as that is now Archie Cannon getting the move done down the inside at that second hairpin. But going back to our poor eyesight story, should have gone to spectators.
Well, that's a point. A public service announcement. If anyone has lost a pair of cheap-looking glasses that are quite round of the lens, they're mine. I'm not quite sure where they've gone. It's 15 seconds of the race.
You're going to see
Andrew.
a restricted wearing them or something.
There's a race going on. Mason Becker at the front of it. Colborne second. Dino Rowland's currently running now in third. And I say he's had good speed so far this weekend. The driver flying the flag for Cyprus. Ambition Motorsport driver. Big crowd of Ambition Motorsport drivers. I was speaking to Paul James earlier in the week. He's saying he's got 6 drivers here this weekend, and one of his drivers is now up into second place. Can he hold on to it off the bridge? No, not quite. Colborne comes back. This is great news for Mason Becker. Becker's breaking away. It's all going on here for second place. Look at this. How many karts on one piece of Lincolnshire tarmac do you want? Archie Cannon's trying to find his way through with the number 5 plate there. Shakantan's come to the fore in this battle for second place. 3 wide, out of hairpin 2. Ben Boas on the outside of it. You've got yesterday's winner, Marcus Cooper, trying to get involved. That's going to get closer. Both Rowlands and Cooper run out wide. That's going to open things up for one of the Apollos to step through. I think that's Freddie Drury on the move up into the top 5. Time is up. We're not even on the last lap yet here, Nicole. This is crazy stuff.
Mason Becker will be out there rubbing his hands together, thinking thank you very much to the field behind, because now he's broken away by a second. Srikantan now into P2 with Ben Boas on the fastest lap and now sat in third. Srikantan, your only driver inside of your top 3 to be a reoccurring theme within the Vera Tools Honda Cadet grid. But Srikantan is not being let off. Ben Boas has consistently climbed throughout the crowd throughout this race, with actually all drivers inside of your top 3 making up a number of positions as Boas jumps onto that white line. A bit of white line fever for Boas to try and fend off there. Henry Colborne, Freddie Drury and Oliver Ratton again goes defensive, but is it going to cost him now on the exit of that second hairpin? He's going to feel it, and he's going to see the nose cone there of Henry Colborne down the inside and gets muscles out onto the grass.
It's going to lose Boas several positions. It's still 3 wide as they run towards Bobby Game corner. It's Colborne's turn to go for a little bit of rally cross out over the curb. Oh, trouble there for yesterday's winner, Marcus Cooper, who goes on the old bit of PF circuit. Checkered flag is out. His teammate Mason Becker takes the win. Shailen Srikantan over the line, P2. It's Oliver Ratton, P3. These are great scenes down there on the tribunes as the Hondas come across the line. Oh no, plus 5 second penalty in for Dino Rowlands, so a 5th place finish will not go the way of Dino and will fall. Oh, that's going to be costly, really costly, down to P21 with that 5 second penalty. This is a provisional result, of course, but Mason Becker, who lost the win yesterday because of an in-race plus 5, will be very happy with that. Thumbs up to the family and the mechanics on the sidelines there. A driver who has had good results so far this season. Was 3rd in the heats last time in front of Alpha cameras at Lark Hall, looking to move himself up the championship order here today, Nicole. That's a nice way to start a heat win.
That is a statement of intent for Mason Becker, and actually I think showing us it's not how hard you fall, it's how hard you bounce in these situations. And after yesterday, we're seeing Becker bounce back. We'll now have all technical checks done and dusted post-race to make sure everything is in play. But for Becker, a good job well done to commence his second day of racing. There's Shaylin Srikantan, P2, with your third driver inside of your top 3 being Oliver Ratton. Other drivers inside of your top 10 then include Freddie Drury, Dino Rowland, Henry Colborne, Archie Cannon, Marcus Cooper, Reggie Duffy and Archie Loveridge.
Quite key there. Archie Loveridge getting ahead of Sawyer Henderson. Harry Grant P11, Ali Saunders P12, Ben Bowers, Luca Bukaki and Bradley Sutton all in the top 15. Chris Doshi P16, Jensen Kula, Sawyer Henderson in 18th place. 19th place there coming in that heat in Honda Cadet was Carl Kerr. Finley Thursfield completes the top 20. All the results available on the Motorsport Timing UK website. We've got to move on though. Water Swift up next. So into the next race then, race number 22 is Water Swift. Mason Hibbert starts on pole position for this one with his teammate Alfie Davidson alongside him. Evan Owen and Chester Fawkes, they go from row 2. It's Dimi Uzanov and Ilyas Sami on row number 3.
Row number 4 starting from P7. It's the privateer effort of Rudra Gulak with Bodie Batch. From your 5th row, it's Oliver Say and Albie J. Stubbs. And from row number 6 is Corey Lyons with Hero Say.
Row number 7, the E-plate holder, Harry Chapman. Ivan Zvoronins goes from row number 7. Max Zvaric and Oliver Kleinfelter go from row number 8. Kleinfelter a wildcard here this weekend. And Johan Berger as well joins the field, the son of Formula 1 race winner back in the day, back when I was a lad, Gerhard Berger. So another international name on the grid here this weekend. Championship scenarios then. This has been one big journey so far this year, and yesterday's developments, Mason Hibbert took the final win and extended his championship lead to 16 points over teammate Alfie Davidson. Chester Fawkes, double winner last time out at Rowra, is third, a further 15 points back, and then it's the 4th of the big 4, the Fab 4, Ilyas Sami, a further 9 back. If you're new to this class, if you've not been with us so far this year, and with other categories as well, with other championships such as the IAME Euro Series, it's been the 2 Fusion drivers, Hibbert and Davidson, and the 2 DKs, Fawkes and Sami. They are the ones that have had the consistency. This is going to be a big day in Water Swift, and it starts with this heat. Lights out, 8 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Fusions side by side. Davidson trying to take the initiative straight away. Hibbert holding on to that race lead. Is a good start as well for Evan Owen, who's the 3rd of the DK Academy drivers, who's really kicked on in the last 4 or 5 weeks, has been looking strong. He's there in 2nd place. Chester Fawkes 3rd. Here goes Owen for the race lead. Down the inside for Wales. Our friend Mr. Baudet will be happy with that, Nicole. A Welsh driver's leading here at PF.
Well, Alfie Davidson for now has been swallowed into the hands of the pack. Further behind, that race start was not the one for Alf, and now finds himself having to deal with the drivers behind, having to deal with drivers like Albie J. Stubbs. Stubbs now looking strong as out of that 2nd sector now. Big battles as now Stubbs has actually taken once more in towards the completion of your first lap of racing for Water Swift here today on their final day at PFI. Out of the final corner, Mason Hibbert looking strong once more, but is looking to, of course, find his way past Evan Owen, who leads a race for the first time this weekend. It's Owen from Hibbert from Chester Fawkes. Bodie Batch now on the tail of Chester, as Alfie Davidson now back inside of the top 5. Stubbs, Dimi Uzanov, Ilyas Sami, Hero Say and Harry Chapman round out your top 10. No big bridge moves. Everybody settled for the time being, but the trio at the front is Evan Owen from Hibbert from Chester Fawkes. But quite crucially, we've got there the sandwich going on again, because we've got 2 DK academies at the front with the Fusion splitting them up.
Chester Fawkes there running P3 had very good speed through the course of Kart Masters. It was one of those, you often see it with the Grand Prix, a driver get win after win after win through the heats and then just not quite go their way in the final. But that's the difference to this kind of weekend, where you've got championship points at several stages across the course of 2 days of racing.
And Chester, whilst he didn't win yesterday, was 2 second places, so another big haul of points. 5 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. A little bit further down the order, just to note, Nicole, up 4 spots, Hero Tay, as Fawkes goes down the inside and takes second away from his teammate, who's lost the lead to Mason Hibbert. So Mason Hibbert back to the 4. Here goes Fawkes, though. This is what we saw 2 weeks ago from Chester Fawkes. Back into the race lead. This is a big day for his championship cause. He starts the day 31 points behind Mason Hibbert, but has got some scores on the card at the moment, which will really start to turn around with drop scores coming into play later on today. There's a good scrap going on as well for P5. Bodie Batch, Hero Tay. Hero very unlucky last time out at Wera. Was on for a first podium of the season. There's Ilyas Sami a little bit further back than we've been familiar to see Ilyas so far this season. But right now, though, his teammate at the front of the order. End of lap 3, Nicole. Fawkes leads from Hibbert and Owen.
So at the front, of course, Chester Fawkes leading the way. Not the first time, won't be the last time within this year. But it was Larkall that was the Achilles heel then for Chester. It just didn't go his way, and that has set him back points-wise. But he's not letting him set him back mentality-wise as we head throughout this weekend, because he's been consistently there so far and was consistently there yesterday. Fawkes from Hibbert from F and Owen. They are still line astern in towards the top 3, but looking to have a look again. Hibbert looked like he was going to try and go for it, but there was too much control for Chester Fawkes for him to try and get past. Eyes and fights still on, though, at the front. F and Owen looking settled. Davidson also looking settled, but this is a good fight but further back. Ilyas Sami being hustled by the drivers behind. Bodie Batch is the leader, the controller of that quad. That also includes Hero Say, who is sat there in P7. Best results weekend to date for Hero, I believe, was out at Wera, where he managed to P5ers. Here we go then, change for the race lead. Chester Fawkes has lost out, and he's lost out to Hibbert, but is instantly going to go back down his inside, but they're going to run wide and down the inside. Red like an absolute book. F and Owen takes it away.
Alfie Davidson gained out of that as well. Is that the latest little firework moment here in Waterswift 2026? Fawkes defends from Alfie Davidson. Alfie Davidson, who won the Grand Prix in Mini X30, as now goes down the inside and takes second place away from Fawkes. I do believe the reason why he's not running the GP plate this weekend is technically it's a different class. It's a slightly different rule set. So he won a GP plate in Mini X30, not IAME Waterswift, with the age category slightly different. Here a little bit further back, we see the Excel team in the hands of the 117 of Max Zwarich. We have seen the Zwarich brothers in the British Kart Championships before. Just Max with us here today, and he's moving up the order here. The driver flying the flag for Thailand, up into the top 8 now, a gain of 7 places. 2.5 minutes to go, Nicole.
Big send down the inside. Hibbert then back into things, back past Chester Fawkes. So it's now Owen from Davidson, from Fawkes, from Hibbert. That's your information there up at the front. It's 3 wide on towards that first hairpin out of the bridge. Good sends back down the inside. Chester Fawkes is going to have it once more compared to Mason Hibbert. Alfie still controlling this one, still the leader, still the one at the business end of your field. That's the information for these at the front, but I do think Keol Lynch potentially has something down in Parc Fermé for us in a moment's time.
Thank you very much. Now, as it heats up at the front of the field, I think it's important to notice, like you said, guys, we do have the Danny Curl Academy drivers and the Fusion Motorsport drivers once again at the front. But Evan Owen newly joined Danny Curl Academy, and so far he has been excelling within that so far this year. Maybe a little bit less experienced, the driver there from North Wales, but he is one that I wouldn't count out for this afternoon and the rest of the year. He's not the only one, because Harry Chapman, newly joined there with XL, got a 5th yesterday, was in the lead for a bit. Struggling a bit further down the order today, but the likes of Dimitar Uzanov as well is also to look out for. But no time for more from me. Let's go back to the race lead.
Which is changing hands once again. Evan Owen takes the race lead away from Alfie Davidson. Davidson is going to counter-attack into hairpin number 2 and has got the support now of Mason Hibbert. It's a Fusion 1-2 once again, but at this stage of the season,
I don't think Davidson's going to be keen for Hibbert to get through. He's trying to claw some of those championship points back across the course of today to give himself a good chance going into the last doubleheader of the season at Silverstone. Nicole, we've got 2 more laps of this one to go. How do you see Davidson and Hibbert playing this one?
I think they're going to push it to the very bitter end of this race. Davidson and Hibbert, both points-wise, are fighting out, but they're also, of course, fighting out there for Fusion. Fusion wants a 1 and 2 up and towards the bridge. No silly decisions made by Davidson to over-defend to cost them both time to F and Owen and Chester Forks. The 2 TK academies versus the 2 Fusions out there. That meerkat moment for Mason Hibbert. Looks over his shoulder, sees the gap there between himself and Chester Forks, and knows that it wasn't quite enough for Forks to go in at the first hairpin, but he could look to go in towards the second. However, the gap does not open up, and they stay settled and sat exactly how they were at the entrance of this final couple of moments. Davidson, Hibbert, Forks and Evan Owen is in the background. This is all lighting up a little bit. Lighting up for Albie J. Stubbs, Corey Lyons and for Johan Berger there as well, who's now in P11.
Rudra Gokulnath coming to the fore there, running the same kart geezer livery that he ran at the British Kart Grand Prix a couple of weekends ago for Kart Masters. Final lap, and it starts with a lead change. Mason Hibbert gets through past Alfie Davidson, Chester Forks and Alfie Davidson going wheel to wheel on the same piece of tarmac they did so 2 weeks ago. This time Davidson holds ahead of Forks. Owen still there, P4, got his best result in a final yesterday. Here, oh, the Fusions make contact with one another. Oh, and Hibbert and Davidson. That is not what they wanted. Hibbert's down the order. Davidson's still there. Forks trying to go around the outside. He's going to be out on that rumble strip. Oh dear, you had to say at some point it was going to be inevitable this season that those two would get together. A dramatic moment down towards hairpin number 1.
Well, I'd like to be a fly on the wall inside of that tent in a moment's time when they return, of course, to Camp Fusion. But the checkered is readied, and the checkered, despite what we just saw on towards the entrance of hairpin number 1, Alfie Davidson is going to manage to pull things out of the bag potentially in a moment's time. Last lap board has been entered for these drivers. They have one more opportunity to try and get past, but for Davidson, he is looking settled once more. Forks is still very much there, Evan Owen, but look at the gap that Davidson has now got himself. He's running that pace in towards the first hairpin. Does he decide to defend? Jumps on that more defensive line, but he has it on the exit of that first hairpin. Evan Owen is going to go side by side with teammate of Chester Forks. Aggressive as you like there for Chester Forks.
What a race we're having once again here in Walter. I tell you what, Hibbert's not out of this. He's managed to get back on track and not lose that much time to the top 3. There is, of course, an investigation underway for that incident into the first hairpin, as there's another moment there, this time between the 2 DKs. Forks through past Evan Owen, but it was a bit of a strange moment for Evan Owen. Alfie Davidson out of the final corner is going to take this one on track. I've no idea how that is going to be viewed. Forks P2, Hibbert P3, Owen P4. The lap charts will only tell part of the story in that one. Ilyas Sami P5. Should note Ilyas Sami is also under investigation for matters out there. Dimi Uzanov P6. Bodie Batch here would say Harry Chapman and Johan Berger on the top 10. Now let's have a look at this again. So this is down the hill. Davidson makes the move to the inside.
I don't think Alf realised he was there. Sorry.
The tricky thing is we've got one camera angle here in the box. The stewards and the race officials will have many more. Was there enough space down the inside there for the full width of Alfie Davidson's kart? I think that'll be the question. Well, we'll update you as and when we get more news on that one. Davidson ahead of Forks, Hibbert, Owen. Just a public service announcement, not about my glasses, but at 1:40 p.m. today, there will be a minute's silence here at Paul Fletcher International in honour of Lynn Geidel. So that is at 1:40 p.m. That is during the lunch break there will be a minute's silence here today for Lynn.
So there he is on your screen, of course, Mason Hibbert, who will have to have a bit of, I would say, a visit to the stewards post-race. We saw that big moment between him and Alfie Davidson, and I would say, Andrew, that's been brewing all year long.
Oh, it has. Yeah, it's motorsport, isn't it? When you're fighting for a championship between two teammates, how many times over the years in different disciplines have we seen it happen? Well, you'll definitely want to be with us for the second heat in Water Swift. That will be at 12:45, where we'll have the next chapter in the saga that is across national and continental championships. Water Swift 2026. We're going to move on. Junior X30 up next. Here is your grid then from timed qualifying in Junior X30. It's a fusion lockout of the front row. Aaron Richardson and Sukmani Kira. George Edgar, your new championship leader. That one happened yesterday. Is on row 2 with Austin Newstead, Alfie Brown and Findlay Lines. They go from row number 3.
Row number 4 holds Jacob Ackler alongside McLaren Junior driver Harry Williams. From row number 5, it's your IWF 2025 champion of Max Endicott alongside Colby Patterson. From your 6th row then, hunting down for a good race this weekend, it's Freddie Wood after yesterday fell apart from him alongside Danny Dempsey.
Row number 7, George Clark and Harley Musk. John Foley Jr. and Archie Rogers-Tyler on row 8. George House and Kaito Lloyd, another of the wild cards here this weekend, they're on row 9.
Row number 10, your top 20 is locked out by George Quinlan and Luca Narroway, and from 11, it's Ollie Brunt with Christian Kobe, another returning driver this weekend. 12th row of your field, Alfie Ward and Orion Meta.
Row 13, Katie Donaldson and Alex Riley. Row 14, Sophie Campbell and debutante Michinaga Fujiwara of Japan. Henry Clark and Alessandro Salas complete the 30-strong field. Yeah, real different flavour this weekend. Your likes of Austin Newstead. First time we've seen Newstead in British Champs action since he was your Water Swift champion last year. And that was one he wrapped up early, so it really has been a while since we've seen Austin Newstead on circuit in front of Alpha Live cameras. Difficult day for Austin yesterday. Christian Kobe was another one you mentioned. Nicole and GP plate winner in Water Swift last year. Harry Williams, another one. Back in X30 action, has raced in X30 previously this season, but that was in IAME Euro Series. Had an absolute scorcher of a weekend at Wackersdorf, which was heatwave, I think, number 2 of the year so far. Right, big day for Aaron Richardson. I know it sounds cliche, it's a must-win day for Aaron Richardson in terms of the championship. We'll explain more as the day goes on. Are we going to see another fusion battle here towards turn 1? We're lights out, racing in Junior X30. Oh, not a good start for Austin Newstead. His BMR machine over the grass there. Richardson leads from George Edgar. That was a bit of a scrappy run, Nicole, through the first couple of corners.
So the new challenge for whoever meets that first corner for the first time is the fact that there's now dust all over the surface. Of course, Newstead has cut over the grass, has brought that over the track, so that is going to be a challenge for the field, and somebody out there is going to be a guinea pig. Sukmani Kira looking to challenge, and she's looking to challenge George Edgar. Aaron Richardson, however, looking strong, looking business end of things, and is now the warrior of this race so far. 4 carts at the front, of course, with the Birrell rounding things out, as Newstead finds his feet once more, but this start has massively cost him, and there you can see him heading into Mike Wilson right now, almost at the back of the field. Richardson now looking to bolt off, as there you can see that notification to say to these drivers dust will be all over, and Richardson, like we said, will be that guinea pig.
So championship situation heading into this one. If you've missed the results from yesterday, we'll come back to that because there's an almighty scrap going on for second place as Sukmani Kira takes second place away from the new championship leader George Edgar. Alfie Brown, the wild card, might have a go at the number 2 seed from last year here. Down the inside goes Brown, and that's another move. So Edgar could, in theory, win the championship today. Williams up to P5. If he clean sweeps the championship points, as he did yesterday, by our calculations, I should stress these are unofficial, but being helped with us by the timekeepers, Aaron Richardson would need to finish second at both championship stages just to keep the title picture going to Silverstone, and would then need to be perfect through the doubleheader at Silverstone to stand any chance of winning the title. Why? You might be thinking it was really close between these two heading into leaving Cumbria a few weeks ago. Well, Richardson had a DNF yesterday in the final. Now that may become a drop score later on today. Same for Edgar's retirement in the first final at Wera, but it really has opened up the points lead for Edgar now. But at the moment, Edgar is trying to just hold on to fourth place. Down the inside goes Alfie Brown. Alfie Brown takes second place away from Sukmani Kira. Now, a note to remind all of ourselves, Alfie Brown, wildcard, does not score championship points. He also doesn't take championship points off anybody else. So the easiest way to go about it, if Alfie Brown was to win in a final here today, the 65 championship points would roll over to the first regular behind, say, an Edgar or a Richardson or a Kira finished P2. They wouldn't get the trophy for P1, but they would get the championship points.
Yeah, so essentially for George Edgar right now, Harry Williams is invisible points-wise, but he's not invisible on the road because he's costing him time, and he's looking to maybe hold him up, and he's looking to hold him up to the battle, to the chase towards Sukmani Kira, because we just saw George Edgar try and attempt to move down the insiders. This is a change for the race lead. Alfie Brown gets back down the insiders. Sukmani Kira actually follows him through with that one and fights her way past teammate of Richardson as well as Edgar. Desperately there trying to weave his way around Harry Williams, but Williams just seemingly having absolutely none of it.
Well, Harry Williams is a top quality driver. He's a McLaren development driver for good reason. However, Edgar has just got through past him and into P4. Should note Freddie Wood there, P6 at the moment. Freddie Wood also had a DNF yesterday in the final, so took his maiden victory in the British Kart Championships at Wera. Looks to bounce back today as here goes Sukmani Kira. I tell you what, Sugars has looked absolutely rapid so far here this weekend. She took a very well-deserved podium here 2 weeks ago at the Grand Prix. She doesn't want a podium here today, Nicole. She wants a race victory, and I would not doubt it to be a result in the mind of those behind, as well as Alfie Brown and Aaron Richardson got very close there into hairpin number 1. Brown's having another look down the inside into hairpin number 2 and goes through. Sukmani Kira drops to P3. George Edgar looking strong at the end of races. We saw this 2 weeks ago, Nicole, at Kartmasters. Richardson now goes down the inside of Alfie Brown. Needs, wildcard or not, he needs to be at the front all day. Needs to take destiny and control back into his own hands. We've got 3 minutes of this heat to go. Richardson leads from Brown, from Kira, from Edgar. Wood and Williams completed the top 6, and George House is on the move as well. George House up to P7.
These drivers need to be careful now of that accordion effect in traffic, because they're all bumping and barging and shoveling into each other now. It was a 3-kart battle, then switched to 5 when the other drivers like Freddie Wood got invited into things. George Edgar now back into P3 and Wood right there as well. It was 4 karts. Now it's looking to be your entire top 10. The drivers all inside of your top 10, now only separated by just over a second, as there you can see George Clark very much trying to fight his way past Sukmani Kira. This race now, it was looking sweet for Sugars, is now looking to unravel because she has been handed to the drivers behind. Luca Narroway now into that 21st spot, and Colby Patterson is the driver just looking on at Sugars there. In towards the front though, Richardson back in control and back in charge. Brown into that second spot again. George Edgar is back into P3 as Sugars is going to attempt to move down the inside there on the BMR of Clark, and she's going to tick it off.
Yeah, good move there by Sukmani Kira. Back with our race leaders. Oh, here goes George Edgar trying to sling it round the outside. Brilliant move by the championship leader on Alfie Brown. Back up to P2. This is a trend that we saw 2 weeks ago, that Mick Barrett Racing prepared machine, they know this place so well. was at its strongest in the last 2 minutes of races. Is this once again going to be a case of George Edgar breaking Fusion hearts yesterday in one of the heats? Edgar was miles behind, a good 3 seconds or so behind at the mid-stage of the race, and he caught Predator-like Aaron Richardson. He passed Aaron Richardson, was watching it trackside, and I just thought, was that a key moment psychologically in this Junior X30 battle between these two drivers who've got a lot of respect for one another? They live mere minutes from one another up in Cumbria. They know each other's strengths, they know each other's weaknesses. Edgar's looking down the inside for the race lead. Takes it. Brown also through past Richardson into P2.
Well read there by Alfie Brown, as all big send's going to shortly be attempted, I would say, by Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood into things and is now looking at teammates of Richardson. So your top drivers then now have chopped and changed a number of times throughout this race. We've had Brown at the front, we've had Aaron Richardson at the front, we had Sugars, Sugmani Kira try and control things, but now this is George Edgar's race to lose. Big send down the inside there. That was George House going for things. Max Endicott also going for the move, but got caught out on that rumble strip there in towards that third and final sector. New lap to be completed by these drivers. Of course, the time has run out for your field. For George Edgar, his job this weekend is that Sophie Campbell. That is a shame for the young Irish driver, who will now not complete the remainder of this race. As down the inside, change for P2 once more. Aaron Richardson is going to pull things off, but he's not going to have it on the exit of the corner. Slides slightly, doesn't have that minimum speed, as there's another retirement out there, this time for one of the Fusions, this time for Cato Lloyd.
Yeah, not good news. It's plus 5 second penalty for Alfie Brown. Well, we did see some close moments earlier on in this race. Brown plus 5 seconds. Oh, that's going to be another costly one. That's going to drop Brown outside the top 15 as things stand. And with only 2 heats to determine the grid for the final later on today, is that a turning point for the privateer in Kart 694? New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from George House. This is a great drive from George House in his first full year at the junior level. Last year's IAME Euro Series X30 mini champion under the tutelage of Matthew Higgins this weekend. More on him later. Up 13 places in this race is George House. We're on the final lap. George Edgar looking over his shoulder. Now, this isn't quite the final yet, but it was a bit of a dramatic last lap 2 weeks ago. Brown pointing forwards here, saying to Edgar, don't defend. I've got a plus 5 second penalty. I need every 10th I can get. Otherwise, I'm going to be losing points in the intermediate scores. Through the last couple of corners, George Edgar knows this feeling. A race victory at PF International. That's the first heat done for Mick Barrett Racing and young Mr. Edgar. Is this going to be the start of a great day in his karting career? Second place to Alfie Brown, but that plus 5 second penalty will drop him down to, think, P9. Not what he would have wanted. Aaron Richardson, third, will inherit the intermediate points for second place from Alfie Brown. Nicole, what did you think of that race?
Well, I thought that George Edgar has carried on exactly where he finished his day off yesterday, and that's with those wins. Edgar now showing the Junior X30 category one more time this year exactly who is boss. Is Edgar with your race win ahead of Alfie Brown and Aaron Richardson inside of your top 3 on the road, but Brown will be demoted. George House and Max Endicott all remain inside of the top 5, with you've got to give it to George House. 13 places gained for that one. P6 is Fred Wood with the Sikmani Kira, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Harry Williams and George Clark rounding out your top 10. Lines, Patterson, Backler, Musk, John Foley Jr. all remain inside of the top 15, with it then being Danny Dempsey, Luca Narroway, George Quinlan, Christian Kobe, Henry Clark, Austin Newstead, Michelle Figueroa with Alex Riley, Alfie Ward, Ollie Brunt, Katie Donaldson, Alessandro Salas and Orion Meta as your 28 finishers. Of course, late stages of the race, Cato Lloyd and Sophie Campbell were lost. But for Edgar, other driver's loss is his big gain, because not just a qualifying heat win, but points on the horizon also.
Second heat for Junior X30 will be at 1 o'clock here this afternoon, so do be with us for that one. Seniors up next. lots of big names on the grid for Senior X30, but on a day where potentially George Edgar could become British champion-elect in Junior X30, what a story that would be on the same circuit that he won the Grand Prix a couple of weekends ago. Aaron Richardson, what will he be thinking right now? Still has a chance to claw points back, and you never know in this sport. It can change very, very quickly. But the form that Edgar is in is a tall order right now for any driver, and even a driver of Aaron Richardson's talents. Finley Lines there. See, just talking to some of his team. Freddie Wood, I think, will be reasonably happy with that result. P6, bouncing back from yesterday's difficulties in the final. Put us in the driver's perspective right now, Nicole, as what's going on at this precise moment.
You know, so this moment in time, drivers are then instantly heading over to mechanic just for those instant debriefs. Of course, they're telling the mechanic straight away as well what the weight was when they were heading over the bridge, because that is very important for them to know and remember. But, of course, we're done and dusted for Junior X30. Next up, we'll go over to our seniors.
First heat of the day for Senior X30, Freddie Lloyd and Macaulay Bishop on the front row of the grid. Matthew Higgins and Nat Johnston go from row number 2. It's Cian Geraghty and Max Ewell on row number 3. Lewis Bird took his second win in these championships in his career yesterday. Starts alongside Aaron Brown, row 4. Rocco Shenton on debut in seniors has moved up to this level. Starts on row 5 for this one alongside Joey Brown. Morgan Moore on row 6 is joined by Bailey Brooker.
Row number 7, we have Callum Sims alongside Levi Sangera. And from row number 8, it's Ryan Gill with Archie Owen, a returning face to the Viritools British Kart Championship after a stint in Europe this year. Row number 9, after challenging hard in yesterday's final, it's Jack Nettleship alongside older brother of Alex Riley, Scott Riley. And from row number 10, it's Liam Karabelov with Freddie Farrell. From your 11th row, Sam Lewis sees Jose Halpin, and from row number 12, Henry Carter will look at Alexander Dedabictatus.
Harrison Whitcomb, row 13, alongside Dylan Patel, Dylan Masters and Oliver Meek on row 14. It was a really tough watch yesterday at Harrison Whitcomb, a final which he could have won, but it just did not go his way. Mistakes made, and now he's had a tough qualifying as well. A season that had started so brightly for Harrison Whitcomb. Is it going to be another difficult second half of the year?
So no Alexander De Benedictus in your field. The driver then that was starting to be going from that 12th row of your grid will not be joining the rest of your Senior X30s.
So, Lloyd versus Bishop. This is a nice way to start the day in racing terms in Senior X30. We're racing 8 minutes plus 1 lap down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's, and it's early advantage to Lloyd. What a tame start there for Macaulay Bishop. Nat Johnston has got up to second place in the early stages. We'll keep an eye on Whitcomb through this race because he needs a big charge through the order. Lewis Bird is your championship leader heading into this one, as there's Matthew Higgins down the inside. Last time that we saw Matty in action around this circuit in British Champs. Oh my goodness me, what has happened there at hairpin 1? Freddie Farrell, a lot of damage to the side of his kart. Side pod off, one of the Crocs was involved in that as well. Was that Liam No, it won't have been Liam Karabelov. Karabelov's on a Jade. But not what you want to see, Nicole, through the first couple of corners.
No, and driver has just instantly left the kart in the middle of the circuit as well. And there's left as well. Big challenges going on now. Rocco Shenton being given a bit of a helping hand there. Is that Joey Brown getting involved? What is going on in this race? It was a settled start, but the second and third sectors of this one have not gone to play for other drivers further back. Scott Riley involved, as was Jack Nettleship.
And Harrison Whitcomb was very close to being out of the race as well through all of that, simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Not really what we would expect from this level, but Freddie Lloyd leads from Matthew Higgins and Macaulay Bishop. Nat Johnston P4, Cian Geraghty, another of the wild cards for this particular race, but a familiar name to us here in the British Kart Championships. Runs P5, has run in X30 before. Not as much in the British Championships, but has done a good amount out in Europe. in this category. Aaron Brown on a special weekend for Aaron Brown. First time that he's raced here in the British Kart Championships for Paul Fletcher himself. Quite a moment, hence we spoke to him on the track walk earlier on in the weekend. He's running nicely there, P6.
So it was a steady start for Macaulay Bishop, who dropped to P4 at one stage. Now, or maybe was challenging for the race lead for a moment there. Matthew Higgins uses the bowl, uses the run, uses that minimum speed gained through that first sector to get his way past Freddie Lloyd. So Higgins controls things as now Lloyd goes on the defensive, and he goes on to defensive. Oh, big rival of Macaulay Bishop is just on towards that rumble strip. You saw Nat Johnston getting pulled out of things. Bishop now into P2. Lloyd getting back onto the surface now after a bit of an unsettled first and second sector. The two Mick Barretts, they're out there, with Nat Verstappen being one of those who's now going to lose out at Bobby Gain.
Just to go back to that start incident at hairpin number 1, Henry Carter was the other driver involved, the Croc Promotion 363 out of this race. 5 minutes to go. Higgins leads from Bishop, from Lloyd, from Geraghty, from Brown. That is a heavyweight top 5 in British karting. Just to come back to that point with Matthew Higgins, there's a change there for 4th place. Through goes Brown. Rocco Shenton also on the move. Last time we saw Matty here in British Champs action was when he was sealing the Senior Rotax Championship of 2025. Knows this place so well. GP plate winner here. 3rd in the World Championships of 2024 for Energy Corsa, and on an Energy Corsa this weekend as well with their partnership with Excel.
So you've got 3 drivers then inside of your top 3 that are all British champions in their own right across both the X30 and the Rotax classes. Higgins has got 2. Bishop, of course, has got titles, as in 2025 has Freddie Lloyd. So that's going to be interesting, and that is going to be something to keep an eye on during this race, as Keol Lynch has also been keeping an eye down in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Now, interesting couple of laps there. We have had a couple of retirements. That consists of Brian Gill and Jack Nettleship. Unfortunately, the end to this heat for them. Also, Whitcomb, we did mention, was stuck in kind of a 5-car pack there in the last sector. He unfortunately dropped towards the back. That's exactly what he wouldn't have wanted, as was mentioned. Scott Riley in the XL Kart was also one of them stuck in that. Both of them, though, are now making their way through the pack. Let's go back to the front of the field, though, because these 3 are no strangers to performing well in this class.
Absolutely not then, Keol. And whilst you've been talking through that, we've just seen the switch between yesterday's winner, Lewis Bird there, and Kian Geraghty. So Bird now past Geraghty. Shenton on the tail of that duo and on the tail of that fight, as Nat Johnston is also still looking to try and get involved. But that pack have fallen away from the trio at the front, that actually your PFI car of Aaron Brown is not too far away from. Shenton is fastest and is trying to chase down as 3 minutes is met, and meeting each other once more looks to be the trio at the front. Higgins, Bishop and Lloyd, all drivers who have seen plenty of each other recently in X30 racing, in Rotax racing as well. In towards that first hairpin, Higgins is the reference point now for Macaulay Bishop. Bishop can maybe look to be a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more eager on the brakes, because he can see where he's gaining and losing between himself and Higgins, and maybe looks to gain and maybe looks to try and switch the position out very shortly, because now they are nose to tail through that 3rd and final sector. Higgins, the XL Energy, now under pressure. Lloyd will be looking for a mistake out of both of his rivals out there in the front. Out of the final corner, Bishop is not going to try and go for things, I would say, just yet. Take that back. That was almost the commentator's curse of saying something that is going to happen, because Bishop did have a little look, and doesn't Higgins know it, because Higgins now instantly tightens things up in towards the bowl, backs everybody up, and actually says to Aaron Brown and Rocco Shenton, come on then boys, get involved as well.
I was going to say, I'll keep an eye on Aaron Brown. He's looking really strong in the second half of this race, and I've got to say I am thoroughly impressed, not for the first time, by Rocco Shenton. This is his 4th day. Yes, you did hear me correctly there. 4th day in a Senior X30 machine. He had a test day last Friday, practice day this Friday, yesterday's racing, and now today, as Bishop goes down the inside of Higgins to take the race lead. 1.5 minutes to play with this one. Keep an eye on Lewis Bird as well. He's joining the party. Should note should not forget Bird is championship leader. He extended that championship lead last night with that second win. Like buzzers, you wait how many years for a British Kart Championships win, and Bird's had 2 in the space of 3 weekends. As here goes Shenton versus Lloyd. Oh, we'll have liked that one. Freddie Lloyd fighting now for 4th place. Here comes Lewis Bird. It's been all about the premium karting boys so far this season. They're going to have a squabble for that position. Meanwhile, back at the front, Macaulay Bishop's on the defensive.
Well, it was Bishop and Higgins in 2025 in Rotax, but here this year, 2026, for the wildcard entrance, is Higgins and Bishop once more, but you can't count out Shenton. Shenton's going to throw everything in the kitchen sink because he's new into the senior X30 field as well, and just like the duo ahead, he's got absolutely nothing to lose within this race and within this weekend. But for Bishop, he's looking strong, and he's now broken away ever so slightly from the hands of the Welshman of Higgins and from the hands of your brand new senior driver, Shenton. Shenton looks over his shoulder, sees the gap between him and Lewis Bird, knows the pace of Bird, considering the fact that he took that final yesterday, and knows the smallest mistake will cost him as well. Looks to try and put that nose down the inside of Higgins ever so slightly, but he gets that door slammed and closed off. But on the exit of the bridge, there he says, have some of this. Shenton now into P2.
Higgins pulled a similar kind of move on Shenton yesterday. Lloyd trying to go around the outside there. But wasn't able to get the speed off of the corner. He's going to try it again through hairpin number 2 on his teammate Lewis Bird. Freddie Lloyd, who did lose out yesterday in terms of the championship. Higgins is trying to get down the inside of Shenton. Oh, that's getting all a little bit scrappy. There's grass all over the circuit. Nat Johnson's trying to get through past Keaton Garrity in the mix here. Time is up. We're going to be to the last lap next time around. Shenton trying to make his mark here on debut in the seniors. Macaulay Bishop will overlook his shoulder and go, fantastic, 2.8 second lead. I'm gone. I can cruise home to take this first heat. But Nicole, who's going to finish second?
Do you know what? I don't want to even call it, because I think this one is unpredictable. For the time being, it's Shenton's to lose. Out of the bridge, Shenton holds on to things. Now goes White Line Fever and is going to try his very level best to hold on to it. Big hop there on the rear end there for Lloyd. Just, again, highlighting to us how much grip is off the bridge. That's Callum Sims now falling short at the late stages of this one. Shenton here, though, is looking strong here, Andrew. I would say at this point in the race, I'm going to maybe cheat a little bit and say I think this is Shenton's for that P2.
Well stretched out there. Macaulay Bishop is going to take victory here today in this first heat. Bishop wins. How many times have we heard that? Box office has arrived in senior. Rocco Shenton takes P2. Is under investigation, though. That's just popped up on our screens, as is the driver who's finished directly behind him. So both Shenton and Higgins will be reviewed there by the race officials. Freddie Lloyd, P4, Aaron Brown, P5, Lewis Bird, Joe Brown, Keaton Garrity, Morgan Moore and Nat Johnston, all in the top 10 on the road. Archie Owen up 5 places to 11th, Max Ewell 12th, and a great drive as well from Panama's Jose Halfan to 13th place. Jose competed 2 weeks ago in the Grand Prix, back for the first time this season in the British, and that's a really solid run. Levi Tangera P14, Dylan Patel 15. Oliver Meek was your biggest mover in that race, up 12 positions. Oliver had a bit of a tough time in TQ this weekend. When that kart has been running well, though, in Oliver's hands, he has been rapid this weekend. Do not rule out Oliver Meek for a really strong result later on today. Harrison Whitcomb 17th. That is not what the Whitcomb team would have wanted at the start of this weekend. It's just not happening for them at the moment. Whereas for the likes of Bird and Lloyd and Brown and others, they're amassing more and more points. Just to mention for Freddie Lloyd, because I know there's been lots of talk about his drop scores. Yes, he did have a DNF yesterday, and you could say that that's drop score number 5 gone. However, his other counting scores right now are so strong. We did a little bit of the maths in the box yesterday. He could still actually afford to have another point of the season where it doesn't go his way. If he continues, when it's going well, with this first, second, third, first, that kind of mantra, he's still looking good for being right in the mix with the championship scores when we get to Silverstone. More from the seniors. They will be the last race before the lunch break for their second heat at 1:15. Oh, that's a lovely way to spend your Sunday here at PF International. A golden PF International here this weekend. But temperature's good, 18 degrees Celsius. It was absolutely scorching here on Friday. And for everybody in the teams setting up on Thursday, I think the temperatures were hitting 38, 39 degrees. It was very warm here at PF. There's Macaulay Bishop having a little chat, having a little debrief after that one. And Bishop will have liked that one. I think he'll be very happy with that result. He was absolutely delighted with his performance 1 week ago at Wilton Mill.
Yeah, I think Bishop has now probably said to the field as well, he's not here just for enjoyment, he's here to take home a trophy this weekend.
Yeah.
This is a statement of intent, this is a statement of what Macaulay is trying to set out to do. Like you said there, Andrew, we will of course see these drivers one more time later on. They will be the last race in your second rotation of qualifying heats. And then for those all-important finals as well that, again, you wouldn't even want to try and predict what will happen in this senior field.
I do have a theory. We've got a little bit of time before our next race, because I know there's been some people questioning, why is Macaulay here? Reading rules, because you know me, Nicole, I'm a bit of a nerd. Silverstone for Event 9, Event 10. In terms of racing conditions, barely anybody's got any time at that circuit. When we go for Event 9, it's the IAMEs that run first. Now, Bishop's championship aims will be on the Rotax side. That'll be Event 10. We know that Lloyd will be doing double duty because he's been doing double duty all season. The rules for your top drivers state that you can't just turn up to Silverstone for a last round of the championship and have fun, shall we say, in abbreviated commas. However, if you've been at a round earlier on in the season, you can race at Silverstone. So I will pose this scenario to you. A brand new circuit where track time naturally has been limited for everybody. If you're running at event number 9, you're going to probably be at a bit of an advantage for anyone who's just racing event 10. So if you're Macaulay, you have a go this weekend. You've satisfied the rules and the regulations that mean you can run at event 9. You can get that track time experience that Freddie Lloyd, your championship rival, is going to do so anyway, and then you are on an equal footing when you then get to event 10 for the Rotax decider, because that's the one that Macaulay really, really cares about. I just pose it as a theory.
Do you know what? I think it is a very valid theory, and I would not be surprised if that is the case. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Macaulay was just
wants to have a race.
Just want to be in the car.
Quiet, Mapper. I'd just go racing, which would be like fair play. We've got a little bit of a scheduled pause now. The next race will be at 12 o'clock, Water Swift restricted. I appreciate it's been a really, 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 really busy morning for us, so keep your comments coming in. We'll whir the comments machine round here in the box and read some of those out to you. And yeah, if you do want to be with us at Silverstone, there's going to be 2 incredible weekends. You've commentated already there, Nicole.
I have.
I've worked there on a couple of various other bits, but I've not called a race there yet. What's it like?
So the race that I experienced there was very, very, very wet, very windy and very cold.
At Silverstone?
Whoa, surprised. Surprise, it's raining in England. Yeah, so the racing itself in those wet conditions was still quite busy. Certain parts of the Silverstone kart circuit actually widen up quite a lot for these drivers, which made it very, very interesting when we were there earlier on in the year. And I would say actually conditions-wise, maybe we won't be too far away from that once more when we go there for our final 2 rounds of this championship, because of course that is later on in the year, so it will start to cool off once more. Yeah. But it will be very interesting, it will be very exciting, and it will be good to see a circuit that has, you know, no drivers really have much experience on there. So it's really going to highlight who can pick things up instantly and who can race sort of a little bit blind, I would say.
I fully agree indeed. Keep your comments coming in. Good morning to Jensen Hookie. Jensen, I saw a clip of you on the social media doing some wild Terry Grant-like driving. I hope you're okay. Yeah, good morning to you. Good morning to Dirk as well, who's watching back on stream. He's been at the events recently. Keep your comments coming in. We're going to pass down to Park Ferme and over to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, guys. It looks like we're going to have time to talk to our top two from that Senior X30 race. Macaulay Bishop. Now, the first question I'm going to ask you is that Andrew Mather has been speculating what sees you back here on this Senior X30 grid. Can you give us an answer?
I want to win a race in the Senior X30, and also it's just a bit of fun as well. Coming up in my motorhome with my dad and doing like privateer, how we started off. So it like brings back the memories, I guess, and yeah, just having a lot of fun as well, doing something different.
Now, Macaulay, it definitely looks like your season is turning around. Is that how it feels from your side?
Yeah, I've got a bit of momentum from Wilton Mill, but it started rolling a bit too late, so we just got to try and minimise the damage and then go again soon, I suppose.
And ultimately, the pressure's off this weekend. Is that kind of nice to have, like you said, privateer moments with your dad, pressure's off, you can kind of lay it all out on the table, really?
Yeah, I mean, even in the road tax, I don't feel pressure and stuff like that, like throughout the championship, so this is like another race for me.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm sure we'll hear from you later on in the day. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We're also going to talk to then another returning face, Matthew Higgins. Matthew, now that was a bit of a hectic one. It's a bit of a crazy return for you, but tell us what brings you back to the British Kart Championships.
Yeah, I mean, I was here already coaching George House in the junior. And then the guys at Excel and Energy, they kind of said, do I want to come along and have a race as well as coaching with George? So I said, why not? It's been a while since I've driven a go-kart this year. With my car campaign, I've done probably, 6 days in the kart this year, which for me is quite a little. So yeah, I feel like I'm coming out of retirement, but no, it's good. Being at the front, showing that the package is there, so that's all that matters.
Talking about that heat, I believe you've just had a result change into third place. It got quite close there with you and Rocco. Is that going to be a problem, do you think, for the rest of the day, or is there more to give?
No, I think it's fine. I think it's hard racing. To be fair, it was all clean. It was obviously hard leading on each other, but there's a level of respect, and I think that's how it should be in a senior. You should be able to race hard, but also a bit of respect as and when. So no, for me, it's fine. It's hard racing, and it is what it is.
And like I was just talking with Macaulay Bishop there, you guys are back. There is really no stakes for you this weekend. You can lay it out on the table. Is that nice to be back with less pressure?
Kind of. I mean, I think us racing drivers perform at the front, you need to enjoy the pressure. I think some people say they don't feel it. That's a lie. They just probably enjoy it and embrace it. I think I'm one of the ones that generally, if there is a bit more on the line, I generally just take it up a notch and perform. So for me, it's good learning to try and breach into that zone when I don't have the pressure of a championship or anything like that, or a big title on the line. So it's a good learning process for me, especially for the GT racing, where it's a bit of a different style. Sometimes you're getting in the car in last or mid pack, so still to have that level of performance when you don't have that same pressure is quite a good learning.
Well, that's good. With that said, I think you're going to need that for the rest of the day. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Good to hear that from Matthew Higgins and Macaulay Bishop. Just like that, our first rotation of heats for the day is finished. Whistle has just gone. It looks like the second round is going to be very shortly, so let's head up back to the box with Nicole Sutherland and Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Keogh Lynch. Indeed, so the grid gate closing, or about to close. We will be back with IAME Water Swift Restricted in the next few moments for a race start, or a formation lap start, I should say, Nicole, at noon. Keep your comments coming in, and we'll update you as well as we go through this second round of the heats of any of the permutations from the first round of heats. But going into IAME Water Swift Restricted, from what we saw earlier, Nicole, a really, really impressive drive again from Arthur Bowers, but it's still so close, as we often see in this category. I always remember back to 2024's campaign with Davidson, Fawkes, you had Daniel Ferguson in there. It's like literally every single race, this group of drivers going back and forth. It's a great class, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely is. And, you know, the sort of engineering of the class really invites that in for these drivers as well. You don't typically see drivers, you know, push away from the rest of the field just because they haven't got the power to do so. As somebody is up on the bank, I'm not sure, warming up for the next race or trying to rush to give some information or just rush to make sure they're in that prime spot for this water restricted race. But, you know, the racing is very sharp. It's very close as well. The nature of the tyre, the carcass is a little bit stiffer for these drivers. So you don't get a sort of sidewall fold, and the drivers can more so just thinking about the driving itself instead of the mechanical engineering of the kart, because they're sort of too young at this stage. That's why you see it so exciting as well, because there's certain parts of the class itself that just mean it's more down to the drivers, what they're doing, rather than the karts.
Just to go over again in terms of a bit of the news from IAME Water Swift Restricted, because I know we had a couple of queries on it, of what happened with Ollie West yesterday as the full picture emerged. So the disqualification was for an item, what they call a squish, so one part of the engine that wasn't quite to the technical conformity required. So that was the reason for the DQ. The tyre situation was a secondary issue, separate to what was in tech. It's the same situation for, I'm sorry to remind them because they're in this paddock here this weekend, it's the same scenario we saw for Archie Loveridge at Wilton Mill last year, where the dry tyres cannot be used again for the course of today by Ollie West. But if it were to rain, say at 2 o'clock, then the option of running the wet tyres could be available for Ollie West and that number 4 machine. We're going to go into racing, though. Up next, heat number 4 of the weekend for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Here's a grid then for the second heat today for IAME Water Swift Restricted. This grid set by the second fastest times of each driver from TQ earlier on this morning. Benjamin Schliver on pole position alongside Logan Hodgetts on the front row, Freddie Baker and Hendrix Fallout on row 2. Freddie Dye and Oliver Woodall there on row number 3.
Row number 4 houses Arthur Bowers, your qualifying Heat 1 winner, and he will be starting alongside Darcy Dunford. From your 5th row, it's Harry Murphy with Lewis Wilson, and from row number 6, it's a certain Bobby Slater with James Ferguson.
James Ferguson, the younger brother of Daniel Ferguson. Max St. Hilaire and Kanan Nakura go from row 7. George Askew and Patrick Wood on row 8. Noah Brad and Riley Aston Wilkins on row 9. It's Harley Hibbert, the younger brother of Mason Hibbert, on row number 10 alongside Ocean Owen. Cole Parrish and Ollie West on row 11. It'll just be Parrish racing in this one. West, no tyres available to him to use. I think we're missing Harry Murphy from this one as well, unless it's a little moment with the transponder, because the number 65 is currently not showing us out there on circuit. And yeah, there's a gap between the BMR of Bowers and the Fusion of Bobby Slater. So 20 drivers ready to go for the second heat here in IAME Water Swift Restricted. We are not quite going this time around, though. That is a false start, not to the standards required by our race director and starter for this one, Nigel Edwards. We go round again.
So these drivers then will have that second opportunity to get lined up, but also that second opportunity to just prep and prime that tyre maybe a little bit more temperature-wise. We'll take you through some of your results from your first qualifying heat, which of course saw Alpha Bowers take that win. Freddie Baker stayed inside of your top 2. He started, of course, P2 and finished things off there, as Hendrix Fallat in the end didn't lose or gain anything. He was in that 3rd, with Wood and Woodall being inside of the top 5. Cole Parrish up by 12 positions to be P8 in the end of that first qualifying heat. It was actually quite an interesting decisions post-race for some of your field. 2 10-second penalties going out. The first for Max Hilaire, he ended up being cost and pushed back down to P17, and the second of course being for Logan Hodgetts. 2 5 seconds was the decision for Hodgetts, to mean that he had to settle for a P18. But now there's a second opportunity, a second chance for these drivers to look ahead and set themselves up for that final later on.
Absolutely. So it'll be another 8-minute plus 1 lap race. Bit of a mixed up grid from the TQ session for the second fastest laps earlier on today. I feel for Benjamin Schliver needs a good result in this one. Is one of those drivers who could take the championship fight to Bowers. Round the final corner then, into the tram lines, waiting for those lights to go out. And they do, and we go racing once again in Water Swift Restricted. Great start for Logan Hodgetts, who will lead through the first couple of corners. All 20 drivers through nice and cleanly under the bridge. Oh, no, not good, though. Is that Darcy Durnford? Yes, it is. Oh, that's such a shame. Darcy had a great qualifying, started this one from the 4th row of the grid, but all that hard work undone, Nicole.
So at the front, it was, of course, a really good race start in your previous qualifying heat for Benjamin Shavar. Now he started things right at the front, but is, for the time being, sitting in P2. Maybe not for too much longer, though, because down the inside, Shavar takes that one away. Lewis Malin will be sat on the sidelines, happy with that nice little move in towards that second hairpin. Big lick of the curb there for one of the Excel efforts, I think that could have been. As now, more moves going on. This time it's for Patrick Wood.
Penalty, plus 5 seconds for Kart 74.
Again.
Logan Hodgetts, I did think at that point where we said that's a very good start. Was it too good a start? Well, either way, an infringement from Lights Out has been picked up by the race officials, and it's a plus 5 for Hodgetts. At the moment, that would drop him all the way down to the bottom of the order, but still a long way to go in this one. Right now, he's running 4th on the road. He's just lost P2 to the impressive Hendrix Fallat there for the Tommy Weir Racing team on the Pantano chassis. Back to the standard livery for this weekend. Kart Master Special, it's a special. No, it was a nice livery, but you don't necessarily want to run it every single weekend because then it's not special anymore. But back to the grey and fluoro yellow. Loses second place, though, there to Oliver Woodall. Now, whilst you've been on your travels, Nicole, across Europe, Oliver Woodall has a secret weapon. Do you know what it is?
I do not, and I really want to know.
It's his mum's cottage pie.
That makes him fast.
It's at least 2.5 tenths a lap.
Do you know what? I've been thinking about doing a race soon.
Yes.
So, Mum Woodall.
Yeah.
I'm going to be coming over
You
for
a
some
customer?
cottage pie. Yeah,
Yeah?
I am.
There we go. I know we keep banging on about it, but it's still one of my favourite interviews of the year, and it's Woodall now to the race lead, who takes it away from Benjamin Schlivar. Hendrix Fallat's going to have a go as well. And Freddie Baker also taking a spot ahead of Benjamin Schlivar, down to P4. Here goes Fallat with a bit of an assist from Baker. Another lead change. Baker trying to wedge the door open. Fallat's not having any of that. And here he comes again. Arthur Bowers in that all-white race lid, the BMR number 99. This is what he's built this championship lead on. Just making the moves at the right time. So who was wide there? Was that Freddie Dye in the number 17 having a bit of a moment out of hairpin number 2? And once again, they've all been fighting. It's been very entertaining, but it's allowed Arthur Bowers back into the mix here. Oh, another one of the Tommy Weir Racing Pantanos is out. That was Noah Brad's kart. So Noah Brad, the Romanian driver, will go no further in this one. 4.5 minutes to go. Fallat leads from Woodall, Schlivar, Bowers, Wood. That's your top 5.
4 different chassis inside of your top 4 as well. 2 moves there. Which one do you look at? Because that was absolutely in sync for Hendrix Fallat, Oliver Woodall, Benjamin Schlivar and Arthur Bowers there. Bowers now past Schlivar for that P3. As there we had the attempt further up in the field. As again, they go side by side. They almost look to go a trio wide in towards the entrance of that first hairpin. But there he is, Bowers, back into the mix. Back looking at trying to get into the control of this one, but he's going to lose out through that second hairpin because we are going to have that switch once more for the DK Academy driver of Oliver Woodall. It's 4 chassis in the front, 4 different manufacturers, but all 4 of them running very, very similar pace out there. They're separated by next to nothing, and it's shown as well in the progress Fallat, Woodall, Bowers and Wood have made throughout this race, because all are on some big charges when it comes to positions. 3 for Fallat, 4 for Woodall, 4 for Bowers and 12 now for Patrick Wood.
Sadly, Riley Aston Wilkins out of this race, but Keol Lynch has found Riley. Keol, what has our driver got to say?
Thank you, Andrew. Now, we are still trying to get some information on why Harry Murphy did not start, but it's an unfortunate not finish for Riley Ashton Wilkins. Riley, what happened there for you down at hairpin 2?
I was trying to make an overtake on Max, and I hit his side pod, and my kart started dragging to the right.
Problem with the steering then, which is why you've come in. Not the position you want to be in, but for later on this final, what are we going to need to see from you this afternoon?
I'm just going to try and make up as many places as I can and have fun.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the action then here at Pier 5, because it looks like Arthur Bowers, a very familiar face, has made himself back into the lead.
He has indeed, Keogh. So this is a big 2.5 minutes now, Nicole, for Arthur Bowers and the championship. If Bowers can take this through to the checkered flag, he'll get pole position for the final. That's a good piece of news. Even better news, he'll take yet another haul of 65 championship points and move a little bit closer. There'll still be jobs to do in the finals. We'll work out the full permutations over the course of the lunch break. But for Bowers, he doesn't worry about that, if he's even worrying about it at all. I think the ploy at the start of the weekend is like, just take this as any race weekend versus the other ones that they've done earlier on in the season. And Bowers is delivering once again, leading this one.
When you know Arthur as well, great little character around the paddock, to the point that I actually had to tell him earlier on in the weekend when we were doing a driver interview, Arthur, I can't do the interview if you're in the background waving at the camera and mouthing things. You know, I actually think he's going to be really relaxed, really enjoying this, and probably not really thinking about points at all. The stress is more going to be probably on the shoulders of Ben Platten and, of course, Joey Bleakley, mechanic, as well. They're the ones who are going to be feeling it, because for right now, Arthur Bowers is just going to be happy with the number of positions that he has made up, 6 in total, and with the fact that he is the controller of this one. Again, take that back, he's not the controller because he's got 3 karts up his inside. As quickly as you change your eyes on what you're looking at, then it goes wrong for these drivers. Bowers now looking to still be in P3. Woodall is the challenger, but actually out at the front for the second time this race is Hendrix Vallat.
Standard IAME Water Swift restricted fare there, from the lead to 4th place, back to 3rd, and now immediately back on the attack for that race lead, all in the space of about 35 seconds. Talking of 35 seconds, that's what we've got left to go in this one, so there'll be 2 more laps for the drivers. Vallat leads from Wood. Wood has a little look over the shoulder, just sees that Bowers is there at about 1.5 back. Logan Hodgetts, with that +5 second penalty, would drop right now from P7 down to P14, just ahead of James Ferguson, one of the privateer runners in this field. Here is Patrick Wood having a look there at Hendrix Vallat. We have noted it so far this season that the setup on that TW Racing car is good, but is not able to hold back Wood. Wood takes the race lead. Bowers smartly back up to P2 again. This is what Arthur Bowers does so well in this category. Wood checking over the shoulder now, taking a middle lane road down towards hairpin number 1. Freddie Baker's up to P3. Vallat's going to have to be patient here and hope for a strong finish. He's down to P5 now, side by side with Benjamin Schlivar. We saw some of these drivers have problems on the last lap of the previous heat. Just to note as well, Cole Parrish on the move again. Keep an eye on Cole when we get to the final. 13 positions gained this time. That's a cracking drive up to P8.
Absolutely is, but this is a valiant effort now by Arthur Bowers to challenge Patrick Wood once more. Wood, of course, polled it yesterday in time qualifying. He's got the base and he's got the pace to get to the front and to stay there. Bowers is thinking about 2 drivers now. He's thinking about Wood, he's thinking about Freddie Baker, because he's looked over his shoulder and has seen that Baker is right there, but Baker could be challenged. Talk about challenge, here comes Bowers. Could look to take away the race lead and does just that. Talk about a comeback for Arthur Bowers. Dropped to P4 in 1 corner a moment ago and is now back into the race lead. Is now looking over his shoulder and is now defending in towards that first hairpin, but I don't think he's going to have to defend in towards the second, but he's got a nice gap out there, 0.2 of a second, because the trio just behind are now trying to muscle each other out the way. It's Wood, it's Woodall and it's Baker.
It is indeed. It's a good scrap there for 3rd place, but this is looking good for Arthur Bowers. He's not going to need to defend into Bobby Game corner. There's a driver out. I think it's George Askew, possibly in the number 12, up at the top of the hill off the bridge. That's not going to affect things at the front of the order, though. Is this another step towards a first British Kart Championship title for Arthur Bowers? Out of the final corner, Bowers on pole for the final, wins heat number 2, takes another maximum championship score. That is a brilliant performance under pressure. Started this race P7, no matter. Another first place for the BMR driver in kart number 98, Patrick Wood. 14 places gained. Rebounds after that tough bit of qualifying where he didn't quite get that second lap in. Comes back to take P2. Freddie Baker solid again. P3 could be good value for a podium here today in the final. Oliver Woodall, Hendrix Fallon, Benjamin Schlivar, all in the top 6 once again. Logan Hodgetts 7th on the road, but with that +5 second penalty from the race start, will drop to 13th. Louis Wilson, Caden Hakura, and another great drive from Cole Parrish. That sees them all in the top 10. Bobby Slater, P11, will go back up into the top 10 as a result of Hodgetts fall down the order. Freddie Dye, P12, good recovery there from Freddie, who had a retirement yesterday in the final. James Ferguson, Max St. Hilaire and Harley Hibbert all in the top 15. Darcy Durnford recovered after her problems on the first lap, P16. Ocean Owen 17th. Quite a few retirements and non-starts in that one. George Askew, Noah Brad, Harry Murphy, Riley Aston Wilkins and Ollie West all did not see the checkered flag.
Well, good stuff there for your restricted, but Bowers is the one to be so far this weekend. The second day of racing, Bowers 2 for 2 in qualifying heats. Now we'll be looking at a pole for that final, but of course we've got to hunt down for 5 more pole sitters. And next up, of course, we'll go to our Bambinos. And at the front row, we've got a very, very, very excited little driver out there. Your Bambinos, of course, your youngest. And it's Shay Downey that will, of course, lead the way for that one. Drivers within this field, your Bambinos, 6 to 8 years old. They are the youngest drivers allowed to compete in karting, but they are also some of your most fiery, I would say. We saw that from them yesterday, where Jules Nash took the final win. But it was, of course, Shay Downey that was the one to be on the road throughout that race.
So this will be another 8-minute race for the M1 Bambinos. Let's get ready for it. Race number 26 is up next. Here's a grid for M1 Bambino. Shay Downey and Jules Nash on the front row of the grid. Presley Knight and George Miller on row 2. Teddy Smith and Bryla Stevens go from row number 3.
Row number 4 is Jack Minot alongside Aidan Castleman. And from row number 5, we've got Stanley Thurston with Henry Exton. Your 6th row, your final row of your field, Esme Barrett will join Rex Everard.
2 new drivers there on that 6th row of the grid. Results from earlier on today in heat number 1, Downey, Knight, Nash, Exton, Miller. That was your 1 through 5. Teddy Smith, P6, Jack Minot, P7, Stanley Thurston, Bryla Stevens and Aidan Castleman take us to 10th. These are the same standings in terms of the points, the intermediate points, not the championship points, but the intermediate points at this stage. But the intermediate points after this race will then convert through into championship points for the relative positions. We'll keep you up to date with all of that. Presley Knight, P2, you know, that would do. That'd be another 62 championship points. But Shay Downey, if he can win this race and get a pole position and another 65 championship points, that does start to make things a little bit tricky for Presley Knight in terms of winning the title today. To say, we'll keep you up to date as much as we can. It's that stage of the year where all the arithmetic is out with the spreadsheets and the rest of that. But right now, we're going to focus on this next heat for the M1 Bambinos. The parents, guardians, mechanics, all getting their drivers into position for this 8-minute plus 1 lap race. Wet tyres as standard for the M1 Bambinos here in the British Kart Championships. Keeps it nice and fair, whatever the conditions. Eyes to those lights, they'll come on one by one when they go out. We'll be racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap in M1 Bambino. Good start for Shay Downey. who will lead towards and through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Second for Jules Nash, and a nice start as well there, Nicole, for George Miller. I do like that livery. It's an RCE chassis, but with a classic Tony Kart livery on the bodywork. And, well, it's inspired Miller to a good start there, up to P3.
So you just mentioned a certain team, of course, RCE. Drivers in the Bambino field this weekend are either a privateer or they're running within the RCE tent.
Yep.
So RCE, of course, they provide the chassis themselves for these drivers. Long history within RCE, and are really one of those teams that pick up a driver really, really young, help them to sort of get those steady and early steps into the field of karting, and then push them through the ranks. They've had some big names, you know, in early years of karting, and now Dave looking to try and craft some winners out of some of those that he's got. And talking of those, he's got Jules Nash within his tent, who has now just taken the race lead.
Nice stuff there from Jules Nash. We'll count them through at the end of this first lap, give you a bit of an update on how things are looking in the intermediate scores as well. Nash will stay on 3 points, and Downey in second place would still be on pole for the final right now. 2 points. Remember, it's 0 points for a race win in the heat, 2 for second place, 3 for third, etc., etc., through the order. So Nash, Downey, Miller, Knight, and Smith. That's your top 5 at the end of lap number 1. Stanley Thurston had a good start, up 3 positions to P6 in the number 28. Jack Minot, Henry Exton, Briella Stevens, Aidan Castleman, Esme Barrett, and Rex Everard. That's the running order at the end of the first lap. Right now, the grid would look like this for the final. Downey and Nash on the front row, Knight and Miller on row 2, Smith and Exton row 3, Thurston, Minot, Stevens, Castleman, Barrett, and Everard would complete the grid.
Absolutely would. So these drivers might be young here, Andrew, but you know, they are mighty and they have got some big names behind them, and some of them in their own right have got some big history already. Of course, Jules Nash being one of those. He's nephew of both Gavin and Tom Loyette. 2 big names in the world of FIA karting. Tom, of course, taking some big titles throughout his career. So you've already got drivers, you know, dabbing their toes into karting, but have got the right advice. They've got the right sort of pedigree to get things in. But now the name that we just mentioned, Jules Nash, your winner from yesterday, is being challenged once more by the name that he's seen time and time again. Shay Downing, back down his inside. George Miller, however, you can't count out. Miller now is looking very strong. They're all nose to tail as they head off of the bridge. And then you've got the duo behind. 2 of your strongest so far this year. Presley Knight and Teddy Smith, both final winners, both looking for some points, looking for some Bambino Championship points. Out of the first hairpin again, Nash looked like he was going to challenge and looked like he was going to have a slightly better run there through that third straight that exists around the Paul Fletcher International Circuit, but he didn't quite have enough. He's just going to have to sit there just behind Downey for the time being. The trio, however, looks to now be invited into A5, because here comes Smith and Presley Knight. Come on, Teddy, I think he's about to arrive.
He is indeed. We had a great scene earlier on in the weekend, back on Friday during the pre-practice day. All 12
did it
drivers.
Involve screaming?
It did involve a little bit of screaming.
I think I heard it.
I am going to admit, that was 100% my fault. When you've got 12, 6 or 7-year-olds and you're trying to get the energy up, I gave them the tongue-in-cheek instruction of being so loud that they could be heard at fullback, and they took that instruction very literally. So do watch that interview, that group interview, back on the build-up show if you can. Move for third place there. You made the prediction a few moments ago, and there it was. Come on, Teddy, up to P3 goes kart number 19. George Miller running P4, Presley Knight 5th. Good stuff there from the round 1 winner. Looking to get back into that kind of form that we saw back at Lark Hall. Shay Downey nicely positioned at the front of the field right now. Big thanks to the Meadows family as well. We said, can we borrow your big Argenti truck as a backdrop for this little feature with the M1 Bambinos? And they went, sure, absolutely. I did note, drivers, which ones of them in answer to the question of who their favourite F1 team was. The ones who said Mercedes got a big thumbs up from a certain Ron Meadows.
Did Ron's head
stood
sort of
right,
pop out?
Oh, yeah, his head popped out. It's like, yep, I'll remember those kids who mentioned Mercedes. 2 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. Jules Nash is on the attack and he's got the race lead back. Good stuff there from yesterday's final winner. This one's going to run and run, isn't it, for the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Here comes Teddy Smith up the inside, going for second place, getting second place ahead of Shay Downey. Good stuff indeed. Once again, they'll cascade off the bridge and down towards hairpin 1.
They absolutely will, and they'll cascade as a group of 5. We've been saying it. Come on, Teddy. And here he comes in towards the first hairpin, gets the job done and gets his way past Jules Nash. Nash now could lose out to Shay Downey as well. Downey, is he going to go down the inside? Absolutely does just that. Switches the positions. Oh, and there we have it. Jules Nash just running slightly wide and gifting away a third position, because we've got George Miller and Shay Downey very much in this one as well. Teddy Smith out there looking very strong in the front. It's Smith from Downey from Miller, Presley Knight, and now Jules Nash has dropped to P5, has actually fallen away from this quad that lead the way. Business end of things. Teddy is holding on to this one, but 1 minute 45 seconds to go. And karts that are so small on a circuit that is so long does mean that corner by corner you actually see overtakes, and he's seeing that one more time. And this time is a switch for the lead. Shay Downey now owning it.
Yeah, Shay Downey back onto a perfect 0 score, but here again comes Teddy Smith. He likes that run round the bowl and onto the Litchfield Bridge, takes the lead once again. Loves his comic books, does Teddy Smith. The eagle-eyed amongst you. You've got Spider-Man on the side of his race lid, down towards hairpin number 1 again. This is a good situation for Presley Knight at the moment as well in terms of the scores. Keol Lynch has an update for us. Keol, what can you see down there from Parc Fermé?
Thank you very much, Andrew. Unfortunately, this heat for the Bambinos sees Aidan Castleman with a retirement. Aidan, can you tell us what happened?
They just wouldn't go on straight, so everyone kept going away.
That's difficult for you. Just quickly before we let you go, Andrew was talking about the feature we did with all of you, that big interview. Do you remember what overtake you said you were going to give today?
Yes, I do. Undercut.
Did we see any of those before you retired?
I don't think so.
All right, well, hopefully in the final. Let's go back to the racing.
It's official, folks. That's the cutest interview so far this year in the 2026 British Kart Championships. Well done, Aidan, and well done, Keol Lynch as well. Great stuff down there with our drivers. Seconds timing out then, so 2 more laps to go. Shay Downey back to the front of the order here, Nicole.
Shay then, of course, is hunting down. Yesterday, it was taken away from him last moments, and now looks to be taken away from him through the first sector as well. Teddy Smith back down his inside, side by side. It's Smith and Downey, but don't count out Miller, Presley Knight and Jules Nash, because they're back together now as a group. It's the 51, it's the 19, it's going to be a race in towards the S's, and down the inside we're going to have Shay Downey take it once more as Teddy Smith just gives him a slight boost there on the back bumper. But for Shay Downey, this is his now race to lose. They're going to come out of the final couple of corners and they're going to see the last lap board very shortly. But for these drivers, in the karts that they are in the circuit that they are on, you see corner by corner moves. I think you're going to see plenty more moves for this race lead. They will now be given that notification to see one more opportunity, one more lap, and down the inside, Teddy Smith is going to use that more opportunity and he's going to take it back. But watch them through the bowl and watch them on towards the entrance of the bridge. Shay Downey, is he going to attempt something once more? Teddy Smith now decides to go defensive and to try and fend off, and actually backs up there George Miller, Presley Knight and Jules Nash into each other. Other drivers that are trying to get involved desperately, Stanley Thurston and Henry Exton, but they are now quite a way away as Teddy Smith again loses it and again loses it to Shay Downey.
Those 2 different points for Teddy Smith. The difference between being second or first in this heat could make quite the difference for where he starts on the grid for the final. Shay Downey's got a good advantage at the moment. Even if he doesn't win this race, he's still got 6 points over Presley Knight right now. This will be a good result for Presley Knight in terms of championship. But who's going to win this race? Into Bobby Game corner. Teddy Smith pulls to the inside. wheel to wheel through Bobby Game Corner. Back into the race lead goes Teddy Smith. This is the best we've seen Teddy Smith in form since that very first round at Lock Hall. Off of the final corner. It's a long run for the Bambinos to the finish line. It's going to be side by side between Smith and Downey. Who's going to get their nose ahead? Smith does it by 15 thousandths of a second ahead of Shay Downey. Downey will be on pole position for the final later today, and that's a great result for Downey in terms of the championship. George Miller third, Presley Knight's fourth in that one. Knight will also be on the front row for the final. Another big haul in terms of the title race for your points leader heading into this weekend, but big smiles. Come on, Teddy, to P1. Brilliant stuff yet again from the young RCE driver.
Good stuff there by Teddy, and I know his mechanic, which is also his dad, of course, will be on the sidelines. Very, very happy with that one indeed. These drivers, these Bambinos, will then head into Parc Fermé, will have the exact same technical checks as the rest of the field, where, you know, when it comes to what needs to be checked on the kart, they'll have the weight taken, and then we will see them one more time today in their final, which will of course happen later on at 2:30. So these drivers then conclude their qualifying heats. There he is. There is Teddy Smith for RCE. Another job well done.
Very well done indeed. And well, we said those 2 points would make a difference in terms of the intermediate scores. That move for the lead on the last lap puts Teddy Smith onto the second row of the grid for the final. He was 5th in the intermediate scores at the start of the last lap. He finishes it 3rd. That will also be a couple more championship points now, whilst it's still looking very much advantage Presley Knight. That's the same kind of performance that we saw from Teddy back in Scotland at the very first round of the season, where he looked at times almost unbeatable. Could this be a little bit of a revival for Teddy Smith? We'll see later on in the day. We're going to move on, though. Back to the Hondas. They're up next. Time for the second heat in Honda Cadet. Mason Becker starts on pole position with Shailen Srikantan on the front row. Marcus Cooper and Freddie Drury go from row 2. Archie Loveridge, this is a big race for Archie, starts on row 3 alongside Finley Thursfield.
Your 4th row of your grid, it's Sawyer Henderson and Henry Colborne, and from row number 5, Reggie Duffy sees Oliver Ratton. Row number 6, of course, it's Archie Callan alongside Ali Saunders.
Row 7, Bradley Sutton and Harry Grant. Row 8, Ben Bowers and Dino Rowlands. Oliver Vickers, who had problems on lap 1 last time, starts on row 9 alongside Boom Racing's Kyle Kerr.
Your row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Phoebe Shelton and Henry Parker Ray. Row number 11, it's Jensen Kula, yesterday's pole sitter, alongside George Dilly. And from row number 12, it's Luke Hamill with Luca Picocchi.
Ollie Knox and Edward Fry on row 13. Chris Doshi and Austin Dowell go from 14. Archie Tosh and Reggie Cook complete the top 30. Ethan Bainbridge completes the 31-strong field. All drivers present and correct. Intermediate scores after the first round. Becker 0, Srikantan 2, Ratton 3, Drury 4, Cannon 5. Selected others, Loveridge on 7 points after that first race. Henderson 15 points. Oh, and a little wave to the camera there from one of the MJR racing drivers. That was Harry Parker Ray. Number 44 and wearing a Sir Lewis Hamilton replica crash helmet as well. Very good to see that.
So standing starts for these drivers, much like what we saw from our M1 Bambinos. Honda Cadet then one of those classes that is jumped up and down in its popularity over the years, but it's popular once more in 2026, and it's popular for the right reasons. It's reliability for these drivers, and it's ability as well for these young drivers to really learn their craft. And learning their craft this weekend, starting from that front row, it's Mason Becker and Shailen Srikantan. Shailen being one of those returning faces within the field, much like the names of Archie Cannon and Archie Loveridge. And let's show what then the veteran within this field can show us from this front row, as drivers will now get themselves primed, prepped and ready for their second qualifying heat of the day and their last opportunity to grab a good position for their final later on.
Last few moments then for the officials and for our hard-working marshal. There's Glyn Griffiths, our chief marshal at the back of the field, who gets us underway for 8 minutes plus 1 lap in Honda Cadet. Mason Becker leads through the first couple of corners. All 31 drivers are through and under the Litchfield Bridge for the first time in this one. Those Project Ones have looked really quick so far this weekend. And the team are going to be happy with this straight away. Becker leads, Marcus Cooper up to second place, Shaylin Shakanton running there in third. And one of the Apollos getting in the mix there as well. Looks to be the number 46 of Freddie Drury. Good start from the Hondas.
So it's liveries galore within your Honda Cadet field because you've got so many different teams and you've got so many privateer dad and driver efforts, parent and driver efforts as their mechanics. You've got the likes of MJR, you've got Ambition in there, you've got Project One as well as Team 17. This is a nice little switch now. That's going out between Sawyer Henderson and Archie Loveridge. Loveridge, of course, over with Ambition Motorsport for 2026. A recent change there for Loveridge, but of course he is one of those efforts. Dad on the tools, always the same setup for Loveridge and always the setup that pushes him forward and through these races.
Archie Loveridge, the Wera Tools driver of the day from Larkhall, did a really good interview with us earlier on in the weekend, and then his dad went straight to the race sets to pick up his new Wera Tools as the Excellence Award winner for that grand effort. They're back in with Ambition Motorsport. Ambition Motorsport have got the resources and the numbers to run a full effort this weekend. Hence, earlier in the season, the Loveridges were running as privateers. There is a move down the inside from Shaylin Shakanton in the bright green helmet. Very good move there from Shaylin. Shaylin, who won the final round of last year's championship, has been in good form. But this is this Loveridge-Henderson battle, whilst it's not at the very front of the field, Nicole, it is a very important one in terms of the championship. Sawyer Henderson needing to get some intermediate points back at this stage of the day. Right now, he would start 10th on the grid for the final. By comparison, Loveridge would start 5th. There is Michael Loveridge, Archie's father. And, well, right now, this is okay for both Loveridge and Henderson. They're both getting another good haul of points here at this stage, Nicole.
They are indeed, and points mean prizes within this long game for your Honda Cadets. Mason Becker in control. Shree Canton and Marcus Cooper. They are the last drivers inside of your top three. Is a little bit of a slide there for Mason Becker. It looked like in the gap between the entrance of the bridge and the exit. Of course, lots of grip being laid down now on the exit of the bridge. You're seeing that hopping for these drivers. Even the Honda Cadets have got to consider that as we head through these laps. Becker, however, controls thing, and he's still got it. That's a nice little switch now. That's Henry Colborn going for it and making the move on Oliver Ratton as there's a bit of a spill further back in the field. I think that was for Luke Hamill.
Yeah, it was indeed, sadly, for the Scottish driver for the Apollo Karts team. Big Scottish contingent here again this weekend, particularly with Apollo, and also the Tim Parrott Motorsport team. Archie Cannon running, in fact, a little bit of news from the Apollo world. We've been seeing that effort, that project grow and grow. Well, it's grown again. Do you almost term Tim Parrott Motorsport as a satellite team? Because Archie Cannon's still on an Apollo chassis, and the relationship's still very good on that front. So well done once again to the outfit based up at Karting Northeast. It's been a fruitful few weeks here at PF International for karting organisations based up at Warden Law. And we wish them the best. Plus 5 second penalty has just come in, Nicole, for number 53. That's Bradley Sutton. Bradley currently running 15th on the road.
Yeah, and the problem is with Honda Cadet racing, where it is so close, it's so tight, and actually you see the entire field for the entirety of a race typically be one long train, one long snake of karts. A 5 second penalty is going to drop you to the back. And for Bradley Sutton right now, if I find him on my timing screens, you know, that's going to drop him all the way down to around about P25, P26 as it currently stands. So for Bradley right now, he's got to try and chase and try and get past as many drivers as he possibly can to reduce that deficit for as much as he can, really. Cannon now going fastest. Cannon P12 and is looking at Dufficy just shortly ahead. Some bridge moves are now happening. Some bowl moves are happening as well. Maybe a move for the race lead could be shortly on. Mason Becker and Shailen Srikantan still there. Cooper still there as well. This trio very much looking strong as there's a bit of a loss on the exit of that first hairpin there for Shailen Srikantan.
Looking, Cooper going through there on Srikantan for the second place. And watching at home or on a device around the circuit, you'll have seen the little graphic in the bottom right-hand corner telling you that Archie Loveridge, running 5th at the moment in the intermediate classification, using the old noggin, I reckon, as things stand, Loveridge will retake the championship lead over the lunch break. It was a 3-point deficit for Loveridge this morning. Well, at the moment, Loveridge is there 5th. I can't see his title rival Sawyer Henderson in the top 10. And, well, that means it's going to be at least 5 points, possibly more, depending on whether it's 11th, 12th, 13th, where Henderson is right now. So this will do. I'm sure the Loveridges would rather be winning a race. Everyone wants to win a race, but right now in terms of the title and that quest to go one better than last year, looking pretty good at the moment for Archie Loveridge here in Honda Cadet.
And for the Loveridges, not just for Archie, but for entire family as well. It fell apart at the last
go their way.
remaining stages of last year. And you know what? It was actually quite heartbreaking to watch because it was for no fault of anybody. It was a small mistake that was made, an easy mistake that many people in the paddock will do at some stage of their careers. And I think for this year, for Loveridge, it means a lot more to try and get up there and to try and claim things. But for now, he's got to work his way through the field, and he's still got to try and thread a needle in front of Oliver Ratton, Thursville, and Henry Colborne. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock then for these drivers. Everybody has looked to settle down slightly, but this four is still glued together here, Andrew. At what stage do you actually think, you know, these two Project Ones stop thinking about the team setup and start thinking about their individual race?
I don't think it's going to be too far away. 50 seconds on the clock now. Right now, Becker would be on pole position for the final. However, Marcus Cooper could do with the points here. Now, whether they can communicate that to the drivers is another thing. They'll be fully focused on the road ahead of them. And Shailen Srikantan there running in 3rd is the nearest adversary. Oh, now look at this. There was Henderson versus Loveridge there for 8th place. Loveridge has got back ahead of his title rival there. Sawyer Henderson had a great run here. There weren't any Hondas in action here 2 weeks ago for the Grand Prix. So Sawyer Henderson had a go in micro mats and performed very, very well indeed. It's not quite going his way right now for the Martin Jackson Racing effort. I'm in the top 10 right now, but they need a little bit more to move up the order for the grid later on today. A little bit further up the order. There is another of the MJRs, Oliver Ratton in the number 22, making overtakes work and getting through past Finley Thursfield for 6th place. Time is up. +1 lap board will be out in a moment. It's there. Down the inside goes Shailen Srikantan. Nice move there from driver number 23 up to P2.
Good moves there for our drivers. For the time being then, Shailen Srikantan still holding on to this P2. Does he start to get rattled, however, because now he is sandwiched in between these two Project Ones. That is a mental game, mental battle for these drivers, and for a privateer effort who has got absolutely nobody to give him a helping hand, this could be a spanner in the works for Srikantan. But let's not forget, he's an experienced driver in this field. He is the only driver inside of the top 4 that is not a rookie. So, for Srikantan, it will be a test on this final lap of your second Honda Cadet qualifying heat of the day. Defensive posture now being put into play by Mason Becker, and can't you see it there through the bowl? Srikantan making a mistake, and down his inside. Marcus Cooper will instantly get up there.
That's the move that people have been trying to do here at PF International, but the grip conditions are just not quite right for it to happen. Down towards hairpin number 1 again. Freddie Drury down the inside of Srikantan will be on the outside now for hairpin number 2. Becker's holding his position at the front of the field. It's very much like it was less than 24 hours ago for the final. Henry Colborne, though, is in the mix this time. there in 5th place. Cooper looks left, looks right again as the Project 1 side by side into Bobby Game corner. Is there going to be a chance for Strickhaus to get down the inside into the Mike Wilson complex? No. Through went Marcus Cooper. They're still side by side, the teammates. Becker's got back ahead there. Here comes Strickhaus once again trying to take P2 off at the final corner. Mason Becker is going to take the win in kart number 52. Second for Strickhaus. As things stand, that will be your front row for the final later today.
What a read of the road by Strickhaus, and then final corner, knew exactly what was going to happen to the pace there of the Project 1 ahead. He knew that he was going to lose out on the exit of the left-hander, and he just managed to slide his way through. But for Becker, what a final moment move. What a setup to get himself that pole position in your intermediate classification for your final later on. Is Becker from Strickhaus, from Henry Colborne as your top 3. Cooper and Freddie Drury round out your top 5 with Oliver Ratton, Archie Cannon, Ben Boas, Sawyer Henderson and Finley Thursfield there rounding out your top 10. Loveridge there did lose a number of positions. In the end, it was 6 in total to mean that he had to settle for a P11. Then we have Reggie Dufficy, Ali Saunders, Luca Picocchi with 10 places gained, making him your biggest hitter within field, and Bradley Sutton as your top 15. Dino Rowlands, Jensen Kula, Harry Grant, Chris Joshi and George Lilly take you to your top 20. Is then Shelton, Kerr, Cook, Fry, Knox, Parker Ray, Hamill, Dowell, Vickers, Tosh and Brainridge that round out your 31 strong field.
Becker and Strickhaus on the front row for the final. Ratton and Drury row 2, Cannon and Boas row 3. Next one's important. Loveridge on row 4. We'll confirm where Henderson is, but it's no higher than row number 5. I think the championship lead has just swung back to Archie Loveridge. That final for the Hondas will be later today at 3 o'clock. We've got to move on though. Water Swift up next. Second heat of the day then for IAME Water Swift, and what are we about to see in the next 10 minutes? Mason Hibbert and Alfie Davidson share the front row of the grid. They clashed together earlier on this morning. Chester Fawkes and Ilya Sami. The DK train is ready to roll out of the station from row number 2, with Evan Owen there on row 3. Bodie Batch completes the top 6.
Row number 4, it's Fusion Motorsport and DMS. It's Hero Say and Corey Lyons. Your 5th row, we've got the privateer effort then of Rudger Go Kulnath alongside Dimitar Uzanovs, and from row number 6 is Max Varic with Harry Chapman.
Oliver Tay and LBJ Stubbs on row number 7. Johan Berger and Ivan Svoronins row 8. Oliver Kleinfelter starts on the 9th row. 17 drivers in the field. The copies that we've got on our screen, I think there's still some matters outstanding from race number 22 earlier on today. Should note there was a slightly different rule to what we normally see in terms of displayed. The Eagle-Eyed amongst you said, yeah, the end of the race was not quite what we were looking for. Should the end of the race signal be inadvertently delayed, the race will nevertheless be deemed to finish at the correct moment and competitors be classified according in the results. That's Article 1.12 of the regulations. Basically what happened is the last lap was shown twice. So that clears everything up. Then it was 9 laps, the race from earlier on today. That's all in the past. We're ready to go racing. Davidson on 0 points heading into this one, with Fawkes 2nd, Owen 3rd, Hibbert 4th. This could be fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. They're into the tram lines. 8 minutes plus 1 lap is underway once again here in IAME Water Swift. And once again, the Fusions go side by side into the first couple of corners. Great second phase of the start for Alfie Davidson. You don't often see that here at PF. The driver on the outside of row number 1 has got the jump and taken the race lead, but no. Previously in the race lead, Ilya Sami has taken first place. That's a brilliant start from grid 4.
So Mason Hibbert is now being done at turn number 1. Chester Fawkes down the inside. Chester Fawkes takes away that position. So you've got the DK Academy versus the Fusions. Again, you're seeing double out there because you're seeing Sami and Davidson, you're seeing Fawkes and Mason Hibbert there for 3 and for 4. For Hibbert, that start, of course, was maybe caused by Davidson, but I would say that's intelligence by Alfie. He's clocked onto the fact, you know what, there is so much grip out here. I can go around the outside, I can hold it on that line, and I can pull it off, and that is exactly what he did. Of course, it didn't quite work out fully because he didn't claim the race lead, but he's still looking very, very strong. It's Sammy from Davidson, from Fawkes, from Hibbert, Evan Owen, P5, Bodie Batch, P6, Chapman. Then we've got Hero Say with Corey Lyons and LBJ Stubbs as your top 10.
Indeed, 6.5 minutes of this race to go then. So Ilias Sammy and Alfie Davidson clear at the front of the field. Now, I'm interested in your view on this, Nicole, as we watch Davidson go down the inside of Sammy and take the race lead. We've been talking with these drivers all season. I know you've seen them race a lot as well in other championships. The two Fusions and the two DK Academy drivers, say from IAME Winter Cup back in February all the way through, even to Kart Masters 2 weeks ago, it was the team first. I just feel there's a slight shift in the dynamic now, and now it's all about individuals and championship points, as the 141 of Corey Lyons a little bit wide there. How do you read this dynamic now? Because Davidson and Sammy, at least so far in this race, they've actually been trying to work together in a way. Even though they're on opposing teams, they've both got the same common cause. They need championship points. They need to rail Mason Hibbert back in here. Otherwise, neither of them are going to be champion at the end of the year.
These drivers over the past 12 months have seen so much of each other in every corner of the world that they've gone and competed in. Yeah. In the UK, in Europe, in the UAE, in every single championship, it's been those four that have seen each other. They've had moments together. They've crashed together. They've all taken very respectable wins, as that's a change there for P2 out there. You know, these drivers now are very switched on to the way each other race. Yes. They can read each other as well. That makes it even more difficult. But I'd actually say maybe the Hibbert-Davidson battle that is going to end up a little bit more fiery than, say, the Sammy-Chester battle.
I'd
because
agree with
ultimately, that currently is the battle for your championship lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I say, when I'll be seeing these drivers again in a couple of weekends' time out at Genk for the final round of the Euro Series. Could be the other way round in that one, with a bit more fire between the championship leading DKs. Meanwhile, here comes Mason Hibbert down the inside of Ilias Sammy. You could not get a piece of A4 between the bumpers of those four drivers out under the bridge on that last tour. That was incredible stuff between these very, very talented drivers. And I tell you what, they're being caught by another young talent in the shape of Harry Chapman, who really seems to have found his home. Sammy down the inside of Hibbert retakes third place. Harry and his dad Michael, they've run for a long time as a privateer. They've tried out a couple of different setups. I was speaking to Michael earlier on in the weekend. They really do feel like they've found their home now with the Excel team. And being in a team, that means more data available to them as an entry. And it's showing. The E-plate holder now up in the top 5.
I think what's really helping Harry Chapman as well since that team changes is being part of an outfit that have got so much experience. You've got Cal Walsh, of course, as being one of the big names within Excel. Yeah. Cal was the sort of lead for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team when they were competing in here when Ollie was away. So he knows how to work with these young drivers, and I think that's what's really helping the development of Harry Chapman right now, is just finding the right place to put the driver in so that they can grow, and development is really the key word, I would say, for Harry so far this year. And development through this race so far is that he's sat there in P5 and he's now looking at Hibbert just ahead, and he's looking at Hibbert try and make an overtake, and Ilias Sammy did pull out slightly on the exit of that second hairpin, but tucks back in and knows that he didn't have the legs, he didn't have the run to go in on Ilias.
Evan Owen running 6th place. Again, we need to keep an eye there on the young Welsh driver. It's been very, very quick round PF here the last few weeks. And Bodie Batch, the Argenti Academy-backed driver, is there in 7th place. Bodie, still one of the youngest drivers in this category, but has been racing at a very high level for a good 12 months or so. The runner-up in IAME Water Swift Restricted last year, as here goes Hibbert once again.
Hibbert up to P3, found a way through past Ilya Sami. Here comes Harry Chapman. Chapman up to P4. Sami's got to get it together over the next lap or so. This could be a critical point in his championship campaign. Chapman now goes down the inside. That's a lovely clean move from the E-plate holder. Won that E-plate at the Shenington Super Prix and a ticket to IWF later on in the year. Back in July, about a month ago. He's looking to continue that form now, up to third place, and at the moment it would be nicely starting on the inside of row number 3 for the final.
So for the final, we would have Davidson and Fawkes on that front row. Then we would have Hibbert alongside Owen, Chapman and Say there on that third row as it currently stands. But 1 minute 45 seconds left on the clock for these drivers. They're not done and dusted yet. They're not out of the woods yet. And doesn't Alfie Davidson know it because he looks over his shoulder. He looks there at Chester Fawkes at the DK Academy kart to try and work out, okay, how close are you? At what stage do I need to defend? And maybe, Alfie, you should have defended round the bowl. Well, take that one back because Chester Fawkes runs slightly wide, does get through originally. Then he has that loss in minimum speed, and Alfie just manages to slide his way back past and carries all of that speed off of the bridge. That's why you see him run so much curb on the exit. Defensive goes Davidson, backs up Fawkes into Chapman, Hibbert, Sami, Effen, Owen, and now Bodie Batch looking to try and get involved in this one as well. Very shortly, here comes Batch on the exit of that second hairpin. Davidson now in this stage of the race, I would say, is going to defend like his life depends on it, because he knows one small error, like what he just learnt at the bowl, will allow Fawkes through.
Oh, Hibbert's got down the inside of Fawkes there. Fawkes just didn't quite have the front end of the cart to lock that one down. Hibbert doesn't need a bigger opportunity than that. Gets back up to P2. Now, how is that going to shake things around in the intermediate scores? Davidson holds the lead at the moment. Hibbert would be onto the front row. In terms of championship, that would be very useful indeed for Mason Hibbert, who's having a go at his teammate once again. It's a diagonal 3 wide almost as they run onto the bridge. Here comes Ilya Sami. He has got it together so far in this race. This is a brilliant drive from Ilya Sami, who's going to go on the attack once again. These two went wheel to wheel at Wackersdorf a couple of weeks ago. Hibbert wins out once again in that one, and here comes Bodie Batch now into the equation, running 5th at the moment. Chester Fawkes now running 4th, would be on the inside of row number 2 as things stand. Time is up, Nicole Sutherland. We've got 1.5 laps to go in this one.
Well, Batch used to, of course, be part of the DK outfit. Now he's part of the Fusion outfit, so things have changed, but he knows all of those drivers ahead of him very well, and he's now chasing up to Ilya Sami. Sami's not letting Mason Hibbert bolt away, but Alfie Davidson has now got a nice little bit of real estate in the front to be comfortable, calm and settled. Hibbert tightens things up there on towards the entrance of the first 2 corners. Big lick of the curb for these drivers. Talk about didn't think Alfie Davidson was going to need to defend. Mason Hibbert says, yes, you absolutely do. Where did that one come from? Big send down the inside for Mason Hibbert. Send all the way from the town of Newark, I would say. Different postcode Hibbert just came from in on Davidson, and now is your new race leader.
Mason Hibbert, that was a statement move from the championship leader. Davidson now trying to hold on to second place. Sami's still running 3rd. Fawkes looking over his shoulder, trying to hold 4th place ahead of Evan, Owen and Harry Chapman. Owen's got no option. He's got to go through there. He's getting a little bit of an assist, but here comes Davidson once again. Oh, the 2 teammates going wheel to wheel once more. Here goes Sami round the outside. Oh, he's just going to catch the curb there. May lose out. What a brilliant race once again here in IAME Water Swift. Hibbert's going to have the race win. It looks like, oh, it's Evan Owen out on the last corner. Loses all of that hard work. Hibbert takes the checkered flag. Sami 2nd. Davidson 3rd. Davidson on pole for the final by a single point. How important could that be? That will convert to a full championship score of 65. Davidson will trim the championship lead of Mason Hibbert by 3 points. Game on. Game well and truly on in IAME Water Swift. You will not want to miss their final at 3:30 local time here at PF. But from this heat, Hibbert wins again. Ilya Sami, P2. Alfie Davidson, Chester Fawkes and Harry Chapman complete the top 5. Great drives from LBJ Stubbs and Johan Berger, both up 8 places in that one. to 6th and 7th places respectively. Bodie Batch 8th. And then the brothers, Hero and Oliver Tay, complete the top 10. Dimi Uzanov P11, good drive as well from Oliver Kleinfelter, the wild card here this weekend. Has done a lot of his club racing here with Trent Valley Karts Club, up 5 places in that one to 12th. Max Zvaric, Rudra Gokulnath, Corey Lyons, Ivan Svoronins and Evan Owen complete the 17 finishers. You've got a feel for Evan there, haven't you, Nicole? Was in the scrap for the top 5, just rode over the back of the cart ahead of him there. Nothing that he could have really done once the front axle was airborne, all the way down to 17th place.
Yeah, when you get yourself into that position as well, where you're hooked on the back of the cart in front, you're then completely out of control. Doesn't really matter what you try and do, you end up sort of sliding wide, and that is why you've ended up with him going backwards into that barrier. But for the other drivers in the field, Mason Hibbett, Ilya Sami, Alfie Davidson, they're not bothered about the drama that unfolded shortly behind, because for Davidson and Hibbett, they're going to be starting on your front row.
Whilst we've got a little bit of a moment, a very warm hello to a very good friend of ours, Jamie Arscott, who just wants to pass the message on from his father Magic that Lynn, you will always be in his heart, and not a problem at all to pass that message on, Jamie and Magic. Yeah, we're feeling for you this weekend, and keep strong. Know you will. Right, let's move into the next race. Race number 29 will be with us in a short moment's time. Nicole, back to Junior X30, back to this battle between George Edgar and Aaron Richardson, and I've been looking forward to this battle for quite a while between these two, and well, we're about to find out what is going to happen in the next chapter. Race number 29, the second heat of the day for Junior X30, is up next.
Junior X30 then gets on the edge of your seats and get the popcorn out, I would say, because it's George Edgar and Finley Lines on your front row. Row number 2 houses Colby Patterson and Austin Newstead, and from your third row we have Alfie Brown and Freddie Wood.
Row number 4, Sakmani Kira and Aaron Richardson. Max Endicott, the RWF Junior X30 champion from last year, starts on row 5 alongside George House. Harry Williams, on his return to the British Kart Championships, is on row 6 alongside Jacob Backler.
Row number 7 then, George Quinlan alongside Alfie Ward, and from row number 8, John Foley Jr. will join a returning Christian Kobe. Your 9th row then, George Clark, and it's Alex Riley.
Row 10, Danny Dempsey and Katie Donaldson, Ollie Brunt and Kaito Lloyd go from row number 11. Archie Rogers-Tyler and Ryan Meta on row 12, and then the rest of the order, Sophie Campbell, Harley Musk, Michinaga Fujiwara and Luca Narroway, Henry Clark and Alessandro Salas. Just whilst we've seen Luca Narroway's name on screen as well, we have not forgotten this weekend about the great efforts in relation to Chris Lamar and the fundraising to help support Chris as he undergoes one of the biggest battles of them all against cancer. At my last spot, I think we'd gone through £25,000 raised for Chris, and Chris, if you're watching, you are still very much in our thoughts. A big part of things here 2 weeks ago for Kart Masters, and please, if you can donate whatever you've got. Understand this is not easy financial times for many people in the world, but if you can give, that would be absolutely fantastic for that effort. Should mention as well, 24th of August, Will McIntyre charity race. Lots of information about that online. I know there's a lot of people turning out for that at Silverstone. Right, let's get into this Junior X30 heat number 4. It's not quite going yet. Not quite yet. So we'll go around again. And that gives us a bit of time, Nicole, just to bring us up to speed with what happened in heat number 1. It was another very impressive run from George Edgar. Sits at the top of the intermediate scores as of right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So George, I think, showing the rest of the field who is boss so far this weekend. He took your qualifying heat win ahead of course, Aaron Richardson and George House. George House, 14 places gained. That is a statistic for the XL Motorsport driver. And then we had Max Endicott and Freddie Wood inside of your top 5. We, of course, had a bit of a sudden penalty for Alfie Brown, who was inside of your top 5, but ended up in P8 in the end. And 5-second penalties also for Colby Patterson, Ollie Brunt, Katie Donaldson, and Alessandro Salas actually ended up with 10 seconds in the end.
Very quickly, before we get this race underway, once everybody has finished this race, this will be the first stage of the year for X30 Junior where they will have a full complement of championship scores. It's the best 15 scores from 20 over 10 rounds for the whole year. This race will determine for any driver who's been an ever-present what their 15th score so far this season looks like. So this could be quite a key one to set the tone for the rest of the year. We're racing once again in Junior X30 for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a great start for Edgar. Oh, Findlay lines off the road through the first couple of corners. It's rejoined in about 6th place, just behind Max Endicott. But that was spot on once again from George Edgar. He's going to wind it up now with another driver who's very familiar to this place, Colby Patterson. We heard from him earlier during the build-up show. He's driven thousands of laps. As oh dear, there's things going on. There's one of the Fusions facing in the, well, now the right direction, but towards the back of the field. I think it was one of the wild cards. One of our drivers from Japan, yes it was Michinaga Fujiwara, who started P27, has dropped to the bottom of the order. But George Edgar, once again, driving in such a calm manner. Nicole, I was amazed 2 weeks ago. If you've not heard the full story, if you saw how me and Henry were having palpitations in the box on the last lap during Kart Masters, he hit a patch of dirt and grass that another driver had brought onto the circuit. It wasn't an engine problem at all. It's just he lost the front end of the cars. And what I was amazed with is the change for second place, wow. Marnie Keir up to P2 with a great move from Colby Patterson, is how calm George was after the race. He was like, yep, that happened. Yeah. I still won. I was like, I'd said to George, I am a man who still has flashbacks of horror to Hungary 1997 and Damon Hill losing a win in an Arrows. And all of that came back on that last lap 2 weeks ago. I said, George, never do that to me ever again. So Marnie Keira, though, is going to take a race lead. George Edgar has a look at the switchback, but it's not on. The Alpine Racer Academy driver back to the front of the field. She means business in this race, Nicole.
1 lap, 2 big moves there for Sugars. Good stuff. And a driver there, mechanic of Jono, giving her the signal to say, push, keep going, do not open that door. Because that's what Sugars did in her first qualifying heat. And that's what cost her positions. And that's what put her down to P6 in the end. She's got something to lose right now. She's got a race lead to lose. But she's also got a front row start to lose. Because right now she'll be sat right alongside George Edgar going into that final. We've also got Alfie Brown now inside of your top 3. He's another driver that fell short in your first qualifying heat with that penalty. So he's now looking to try and stay in this business end, because that's going to really mean big things when it comes to that final intermediate classification order. Right, things have now changed because Aaron Richardson is now on the charge. He's got himself into P4. He's just got past Colby Patterson, and that actually means that he's snatched away that front row start for teammate of Sukhmani Kira.
But for Aaron Richardson, this is really important in terms of championship. I know we bang on about it at this time of the season, but if George Edgar wins through the heats, i.e. he's on pole for the final, Richardson has got to be alongside him on the front row and then all the way behind him in the final. If he does that, he at least keeps the championship alive going into Silverstone. Now, of course, Alfie Brown round the outside through hairpin 1, and he's trying it again through hairpin number 2. What a move that was. Here goes George Edgar for a move on Sukhmani Kira. Not able to take the race lead. 4.25 minutes of this race to go. Here comes Freddie Wood now trying to find his way through past Brown. Oh, Richardson all crossed up there. This is danger now for Aaron Richardson. Max Endicott's got down the inside. Off there is Jacob Backler in the BMR 269 machine. There's one of the DMS carts also involved. I think that was the 290 of Sophie Campbell, who's not had a good day so far. These are key moments now, Nicole, in the British Championship for Junior X30. Aaron Richardson down to 3rd place in the intermediate standings with George Edgar at the front of it. But for how long? Because here comes Alfie Brown once again. This is really close now for Richardson, losing control of his own destiny. But he's now being helped. George Edgar down the order to P5. Here comes Max Endicott. Freddie Wood's going to get involved. Oh, hopping over the air there was Harry Williams. Both championship contenders in trouble now. Aaron Richardson now on the counter-attack. What has happened to George Edgar? George Edgar is suddenly down in around 9th place. This is not what we expected.
George Edgar looking to be fighting with himself right now. Is it the fact that he's fighting with the mentality? Is he's got something wrong maybe kart-wise? Or has he just been muscled out by the drivers behind? And in all of that that has gone on, we've not even mentioned Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood into P2. Max Endicott is in 3rd. Alfie Brown P4. Harry Williams now in P5. There is Williams, the McLaren driver, sporting of course with premium karting this weekend, now leading this big train. He's now switched with Aaron Brown on top of the bridge for that 4th position and leads things. Oh, big defensive posture. Colby Patterson looking to back up Richardson and George Edgar. Oh, championship battles going out on circuit, battles now going on. Sukhmani Kira is probably driving around laughing a little bit, thinking, do you know what, you lot carry on, trip over each other, because I've now got myself almost a second as house there, being given the dummy by Alfie Brown. Brown not trying to give anything away. Edgar has settled back down now, but who has he settled down behind? Aaron Richardson.
He has
Aaron
indeed.
Richardson is not going to let him past easily. That is going to be one of the fights to absolutely keep an eye on for the remaining 2 minutes of this 2nd junior qualifying heat.
This is a really tricky situation for Aaron Richardson. Okay, we mentioned it after the first heat. We posed the question, how quickly can this sport change? George Edgar could have been in a position to seal the title today with a clean sweep. He's not in that position right now. He's 4th in the intermediate scores. However, Aaron Richardson is behind him in those scores. He's P6. Aaron Richardson needs to get forward. He needs to use this opportunity where George Edgar isn't getting a maximum score right now to capitalise on that. The trouble, though, Nicole, if Aaron Richardson goes all in, who's going to benefit? Who's going to sit in the wake of Aaron Richardson? The very man he doesn't want to help, George Edgar. How does Richardson deal with this? Because if he starts opening gaps, if he starts going in on the likes of Patterson Brown, the likely thing is that Edgar's going to go, that's okay, Aaron, you do all the hard work, mate. I'll just keep following through, no risks. He's quite happy at the moment to not see Aaron Richardson that high up in the standings, both in this race and in the intermediate scores. This is a fascinating situation.
And now he's showing us what he's thinking. He's thinking, I'm going to keep you behind. Wow, what
Mega.
a move by Richardson. In on Colby Patterson, gives himself more space, splits himself up even further from George Edgar. Now he's got 2 karts in between himself and his big rival, because George Clark has managed to get his way through. So for Richardson, he took the right approach. He thought, I'm going to defend by you, but I'm also going to take the driver ahead, as Colby Patterson is maybe feeling a bit worse for wear out there this time, because he's now got 5 seconds out there. 5-second penalty for the driver of XL, as George Edgar there just looks to have maybe picked a couple of positions away. Now is inside of the top 10. Edgar really needs to settle back down. Whilst all of that has been unfolding and we've been completely distracted and we've been entertaining with your midfielders, we've not thought about these two teammates, Sukhmani Kira and Freddie Wood, who are now fighting for the race lead. But Sukhmani Kira is fighting for an intermediate classification pole for the final.
Yeah, they're fighting for pole position. All 3 of them here, with how the scores are right now, with one move, could completely change how the front of the grid for the final later today is going to shake out. This is a remarkable race here in Junior X30.
Where do you look?
These 2 have been very evenly matched, both in their 2nd year of X30 Junior racing. Watch them at the IAME Winter Cup, or what we had of the IAME Winter Cup before the weather transpired against us. That seems a very long time ago, during heat wave number 5 now here in the UK. But as I say, these 2 have been, pound for pound, probably 2 of the most evenly matched drivers in this category all year. This is going to be a fascinating final lap. And you've still got Max Endicott there as well. We know that he can win a race late on as well, like he did at Valencia in IWF last year. Kira defends to the inside through hairpin number 1. That's a really smart move from Max Endicott, who's going to get his nose ahead for P2 with Freddie Wood. Wood to the inside, retakes that spot through hairpin number 2. 3 wide. Here comes Endicott down the inside to take the race lead. There was nothing that Kira could do about that. This is crazy. This is just a heat, everybody out there. Kira's down to P4, has lost the chance of taking pole position. We asked at the start of the weekend, could Max Endicott get it together through TQ, through the heats? Yes, he can. Endicott wins Heat 2, is on pole position. For the final later today, Freddie Wood P2, Williams, Kira Richardson, and wow, what a shake-up that is for the grid. Endicott will share the front row with Aaron Richardson. Aaron Richardson wrestles a P2 at a championship points awarding stage and just reminds everybody in the paddock that he is not done in this championship fight. Here's your race results. Endicott, Wood, Williams, Kira, Richardson, your top 5. Alfie Brown P6, George House, Colby Patterson, George Edgar, and George Clark. That is your top 10. We'll go through the rest of the order before we get into how this has affected things in championship. Danny Dempsey 11th, Archie Rogers Tyler 12th, George Quinlan, Harley Musk, and Alfie Ward in the top 15. Henry Clark 16th ahead of Finley Lyons, who will not be happy with that race result. That is not what he would have expected, having started on the front row. Austin Newstead, Michinaga Fujiwara, and Christian Kobe in the top 20. That just shows you how competitive this category is this weekend, Nicole. Austin Newstead and Christian Kobe, 2 European-level drivers, are driving the wheels off their things, and they can't even get in the top 15. Luke Arroway 21st, Kaito Lloyd 22nd, Alessandro Salas, Ollie Brunton, Orion Meta in the top 25. I just want to recap on how this affects championship. Endicott and Richardson on the front row. The second row of the grid will be Wood and Edgar. So Edgar has dropped a few points there. We'll do all the maths over the course of the lunchtime because we've got to move on, folks. Race number 30 out next, Senior X30. One more race to go then before the lunch break, and what has been an absolutely pulsating morning and early afternoon here at PF International. And this one's going to take our breaths away as well. Freddie Lloyd and Cian Geraghty start on the front row. Joey Brown and Macaulay Bishop row 2. Max Ewell and Archie Owen are on row 3.
Row number 4, it's Matthew Higgins alongside Nat Johnston. And from row number 5, Lewis Bird with Rocco Shenton. Your 6th row of your field, P11 sees Aaron Brown. And on P12, it's Liam Karabelov.
Row 7, Callum Sims and Levi Sangera, Bailey Brooker and Morgan Moore go from row 8. Sam Lewis and Jack Nettleship on the rocket ship on row 9.
Your top 20, row number 10 is rounded out by Scott Riley, and it should be Alexander De Benedictis, but we were missing Alexander in first qualifying heats. Row number 11 is Harrison Whitcomb starting all the way down in that 11th row. He's starting alongside a brand new Jose Harfan. Row number 12 is Henry Carter with Ryan Gill, and from row number 13, Freddie Farrell sees Oliver Meek. 14 rows in total for your last qualifying heat of the day, and will be Dylan Patel alongside Dylan Masters.
All drivers present and correct for this one. And the scores heading into this second heat. Bishop won the first one, 0 points at the moment. Rocco Shenton on debut at the senior level. He's not started with a clubby, not started with something nice and chill just to ease his way in. No, he's gone straight in at the British Championships level, and at the moment he's on for back-to-back front rows for finals here at PF. He's second at the moment. Higgins 3, Lloyd 4, Bird 5, Geraghty, Moore, Johnston, Ewell and Halfon completing the top 10 from that first heat.
So for your front row currently, of course, Bishop and Shenton, 2 big names, but not names that have competed directly against each other for quite a while now. They're your intermediate classification leaders. But into the first corner, your race leaders will be Freddie Lloyd and Cian Geraghty. Cian Geraghty, of course, returning to Senior X30 this weekend. Howley Fair into the first corner alongside a driver who's trying to fight hard for a championship. And I tell you what, he's going to try and challenge him in towards the first couple of corners. Big dust kicked up into the faces of the field behind. And now your race leader, whoever does try and claim it, will be the first one to feel it when they complete the first lap. Higgins instantly being shuffled into the hands further behind, started further up, but is now finding himself having to fight harshly in the mix of the grid as Bishop there is having to defend and is having to try and desperately hold on for Cian Geraghty, but he's not going to do that for too much longer, because at turn number 2, hairpin number 2, he's going to go absolutely down his inside.
7 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go then. The little ooh was because Rocco Shenton and Lewis Bird nearly got themselves into a lot of trouble going onto the Litchfield Bridge, but they got away with it. There is Shenton down the inside of the 669 of Callum Sims. Callum running with the Evolution Racing team, the same outfit as Freddie Lloyd has been competing with a lot this season. Not in this category. Freddie Lloyd with premium karting here in X30 racing, and Joey Brown having a go now. Oh, Joey Brown down the inside, lovely stuff, taking the race lead. Joey had a great run a few weeks ago at Wera. I was very impressed with how mature Joey raced, and well, that was a nice move on Mr. Lloyd.
So first qualifying heat for Joey actually wasn't the one. He didn't finish anywhere near as high up as he would have anticipated, but now he's leading a qualifying heat for the first time this weekend. Other results previous to this one, of course, Macaulay took the qualifying heat win ahead of Shenton, ahead of Higgins, with it then being Lloyd and Bird inside of the top 5. Geraghty, Moore, Johnston, Yule and Jose Halfon there being inside of the top 10. So a bit of a mix already inside of what is currently existing on your screens, because now we're throwing in Max Yule and Archie Owen into things down the inside. Challenges on, races on between Macaulay Bishop and Fred Lloyd, but Bishop makes the most of it and gets himself into P2. Will now look to challenge Joey Brown. Cian Geraghty looking to get involved in this one, and off the bridge, nice little bridge move there on Fred Lloyd, holds Lloyd wide there of the exit of the corner, and that's all a tactic so that Lloyd couldn't go back in at the first hairpin, where we've now seen a change between Brown and Bishop.
This is really good from Macaulay Bishop, really, really good. He raced here in this category 2 weeks ago at Kart Masters, but apart from that, he's not had that much time behind the wheel of a Senior X30, but the best rise above the differences between the different engine categories. They're just quick. And Macaulay Bishop around this place is one of the best. Look at him stretching away now from Joey Brown. Very interested to see how Freddie Lloyd plays the next couple of laps here, Nicole. He knows from yesterday's retirement in the final, he's got a very small margin for error. Not no margin for error, but it did take his last drop score away. If you haven't been with us for the whole season, Freddie Lloyd, reigning champion in this category, was not at the first meeting of the year. There's a move from Cian Geraghty down the inside of Joey Brown. Lloyd follows through. Nicely done. Max Yule there as well. Not looking good at the moment for Joey Brown. He's got both of the MBRs on his tail. Nat Johnston getting involved. Oh dear. And off the road there was one of the premium cars. That was Archie Owen. Archie Owen in the 342 with dirt on his tyres. Now Morgan Moore trying to wrestle his way through. As through has gone Freddie Lloyd, past Cian Geraghty into second place. This is a more measured approach perhaps from Freddie Lloyd, knowing that if he's going to be in title contention fully on the scores, and it won't be till probably halfway through the weekend at Silverstone in the season finale in the autumn, he's got to get the points on the board. He can do the big wins later on. He did the big wins 2 weeks ago, of course, around this place as Rocco Shenton gets down the inside of Joey Brown to take 4th place. With that double GP plate win, that historic performance from Freddie Lloyd. Out of the race is Freddie Farrell, who's had a torrid morning and early afternoon. 2 DNFs, looks at the back of the cart, not what he wanted to do.
Freddie Lloyd is a fast driver, but he's a smart driver. He's had to deal with big names, the driver that we dubbed the king of Senior X30 for a number of years, Gus Lawrence being one of those. So for Fred, he's using his head, and he knows that actually, okay, the 2 big challenges within this race, Bishop and Geraghty, are non-existent to me in the long game.
Yeah.
They don't matter currently. If I can spread myself out enough from King and Geraghty, as long as I don't get fed into drivers that do count, maybe a little bit like Bird further back, but actually, you know, the drivers behind, Geraghty doesn't matter. Shenton doesn't matter because he's fresh into the senior field. Joey Brown doesn't sit anywhere near Lloyd when it comes to championship. Neither does Yule, Johnston, or really Morgan Moore. So for right now, where he is on the road is really, really positive for Freddie Lloyd, as that's another switch. This time it's Harrison Whitcomb trying to file his way through the crowd. Now, as we've all got a bit of a premium challenge going on, Matt Higgins now looking at Archie Owen trying to shut the door, but it's not going to be enough, and Higgins is going to get 2 for the price of 1.
It is indeed. Out onto the grass a little bit. There goes Levi Sangera in the 3:55. Aaron Brown's in the middle of this mix as well, wearing the colours of Paul Fletcher International Karting for the first time here at PFI in a British Kart Championships race. 2.25 minutes to go. There's Bailey Brooker in the bright yellow for Tim Wilson Motorsport as well. It is all going on in the midfield, and Oliver Meek, bright orange helmet for the alternate livery of Crop Promotion. He's getting involved as well from the back of the field. 2 minutes to go. Bishop leads from Lloyd. Should mention, if we're not already, plus 5 second penalty for Rocco Shenton. That will drop him down from 3rd down to around 9th place as things stand.
And if Freddie Lloyd wasn't worrying about Shenton previously, he definitely won't be worrying about him anymore, because Shenton is following in Lloyd's tyre trails, and for 5 seconds that's going to drop him down, and it's actually then going to be Geraghty who will, as the time stands, inherit that position. Lots going on in the background, and maybe a little bit going on for the race lead in a moment's time, because whilst we've been focused on the Higgins and Whitcomb battles with Jack Nettleship and Morgan Moore, we've not thought about these two. We've got Macaulay Bishop, who is racing this weekend as a privateer effort with his dad Ian. Then we've got the premium of Freddie Lloyd, who's now your news race leader at the first curb. Good stuff by Lloyd. Takes it away, boosts himself points-wise, boosts himself in your intermediate classification, but will not be out of the woods yet. He will not be let out of the hands of Macaulay Bishop, because we know one thing about Bish. He absolutely loves to give a driver a race, and that is why he's a 4-time, of course, British champion. He's won championships in the cadet category. He went back-to-back in the juniors. He's a senior champion, but over in Rotax. But now he's challenging your previous IAME winner. This is going to be a story this weekend.
Our good friend and colleague Henry Baudet has been talking about the changing of the guard, the old to the new. And I want to ask you this question, Nicole. This growing rivalry between Lloyd and Bishop, which we're now pretty certain is going to run through today and both races at Silverstone. Where do you rank it in the great rivalries of the modern era of the British Kart Championships, as Bishop goes down the inside, retakes the lead? This is more than just tarmac to tyre, wheel to wheel. This is a psychological battle between Macaulay Bishop and Freddie Lloyd. Lloyd has another look, not close enough. Bishop is so good off of the bridge, and that is saying something. I was talking to some of the drivers in this category who've been following Freddie Lloyd during free practice, and they were telling me Freddie is effectively almost grip flipping the kart through that corner coming off the bridge, but he's doing so to just raise the right hand wheels up a little bit and then go over you do not want to touch that curb. It completely unsettles the kart. Fred is going straight over the top of it and cutting the corner. So for Macaulay to be even quicker off that corner than Freddie, who's been mighty through there all weekend, that is saying something. We're on the final lap now of this heat. This is just a taster, ladies and gentlemen, for the final later on today. Look at them here, over that curb. They're not actually touching that curb. That is incredible kart control. That time, Lloyd got a really good run off of the bridge. Through hairpin 1, Bishop defends, side by side, pod to pod, into hairpin number 2. Lloyd's going to try and go around the outside. Bishop controls the exit really well, tries to get locked out. Oh, Lloyd's got him! Lloyd through into the race lead, but we're not done yet. Next up, Bobby Game corner. Can Bishop get down the inside? Lloyd nearly takes the front fairing of Bishop off completely. What a race between these two. This is not for pole position. This is for the mind games. And this time, Freddie Lloyd is going to win this little battle between himself and Macaulay Bishop. It'll be Bishop on pole for the final. We will go again at 4:30 p.m. here local time. Those two will be on the front row of the grid. Now I'll ask you the question, Nicole. After that last little episode, I am loving this new rivalry between Lloyd and Bishop.
Do you know what, Andrew? I'm going to cut you short, and I want you to ask me this in the final.
Okay.
When we see them race again, because I think it's too good of a question, it's too good of a conversation for us to reveal all now. But what we will hint to is that that driver there and the driver whose name sits P2 are absolutely in a rival, and we're going to see them go head-to-head, and we're going to see them absolutely entertain in their last race of the day after our break. Last driver inside of the top 3 was none other than returning Cian Garrity, who had a settled race after losing just 1 position at the start. But he finishes things off ahead of Rocco Shenton and Joey Brown, who are provisionally inside of your top 5, but both will lose out because both have got 5-second penalties. Nat Johnston, Lewis Bird, Max Ewell, Morgan Moore and Jack Nettleship look to inherit some positions because of those penalties, and they're all inside of your top 10. We now have Harrison Whitcomb, Matthew Higgins, Sam Lewis, Callum Sims, Aaron Brown, Archie Owen, Henry Carter, Scott Riley, Bailey Brooker and Jose Halfon inside of your top 20. 21st is Levi Sangera, and then after that we've got Oliver Meek, Ryan Gill, Alexander Benedictus, Dylan Masters, Liam Karabelov, Dylan Patel, and then of course one non-finisher, and that was in the form of Freddie Farrell. But there he is. There is your qualifying heat winner, and of course the driver who will be on your front row alongside Macaulay Bishop later on. It was a race too good not to catch up with, so these are some of your best moments. The challenge was on at the start. Cian Garrity did try and give it a good go compared to Freddie Lloyd, as we had some big battles going on further back. This is when Joey Brown momentarily got into the race lead, and it was on top of the bridge that he took that position away from Fred Lloyd and actually then fed him into the hands of Macaulay Bishop. Hairpin number 1 is where the Fusion switched positions with that privateer effort of Bishop, as Cian Garrity then got involved for XL and pulled in Freddie Lloyd with him. It was at this point in the race that Joey Brown maybe got a little bit too enthusiastic, and actually it was Archie Owen that was the victim most parts of that. In towards Mike Wilson is where we saw that switch for the race lead, and that's where we saw Fred Lloyd try and hold on to things, as this was the key moment that will continue to fire up that rivalry. The favour was attempted and was tried to return by Macaulay Bishop, but it wouldn't be enough for the entirety of the race, because at this point is where we would see Freddie Lloyd throw the dummy at Macaulay Bishop and get back into that number 1 spot.
Well, we said at the start of the show, didn't we, that we were going to go kart racing today, and we were going to go kart racing for Lynn Geidel. I think that morning and early afternoon has been the best, most pulsating, most dramatic set of races in the earlier part of the day that we've broadcast so far this season with the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. If you enjoyed that, be back with us, stay with us, because we've got the lunchtime show. And we'll be down in the Park Fermo in the moment. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Let's head down to Park Fermo. We're going to take a breather in the box here because we need it. Keil Lynch, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. It's definitely getting intense down in the pits. If you thought the heats were interesting, wait for the finals this afternoon. We have reached the lunch break here at PF International for event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. You're going to see myself, Keil Lynch, down on the grids very shortly after we take this short lunch break. From ourselves here at PFI, we hope to see you back.
a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
PFI, we are back. Now, a lot's changed here at the British Kart Championships since Event 3, and at this stage, the points are more precious than ever. And at the top of those championship tables, it's really starting to be pressure on for those drivers. Out with us this weekend, we are going to see all of our IAME classes and our Honda Cadets for their penultimate round of this season. At this stage, no mistakes can be made, so with that said, let's see what happens. This right here is the home of British karting. It's 1,382 metres long with 10 turns, 32 feet in elevation, established here in 1994. The iconic Paul Fletcher International Circuit recently celebrated its 30th anniversary, hosting the British Kart Grand Prix only 2 weeks ago. But of course now here, each championship point counts most. There you can see turn 1, which immediately tests each driver's commitment and positioning before carrying the momentum right around this bowl section and off the bridge. That sweeping section can't last long though, because we have 2 hairpins up next. These open up perfect opportunity for some bold moves and more action. Here, the Fullerton S's takes us onto the last sector and this technical complex, which leads through the final corner and onto the long run to the start-finish line. This right here has crowned many champions. That, ladies and gentlemen, is PFI. Well, that's the overview of the circuit for you. Let's now dive right in and see what some drivers had to say about it.
When Paul Fletcher and team broke ground in this piece of Lincolnshire in the early to mid-90s, they envisaged a circuit that could host a myriad of karting events. And over the last 30 years or so, that is exactly what the team here at PFI have done. Today, this track, the home of British karting, hosts everything outdoor from arrive and drive all the way up to international events, including the 2024 FIA Karting World Championship. Here today for the British Kart Championships, we're looking into the team that make it happen. For any race, you need a team of dedicated experts and volunteers to ensure the safety for the drivers out on track. At that 2024 FIA Karting World Championship, the marshals here at Trent Valley Kart Club and Paul Fletcher International were praised for their dedication and their expertise. We've decided today to have a look at some of the roles involved in marshalling, how they got involved, and how you can become a part of the team here at the home of British karting. We're here with Elaine. Elaine's one of our post-marshals here at PF International. Elaine, what is a post-marshal?
Post-marshal on the circuit is a signal for the drivers and other marshals, indications for yellow flags, green flags, let them know if there's any incidents. It's communication between the posts and the drivers.
And how did you first get involved? And is karting the only discipline you do, or you do a mix?
No, I've been marshalling for 33 years. I started, my husband raced single-seaters. That's how I got into marshalling at Cadwell Park. I came here 5 years ago, came on a recruitment day, started the next day on a club meeting. I've been here ever since. That was like 5 years ago. Love it here.
We're here with Glyn Griffiths. Glyn, you are the Chief Marshal here this weekend. What does the Chief Marshal do, and how did you first get involved?
The Chief Marshal is the team leader, really. I gather all the marshals together, so with a vast number of volunteers that want to come and work at PF. We need around about 20 people for a club meeting, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. So I spend the weeks leading up to the meeting, arranging that, contacting people, making sure that they know when, where, and everything's going to happen. And then during the event, I'm the team manager, motivator, if you like. So most of the time it's just wandering around the circuit, making sure the marshals are comfortable, making sure that everybody's got everything they need.
And it's a proper family atmosphere, isn't it, here at this circuit?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we call ourselves the Orange Army or the TVKC family. We definitely look after each other like we're one big family, yeah.
Now, Elaine, how does someone watching at home who's never done marshalling before, how do they get involved? What's the process?
So here at Trent Valley Kart Club, if they want to get involved in marshalling, they'll contact the club. The club then contact me. I make contact with that person through email, and we offer them, I do a brief outline of what the roles are here, and we offer them a taster day. So they would come on a taster day, they have a bit of a tour around the circuit, and then they're let loose on a post with an experienced marshal to have a play, have a go with the flags. They go in the timing, scrutineering, the cameras, and then if they're still interested at the end of that day, we offer them a one-on-one training day, which I normally do, and if they survive that training day and they're really still interested, they become part of the team. It gives them an understanding. There's so many different roles here. It's not for everybody, but at least they have a go at what roles there are.
And it's for a growing spectrum of ages now as well. You were telling me earlier that there's a cadet programme coming on board to get more young people involved.
We're working on a proposal for a cadet programme under 16s because a lot of marshals are getting older. So yes, we're working on the younger ones to bring them into the sport. And we encourage and motivate and support all marshals that are wanting to come in.
Fantastic stuff. Now, Glyn, there's lots of different roles within the Orange Army. One that I particularly wanted to ask you about is the role of incident marshal. It is a part of motorsport that incidents do occur, and it's always been something that I've really admired, the speed at which the team, particularly here at PF, are able to respond. But what is involved with the role of incident marshal?
Right, so the difference really between long circuit and short circuit marshalling is the speed. Everything's much smaller, everything happens much more quickly, and the incident marshals are the guys that are out there on the circuit, on the live circuit, tending to anybody that's had a mechanical breakdown or an incident of any kind, or a cart into the barriers, and the driver may need assistance. Our first priority is always the driver, so the incident marshal is the first on scene. That's what we call them. They're trained to be able to identify any injuries or any discomfort for the driver. If everything's okay with the driver, they get them up out of the cart, over to a marshal's post as soon as they can, and then they go back, tend to the machinery. Generally, we put it in a safe place until the end of the heat, and then we can get somebody out. The mechanic will come out to collect the machinery. But our priority is always the safety of the driver and our colleagues, obviously.
And it's an area where I do see a good number of younger people getting involved as well. You know, some of them have to be quite quick on their feet to get to those incidents.
We encourage the younger guys to be the incident marshals, and then as our marshals mature, maybe they want to move on to post and not so much running around all the time. But it's a very physical job, incident marshal, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. A huge thanks to both Glyn and Elaine for their time and for their insights. And an even bigger thanks to every single member of the Orange Army, whether that be here at PF International or any motorsport venue around the world. It's a family for everyone, new or old to motorsport. If you want to get involved, head across to www.marshals.co.uk. All the information on how to start your journey in motorsport marshalling can be found there. Let's get back to the action here at PF International by taking a look at our youngest category here this weekend with their highlights from Saturday's final. This is M1 Bambino. Here with Archie Loveridge. Archie, we've not seen you race since Lark Hall. Tell us about your Lark Hall weekend, because it was a really good race for you.
So all weekend I just tried to get loads of points, like top 10 in the final. I think is like kept swapping first and second, and I overtook him on the last corner.
You did indeed. I don't know if I remember correctly, the weather was very tricky. Lark Hall's a circuit you've raced at before. Did you enjoy the weekend?
Yeah, it's good.
Who helped you across the course of that weekend as well?
Mum, Dad. That was it that weekend, really.
Yeah. And you always race with ambition, or if you tended to race with ambition as well, and Paul's helped you a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, there's another great piece of news, Archie. You were our nomination from Honda Cadet to be our Vera Tools Driver of the Day. And the public have voted with, I believe, about 45% of the vote, you as our Wera Tools driver of the day. So we'll bring Nicole Sutherland in to award you the trophy. This is your trophy, Archie.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Good, yeah.
Is this going to be on the mantelpiece across with all of those Honda Cadet trophies that you've won as well?
Yeah.
Well, Archie, well done. Genuinely, really happy to see you as our driver of the day. Archie Loveridge, Honda Cadet, everybody, our Wera Tools driver of the day from Lark Hall.
Well done, mate.
We're back in the race centre with our Excellence Award from Lark Hall. It's Archie Loveridge's dad and mechanic, Michael Loveridge. Michael, thank you for joining us. You are the winner of the Excellence Award from your last round out with us. You're another dad and lad dynamic here in the paddock. We see a lot of them. You are really there through it all. From your perspective, what's it been like this year?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, the budget we got compared to some of the people is just minute, so it makes it even more special, in my opinion. Yeah, worth every penny, though.
Absolutely, and considering all of that, he's currently in the joint championship lead heading into this weekend. Is there any memorable moments for you so far this year?
Lark Hall was good, yeah, really enjoyed it. He showed his strengths and whatnot and deserved everything he got. Just want to forget about last year and move on and hopefully a happy ending.
Well, like you say, it's not all been easy, but you guys have ambition back with you this weekend. You ran as privateers, but you've got the team back.
Yeah.
We saw how good the team spirit was last year. Is it nice to have them back this weekend?
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's always nice to have the team around you. Just someone in your ear for peace of mind and whatnot, but yeah, it's really good.
And to top it all off, you've got all these new Wera Tools joining you for the rest of the season. Is it nice to have that?
Oh, brilliant. Didn't realise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, what a lovely start to the weekend for the Loveridge family, with both Archie and his dad, Michael, being awarded for their efforts from Lark Hall. Straight back to the action, though, here at PFI for Event 8. It's time we see Junior X30. Yesterday's final up next.
Welcome everyone to the Motorsport UK Race Centre. We're here at PF. Who better to have for an onboard lap than a man who's won GP plates here, sealed British Championships here, and was on the podium here for the World Championships in 2024. Matty Higgins, first of all, welcome back to the British Kart Championships. The first time we've seen you in action since you got the senior Rotax title here at this very track at the back end of last season. Talk us through a lap here in Senior X30 on a hot, sticky day, very humid day here at PF. What's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the grippiest I've ever driven the track, actually. So I've jumped in and it's pretty grippy, so for the strength it's pretty difficult, but flat out through here, under the bowl. Now, what the viewers can't quite see on the stream at home is it's quite well banked into here, so you're really using that, lean on it, carry as much minimum and let the banking help you up the hill. And again, it's a good overtaking opportunity up here.
Are we going to see that much overtaking through here? Because something I noted at Kart Masters a couple of weeks ago is there's so much grip, you're not seeing as many round the outsides as we used to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I wasn't driving, so it's hard to comment for sure. But definitely the Kart Masters last week or a few weeks ago looked pretty tame.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure why. I don't think it'll be because of that. I'll certainly give it a good go if the opportunity arises. But no, I don't necessarily think it's to do with the grip, but potentially it is. I think just the level of everybody in racing so far and the British Kart Championship and karting in general as a whole is just taking levels and levels. So everyone's kind of becoming wise to the trick, so they don't really open up.
Hairpin 1 we're going to see overtaking, though. That's always a hot spot.
Yeah, for sure. Hairpin 1's going to be a big overtaking opportunity. Really focused on the exit off the bridge is the generic focus there, and yeah, there's also going to be some defending into there most likely, depending how much they're clamping down on that. But yeah, I think definitely going to be a good opportunity for some overtaking.
And same again as we run through Hairpin 1, making sure that you hit that apex. Pretty much the same story again as you go out of Hairpin 2, but the exit I always think is really important here because the Fullerton S's, this is another overtaking zone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good overtaking zone here, particularly in the winter. As you say, with it being super hot and sticky now, the braking zone's super short, and actually it's a very gentle brake. So shorter braking zones mean lunging opportunities are quite difficult, but it also allows generally the unwise drivers to put their foot in and try keep it around the outside, which can often lead to a crash. But us experienced drivers, we need to try to be wise to that and pick our moments. So.
Running through Bobby Game, we actually pick up a little bit of traffic here just behind Harrison Whittaker and others. Talk us through this kind of scenario, because it's so close in this category.
Yeah, I mean, that's my teammate there, Scott. He actually got pushed wide the corner previous. He wasn't trying to get in my way. He did a good job of getting everyone else's way, but didn't quite see me. So it's just eyes ahead in these racing situations, eyes ahead, try and predict what the other drivers are going to do, which particularly in the UK is quite difficult. I think we're quite unpredictable. But no, it's just eyes forward. And yeah, I feel like I generally rely on my experience there to understand how these situations can play out and where best to place my kart.
Absolutely. Running through the last couple of corners, what's the hope for this weekend, Matty? What kind of result do you think you could get?
I mean, my hopes coming in was to hang on for the weekend. It's been a while since I've driven a kart. So yeah, really hopes to hang on, but obviously the XL guys, Energy, and Mick Panagada from Energy, they've brought me here to show what the package can do. So ultimately my goal is to win as normal. But yeah, at the very least show what the package is capable of running at the front. I think the last session my teammate Kean was P1 on the board and I was third, so definitely shows how good a product the Energy and the XL package is. So hopefully I can put that to show.
Absolutely. Best of luck for this weekend, Matty. I know you'll give it you all. We'll move on from the onboard lap. Let's have a look at how the Honda Cadets got on with, first of all, their highlights from Saturday's final.
Thanks, Keel. We're here at the start of the lap, the Bruno Ferrari S's. We're here with Shaylin Stricanton. Shaylin, of all the first corners that we have in the whole calendar, is this one of your favourites?
Yes, it is one of my favourites, and it's definitely one of the fastest. It's very, you want to get it as close as possible to the apex because you don't want to scrub too much speed. And if you go too wide, then the rubber will just put you on the grass. So you want to keep as close to the apex as possible and fast as possible, flat out the whole way through.
And particularly on race starts as well, when it's too wide into this part of the circuit, you've got through the first corner and then you're immediately into the left hand through the Bruno Ferrari S's and then under the bridge. How do you like to take a race start through here?
I just keep it nice and chilled for the first couple of corners, let everyone sort themselves out and then start going for the moves, because you don't want to be too risky before when everyone settles in, because otherwise you'll just get caught out into little incidents. And
you don't want to take too much curb through this second part of the Bruno Ferrari S's as well. It can get a little bit tight through here, can't it?
Yeah, especially when you're 3 wide, 2 wide down going for a move. It's very tight compared to, and you lose a lot of time when you go out there or down there. So you want to keep it as straight as possible as well.
Absolutely. Shaylin, thanks for your time. We looked at the bowl earlier on at Event 3, so let's actually go a little bit further round the Lichfield Bridge and over to Kiel.
Joining me here is Dimitar Uzanov, racing in Water Swift for J Karts this weekend. Dimi, you're no stranger to this circuit. We're here on the exit of the bridge. Now, this corner is kind of crucial, especially for your run down to the hairpin. Talk me through a bit of it.
So this corner is very, as you said, crucial, because if you hit that curb, you could run wide and you could lose a lot of places. So it is very good to get the exit out of this corner and get your head down so nobody overtakes you.
And then what do you find it kind of helps you with once you get down there to that hairpin? If you've had a good exit, what can you kind of do?
So basically you have to put your head under the steering wheel so there's no drag. And yeah, that makes you a bit faster so then they don't catch up.
And what are we going to see you do across this corner and down at these hairpins? Any overtakes we're going to see from you this weekend?
Probably a lot.
Of course. Thank you very much, Dimi. Let's move along to Andrew.
Colby Patterson, welcome to Hairpin 2. Now, first of all, how many laps do you reckon you've driven of this place?
Oh, easily over 1,000.
So you should know this corner pretty well. What's tricky about it? Because we saw Hairpin 1 back at Event 3. We're doing this one this time. Shape-wise, they're pretty much the same, but what happens through these corners can be a little bit different, can't it?
Yeah, hairpin 1's a bit different, but hairpin 2's mainly attack entry, roll the speed, and hopefully don't get run out on the exit, to be fair.
I was going to say that the exit curb is one where we often see drivers lose races more than win races. Is it one of those that comes at you very, very quickly as you're rolling through this corner?
Yeah, because you carry so much speed, it comes quite quickly, especially when you're overtaking. You get shown the rumble strip quicker than you think.
And then the run down to the Fullerton S's, you can do an overtake into this part of the course. We have talked to other drivers so far this week and have said because there's so much grip on the circuit, it's a really short braking zone, but it's still a very important run, isn't it, out of here down towards those S's?
Yeah, it's very important from hairpin 2 to the chicane, mostly because if you go in the hairpins, it's pretty easy, but if you're going in the chicane, it kind of scuffs the other driver over.
It does indeed. Colby, thanks for your time. Let's head further on down the course and back over to the keel.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now I'm joined by Senior X30 driver Aaron Brown. Aaron, you race for PF International themselves. How does it feel being here racing for them?
No, it's good. First British Champs race here, racing for Paul, PFI. So did Kart Masters 2 weeks ago, finished second at that race, which was a good result. So I'd like to go one better this weekend.
Now we're here at the Mike Wilson complex. This isn't necessarily where you see kind of the most overtakes. However, would you say it's one of the more harder aspects of the circuit?
It's really hard to overtake because of how tight this section is, but very important to stay as close as you can to the driver in front to give yourself a chance to overtake into the first corner. Because if you slow around this corner, you lose the momentum all the way to the start-finish line.
Well, exactly. And then out of this corner here, like you said, kind of carries you to the start-finish line. If you get a bad exit out of here, how much does that affect you then out of the start-finish straight?
So, well, you're vulnerable then to the driver behind, and also your chances of overtaking and having a run on the driver in front of you is a lot less. So it's important out of this corner to use all the rumble strip, use as much track as possible, so you're nice and, like a flowing line out of here, and then try and carry as much speed as you go towards the last corner.
Thank you very much, Aaron. We'll see you on here shortly.
So there you have it. That is your track walk for event 8 of this year's Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. A big race at a big place. We'll have more coming up after this short ad break at PF International.
Wera, what a start from the so hard. Heading up into the top section.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Well, welcome back everybody to event 8 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. You're joining me down on the grid with Water Swift Restricted. Now, we're kicking this off with a bang because this championship could be won right here. And that is by our pole sitter, Arthur Bowers. Arthur has won both of his heats today. We'll catch a quick word. Arthur, you've won both heats today. You've been looking really strong so far and all season overall. How are you feeling?
Excited.
Now, at this stage in the championship, Arthur, you could actually win this if you win this race and Hendrix Fallat finishes off the podium. This could be a championship for you. Does that kind of add more pressure at this stage for you?
Yeah, a lot.
What's the plan? You've got a big, good support system with BMR there. What advice have they given you ahead of this one?
Try and lead the race.
All right. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
We're going to let Arthur Bowers lock in. Joining him on the front row of the grid is Freddie Baker. Now, we see Freddie in both halves of the British Kart Championships. We're going to roll back into his correct grid stop. Freddie, how are you feeling? You've been really strong so far this weekend with Excel.
I'm feeling strong. Hopefully I can win the final.
Now, we see you in both halves. We saw you at Wilton Mill only last week. How do you prepare to then jump back into the restricted kart? Is there any main differences?
Mostly I go to Silverstone on a Tuesday to do testing in a Water Swift.
Now, you've led some of these heats, but you've just fallen short of the win. Is there any more that you can give for this one?
Probably a P1.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, the whistle has blown. This could be the time that we see our second ever British Kart champion of 2026. Well, with that said, let's go back to the box.
Thank you very much, Keogh Lynch. Oh, it's nervy down there, isn't it, for the start of this 8th final of the season for the IAME Water Swift Restricted category. And just to go through the most simple permutation, if Arthur Bowers wins this race and anyone other than Hendrix Fallat is second behind him, Arthur Bowers, a full meeting early, will move his locked-in championship score beyond what anybody else could finish with if they have a perfect run at Silverstone for the final weekend. Is that going to happen today? We're about to find out. The final for IAME Water Swift Restricted is next. Here is the grid for IAME Water Swift Restricted. It is Arthur Bowers on the front row of the grid. Freddie Baker alongside him on the front row. Patrick Wood and Hendrix Fallat go from row 2. Oliver Woodall and Benjamin Schlivar go from row number 3.
Row number 4 houses Lewis Wilson alongside Fusion Motorsports' Bobby Slater. From your 5th row, we have Cole Parrish and Caden Hakura. And from row number 6, it's Freddie Dye and George Askew.
Row number 7, Darcy Durnford and Harley Hibbert. Row 8, Logan Hodgetts and Max St. Hilaire. Row 9, James Ferguson and Noah Brad. It's Riley Aston Wilkins and Ocean Owen on row 10. Harry Murphy will be alone. No, will not be taking part in this one. So no Harry Murphy, no Ollie West either. The rain has not come at 2 o'clock. The track is still declared dry. You are not allowed to use a wet tyre in these conditions. So even though Ollie West does have those wet tyres, can't use them. It's not really in this race. I think we're missing George Askew from this race as well. So Arthur Bowers won his first round of these championships back at Wera, but has had such consistency across the course of the season, has a good lead in the championship heading into this one. What can he do in the next 12 minutes plus 1 lap? We are racing at PF International in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're in to the first couple of corners and it's a good start. Oh, who's that going off? That was one of the Pantanos by the looks of things. The Tommy Weir Racing entries spearing off the circuit. That's not a good moment for them through the first couple of corners. They've got going again. It's the number 49 of Noah Brad for Tommy Weir Racing. Look at the advantage, Nicole, that Arthur Bowers had down off of the bridge. He's immediately been caught up again. Now, interestingly, it's Hendrix Fallat who's come to P2. If the race finished like that, because Oliver Woodall's gone down the inside, it would not be championship picture for Bowers, but if someone like Woodall, as he's just done there, gets into second place behind Bowers, it's going to be party time for the BMR squad.
Arthur Bowers then going into this race. You called it here, Andrew. He needs to win it and he needs to have Falat finish less than P2. 5-second penalty for Noah Brad, so that's for that incident earlier on within this race. Out of the final corner, Bowers holds things. Oliver Woodall is currently the thorn in his side. Under the bridge, these drivers will take a big lick of that entry curb round the bowl, as there is Falat. Falat is looking strong and he's looking comfortable. He's not rattled and he's not panicking just yet. This is a long race. This is the longest race of the day so far for these restricted drivers. And isn't Arthur Bowers going to feel that in towards hairpin number 1? It's Bowers from Woodall, from Falat, from Patrick Wood. Of course, Patrick Wood, good weekend so far, good pace. Pulled it yesterday, but didn't end up with a win, as here potentially comes Oliver Woodall. Woodall looked to try and put the nose down the inside, but Bowers tightens things up and says absolutely not. It was a 3-kart battle, but now they're looking to invite more drivers in, as Bowers could potentially look to tactically back everybody up into each other and make them trip over each other.
Indeed, 9 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go then. Arthur Bowers leads here at PF International. Second, Oliver Woodall. Third, Hendrix Falat. Falat with a third place would move up to second place in the standings, leaving Lincolnshire here this afternoon. However, we'll come back to that, because Oliver Woodall's gone for the race lead and taken it. Bowers down to P4. Now, that's not necessarily game over in terms of championship. There's still a long way in this race to go. But Oliver Woodall wanting to join Hendrix Falat in the multiple round winners club here in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Bit of a moment there for Freddie Baker. Got caught on the curb through hairpin 1. Is trying to hold on to a position inside the top 6 right now. This is where we start having to do the maths of how this impacts Arthur Bowers. But this won't be championship winning position at the moment, and particularly if Hendrix Falat there in that white and blue helmet can try and get through and take the race lead himself ahead of Oliver Woodall. Woodall took one of the race wins in Scotland up at Lark Hall. It was a great weekend, a real breakthrough weekend for Oliver Woodall. He's a little bit further down in the championship scores heading into this one. He won't care about that right now. He's here to make another race win go to the DK Academy. He's nicely leading this race at the moment, Nicole. Arthur Bowers just dropping off the back of the top 3 here.
Well, Hendrix Falat, of course, let's not forget, is a final winner this year. Currently showing us that he's still got it in the bag to try and do that again. In towards the first hairpin, are we going to see a move for the front? No, but we are going to see a move here between Benjamin Schlivar and Freddie Baker. So Schlivar now losing out and dropping down to P6. 4-kart battle is at the front, and they have then split themselves up from that duo of Baker and Schlivar. Other names looking to make up positions. Logan Hodgetts has not had the day. He has had penalty after penalty that set him back. That's been his Achilles heel so far this weekend, but now he's up by 4 positions and he's currently sat there in P11, your biggest hitter so far. We've lost George Askew, we've lost Harry Murphy and Ollie West, because of course they did not manage to join us for this last race of this weekend, and a race that is still undetermined for Arthur Bowers' fate. Can he take the championship early? He's still in the fight, he's still looking on, and if you cast your mind back to previous qualifying heats earlier on, he did it in the later stages. He dropped back into the hands of the drivers behind, and then he clawed his way through. He's bided his time and he picked off position, and maybe now could look to pick off position as well, and could pick off that position from his big rival of Hendrix Falat, because down the inside 2 for the price of 1 down that back straight and in towards the first hairpin. Bowers into P2.
This is when we start having to do the arithmetic, because that puts Bowers up to P2. Right now, as things are breaking down, this is where drop scores start to come into play. Everybody's worst result of the season so far will be put in the bin at the end of this one. It will officially be a drop score. Bowers running P2 now. Falat running 5th. Oh, that would work. That would work. For Arthur Bowers, it would take him to 9:34, confirmed, locked in. Falat would be not able to beat that at Silverton, and I tell you what, if Bowers could get through, well, that's the most simple way of making this championship concrete for the young man for Team BMO is to win this race, but here comes Woodall once again, and here comes Freddie Baker. Freddie Baker hasn't given up on his championship hopes, and what a move that is! Freddie Baker takes the lead of this final. What a first half we've had here at PF International. Still 6 minutes to go. Clever play by Bowers again there. Could have panicked, could have gone in. He covered off any kind of move for Hendrix Fallat. He knows that that's the biggest threat to him at the moment in terms of the points. He's holding third place. Fallat now running in P5. But look at the pace that Baker and Woodall have at the moment here, Nicole. This is brilliant stuff from the drivers for the Excel Motorsport team and the DK Academy. They could take this race away from the likes of Schliver, Fallat, Wood, behind them in that second group.
Momentum is with Baker now. He had that purple lap. He's boosted in pace and now could be boosted by Oliver Woodall, the DK Academy driver. Arthur Bowers is there. The fight is not over, but he's got to put in his best efforts and he's got to muscle past the two drivers ahead, and maybe looks to muscle past here because they're nose to tail, and he just gives a slight nudge to the rear of Oliver Woodall. Off of the bridge, you've got trios forming now. Big lick of the curb there for Freddie Baker, absolutely on the limit and on the limit of that grip in towards the first hairpin. You're going to see at points this weekend that accordion effect for these drivers when they're in, of course, that traffic. They start to reduce those gaps to each other. They have to be really careful on the brake because, of course, this front fighting pack cannot risk a nose cone penalty either because there is nothing in it between your top 10. They're only split up now by 2.3 seconds out there. Virtual championship points. Bowers, 932. Fallat, 891. 1 point now separates Fallat and Benjamin Schliver, who is currently sat on your road, P4, testing the best of your championship leader, Arthur Bowers. Covering the inside line later on in the race will be Freddie Baker, because now for Baker, the clock is becoming a factor. Round the bowl, Benjamin Schliver looking to try and hunt down something, but so is Bowers. Schliver now glued to the back of the BMR. Off for the bridge, these drivers will run. Andrew, this is anybody's game.
It is anybody's game for this final here today. Here comes Bowers. Bowers, 2 points off being in championship winning position. That will send him there. Down the inside of Woodall. Up to P2. Doesn't necessarily need to win this race right now with Hendrix Fallat down in 5th place, but it's still close. Look at them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers. All the way back to Louis Wilson there for the Tim Wilson Motorsport team are all in the mix here at PF. How many times have we said it over the years at a big race here in British karting, round the home of British karting? It takes one little moment to completely change things. 3 minutes is an eon in this sport. Arthur Bowers goes for the race lead, takes the race lead. What an overtake that was. Woodall back up to P2. Schliver now 3rd. Good scrap going on for 4th. And that's a classic example here, Nicole, of PF and how it can change. Start of this lap, Baker led. Now, 30 seconds later, he's down in 5th.
Bowers was hunting for the advantage. At that first turn, he found the advantage, and now it's all about execution for here. For Bowers, he's got to try and hold on to it, but he's not going to hold on to it at the second hairpin, because down the inside, Oliver Woodall has got the move, and he's made the move stick, and Bowers is thinking more so about Benjamin Schliver. For Bowers, he's got to settle back down. This race now is going to feel like an absolute eternity for the drivers at the front, because for Oliver Woodall, one of the drivers on a dual campaign in 2026, doing both IAME Water Swift Restricted and, of course, the Road Tax class in Mini. Over in the world of road tax, these drivers are having to switch what they're doing weekend by weekend. Woodall was out last week. He's instantly had to try and get back into the mix, adjust things, and is now fighting out against Bowers, who has had to do just that as well, as is Benjamin Schliver. 3 big names within the restricted category, 3 drivers capable of a win right now, but for Arthur Bowers, he's capable maybe of a championship, and he's capable maybe of an overtake in towards that first hairpin, and does just that before they even hit the apex.
This is great from Arthur Bowers. He doesn't necessarily need to win this race to win the championship today, but by being on the front foot, being positive, he's giving himself a little bit of wiggle room. Oh, that's no wiggle room at all. Into the Fullerton S's. Bowers keeps the race lead. Benjamin Schliver having one of his best finals in a while. Nearly nipping through there into second place. Cole Parrish is going to be out of this race. Technical flag is out. That's a real shame for Cole Parrish, who's been driving brilliantly here this weekend, but will not be classified in the final result, or at least he won't be very high up the order. 60 seconds to go. 2 more laps. Arthur Bowers, is this going to be the day where the British title goes to BMR in IAME Water Swift Restricted? Here comes Woodall once again. Is he going to get an assist from those behind? Side by side onto the bridge. Still side by side. Patrick Wood flies it all. Freddie Baker's in trouble. Freddie Baker off the road, drops out of the battle for the race win here today. Bowers has got the race lead back, but anything could happen in the last 1.5 laps of this race, Nicole.
This race is going to absolutely be undecided until the very bitter end. Look at Bowers parking it on the white line. He's backing everybody into each other. He's not going to allow anybody to try and execute a clean pass. He's going to make it hard work, and he's going to say to the rest of them, catch me if you can. This is a statement of intent, and out of there, the S's for Benjamin Schliver. Gets crossed up all over there, the exit curb, and then does exactly that through the exit of Bobby Game. Bowers now settles down. He's calling the shots. He's leading the charge, and this is his race to lose. This is his championship to lose, because where is Hendrix Falat?
P7.
He's down now in P7. That separates those 2 drivers up enough. That separates up the BMR from the Pantano enough for Bowers to potentially leave Paul Fletcher International this weekend as a Water Swift Restricted winner. And it's the final lap, is the last half of a lap left to go, and Bowers is going to race that kart like he absolutely stole it.
Bowers needs top 2. If he can finish in the top 2 with Falat down the order, this is game over in terms of the championship for everybody else. Hairpin 2 has been negotiated. Arthur Bowers is still in the lead of this race. Patrick Wood's trying to get through. Louis Wilson's on the move up the order for Tim Wilson Motorsport. The corners are being counted down. Is this the moment for Arthur Bowers into the Mike Wilson complex? Is Bowers about to join the long list of names to be champions in British karting? 2 corners to go. Arthur Bowers is going to do it in style. Arthur Bowers wins at PF International, and as things stand, becomes 2026 IAME Water Swift Restricted British Kart Champion.
What a day for Arthur Bowers, for BMR, for Ben Platten, for Joey Bleakley. Not just a mechanic, somebody that Bowers relies on, somebody that Arthur has used this year to get him to the front. He's got to the front this weekend. Today he's been unbeaten in a race despite having to fight his way through the crowd, despite having to thread a needle through some of the traffic. Now he's claimed it. He's claimed a clean sweep, he's claimed another final win, and as it stands provisionally has claimed a Vera Tools British Kart Championship a round early as well. What a statement, what a phrase to be able to say about a young driver who's, I think, only just getting started.
He's only just getting started indeed. So that result leaves the scores right now looking like this. Bowers, 937 points. That is a best 15 scores from the 16 that full attendees have got so far this season. Hendrix Falat, with that 5th place, moves up to 2nd place in the championship tonight on 891. The reason we are saying that Bowers is champion, if Hendrix Falat went perfect through Silverstone, 4 first place scores, because it's another 2-rounder, it's another double header, Falat would finish on 933. So it's a 4-point margin for Arthur Bowers. There is Joe Bleakley. There is a British championship for Joe Bleakley as a mechanic. Do they know the size of the job that they have just... And to do it with a race victory as well there, Nicole. And that whole race almost typified Arthur's season. So calm. So calm. And dealing with that pressure and making the right choices, keeping himself towards the front of the field throughout the course of that race. Oliver Woodall drove a very good race here today. Very good race today. Moves up to 5th place in the standings. back on the podium for the first time since Wera. He likes being in front of the Alpha Live cameras. That's 3 podiums in a row now for Woodall when it's been a Sunday.
And there's your 2025
There he
champion.
is, yeah.
There's your 2025 champion, Albie J. Stubbs, giving the honours there to Arthur Bowers, which I think also highlights what this championship means to these drivers.
It does indeed. And we spoke to Arthur earlier in the season at Wera, and he was very a little bit coy, a little bit quiet as to being in front of the cameras. But I tell you what, I don't think he's going to be quiet now. He's such a character in the paddock, and he's the winner. He's only the second driver this season to become a multiple round winner in this class. Hendrix Fallat was the first yesterday. Woodall second. Patrick Wood, brilliant drive. You think where Patrick was in qualifying earlier on this morning, and he fights back to get a double podium here at PF International. That is brilliant stuff from the number 7 seed from last year. Louis Wilson, P4. That's one of the best results for Louis so far this year. Best one since round 1. Hendrix Fallat 5th, Benjamin Schlivar 6th, Caden Hakura, Logan Hodgetts, Bobby Slater and Freddie Dye. Great turnaround for Freddie Dye. Was a retirement yesterday in the Saturday final. Gets a top 10 here today. Darcy Durnford as well had problems in one of the heats. She finishes P11 ahead of Riley Aston Wilkins, James Ferguson, Max St. Hilaire and Harley Hibbert. Ocean Owen 16th, Noah Brad 17th. Retirements from that one, Freddie Baker, who will fight for second place in the championship when we go to Silverstone. Cole Parrish, who deserved a lot more than a retirement here this afternoon, has driven brilliantly this weekend, and non-starts for George Askew, Harry Murphy and Ollie West.
What a way to start our finals.
I know. What a way indeed. And, well, there's more racing to come. Another 5 finals ahead of us here at PF International. Do hope you can be with us all the way. Myself, Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We'll be down in a moment with Keol Lynch to hear from our champion-elect. I put a little asterisk on it. As long as everything goes okay, it's at the last round. I'm sure it will. The points are on the board. Let's go down to Parc Fermé to Keol Lynch and your latest race winner and champion-elect, Arthur Bowers.
Thank you very much. Arthur Bowers, you are provisionally the 2026 Water Swift Restricted champion. That must feel amazing.
A lot.
Tell me how much that means, because we know you're not the only person within your team of people around you that has worked so hard for this. How proud is everyone going to be around you?
Pretty proud.
What have you worked hardest on this year? Tell me, because as you young drivers, all year it's all about learning and progressing. What has been the biggest thing that you had to get better at this year?
Probably not looking behind.
Well, you definitely did a good job of it. And who do you have to thank for all of your success this year, Arthur?
Grice, Team BMR and my mechanic Joey Bleakley.
All right, we'll let you go and celebrate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a way to start the finals then, with crowning one more British Kart Championship this year so far. Well, we are on to the youngest drivers we have out with us this weekend. Let's head back to the box.
Thank you very much, Keol. Honestly, folks, he's a lot louder when he's a little bit camera shy, but that's okay. We all were at one point. Well done to Arthur Bowers. It's really interesting there that the answer to the question, Nicole, of what he's worked on is not looking behind. It's that psychological side of the sport,
not
which
thinking
we've been
about the others.
Exactly, that Bowers has been on top of throughout the whole season. You look at the consistency that he's got on his scores so far this season. Everybody else has had maybe 2 or 3 times this season where it's not quite gone their way. They'll look to get rid of those scores when we get to Silverstone. But for Arthur, apart from a P10 in the final in the very first race of the season, he has finished at least 5th in each stage of the championship. And the vast majority of those are in the top 3. There's a lot of gold, silver and bronze on his scorecard.
Yeah, Bowers just highlighting to us there that, points mean prizes. You don't have to win everything to win. In fact, you don't have to be on the podium at every single final to get that all-important number 1 plate when we come to end a championship. That's what Bowers has just shown us. And he is the second, of course, Viritol's British Kart champion
of 2026 so far. Of course, Ansel Murray can say that about himself. That's over in the A10 Rotax category. But for your IAME classes in Water Swift Restricted, it belongs to Arthur. That's your first final done and dusted of the day. But next up, we go over to our Bambino category, our youngest category here this weekend, the youngest category actually in karting, a class that sees drivers from the ages of 6 till 8. Very, very young indeed. And I think what really highlights it to me, Andrew, is when you walk around the paddock and you sort of see these little drivers driving around, and you know, they are little kids, but when they jump into those karts, they do give us a show, and they actually show us very smart, some of them. You know, so some of the ways they race, really, really impressive indeed. And now we're going to watch them race for one final time this weekend.
They race like little lions and lionesses. They are brilliant in this M1 Bambino category. Now, this is another one that could be decided in this race. The odds of it happening maybe not quite as high as what we've just seen in IAME Water Swift Restricted. You know, for example, if Shay Downey wins this race, we're going to Silverstone. Between himself and Presley Knight. Presley Knight will lead the championship coming into this one, and will be starting nicely on the front row of the grid. But Shay Downey there has been in really, really good form so far this weekend, and don't rule out that number 19 of Teddy Smith in the heats earlier on this morning. Nicole, I was very impressed with Teddy. It was good to see that Smith was back in this similar kind of form to what we saw at the very start of the season at Lark Hall. He's going to be a factor in this race.
Absolutely will be. And for Teddy, he just sort of plicked people off. He plucked away. He was just slow and steady earlier on. He, you know, had a good battle, but he had a battle with a name we didn't just mention, Jules Nash. Jules took the final win yesterday. He was very, very good indeed throughout both qualifying heats, and he was that driver in the second qualifying heat that Teddy Smith went head-to-head with consistently. So for me so far, Nash, Knight and Downey as well as Smith will be those four to look on at. But you actually can't count out any of these Bambinos. It's only a 12-kart field, so at the first couple of corners, indeed, it will get, I'm sure, mixed up a little bit in your order.
I'm going to correct myself. The spreadsheet is doing its business. This one cannot be decided today.
Can I say something?
Go for it.
Good.
Good.
Because I love it.
We could just call a race.
I love it when a race goes to the absolute final moments, to the final rounds. But now we're going to catch up with, of course, Keogh Lynch, who's down on our grid.
That's right. Thank you very much, Nicole. Now, like she said, these are our youngest drivers out with us here this weekend. But on pole position will be Shay Downey. Now, Shay can't quite tie his shoelaces yet if you watched the paddock show yesterday, but he can win both heats and put it on pole position. Shay, you've done a brilliant job so far. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite good, and I want to win that final.
Now, not to distract you, Shay, but yesterday in this feature you gave me a very funny accent. Do you remember what you did when you said your name?
Yes.
Right, answer this question in the same accent then. Who's going to be most excited if you win the championship at the end of the year?
Me!
Okay, thank you very much. Right, starting on pole position, what's been the advice given for you?
To win that final.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Joining him then on the front row of the grid is our championship leader right now, who is Presley Knight. Presley, you've had a really consistent weekend so far, which has landed you here on the front row of the grid. How are you feeling?
Good.
Now, yesterday we heard from you all, including yourself. You guys gave me an overtake that we were expecting to see from you throughout the weekend. What was your answer?
Yes.
Your answer was yes? I don't think it was. The question was, what overtakes were we going to see from you this weekend?
Switchback.
A switchback. Now, have we seen one so far?
No.
No. Are we going to see one in this final?
Yeah, you should do.
All right, thank you very much. We should do. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to go back to Jules Nash, who is starting behind Presley there. Jules inherited his first ever win yesterday. For any driver, it's a very exciting experience, especially a driver so young. Jules, tell us how exciting it was to inherit your first win yesterday. I know it wasn't on track, however, it's still an exciting feeling.
Very great.
We're distracted by the whistle there, but no problem at all. Now you're starting on the second row of the grid. You've got some RCE teammates around you. Does it help having so many of your teammates to, not just in this race, but to compare data with and learn with?
A little bit, yeah.
All right, best of luck.
Thanks.
That's it then from down on the grid with our Bambinos. I'll see you after the race. Let's see what happens.
We will see what happens indeed, Kiol. Thank you very much. So, Bambinos down on the grid. They've been given those notifications to say that they will be very shortly be going off for their formation lap. Of course, these drivers will be completing a standing start, so they will complete one rolling lap before joining us on the grid one more time. But for now, for these drivers, of course, lights will be in their minds. They will be zoned in, they will be locked in, and they will be thinking about picking off positions. For Shay Downey, this is an important race here, Andrew. I'm not sure, I know Shay was very, very upset after his final yesterday. Of course, it was taken away after a post-race penalty. Well, actually, it was an in-race penalty for him. So for Shay, a lot is on the line, I would say, but a lot is on the line for other drivers like Jules Nash, who has the opportunity here to go 2 for 2.
It's one of the things with these M1 Bambinos that I've found absolutely remarkable for the last 5 or 6 years when I've been watching this category race is just how much these drivers have to go through, psychologically. 6 years, 7 years of age. Shay Downey, you've got to have your fingers crossed for him. This is the 3rd race in a final in a row where he's been on pole position. He had the penalty yesterday. He lost the podium because of a technical issue in the race before that. So we talk about 3rd time lucky. This could be the day for Shay Downey. And, of course, he's got that championship side of things as well. Now, yes, championship can't be decided today in this one. The drop scores properly come into play when we go to Silverstone. There was a chance that Presley Knight could have done a clean sweep this weekend, and that would have got him just over the margin. That's not going to happen. Presley scored solidly this weekend, but not been clean sweeping, which is fine because it means with the championship goes on to Silverstone. So, we'll see what the drivers are going to be able to achieve. There's Esme Barrett's number 74. She's about to go in front of her first televised British Kart Championships final. We're ready for it. It's race number 32, the final in M1 Bambino. Time for the final in M1 Bambino. Shay Downey for the third final in a row starts on pole position. Presley Knight, championship leader, alongside on the front row. Teddy Smith and Jules Nash go from row 2. It's George Miller and Henry Exton on row 3.
Row number 4 belongs to Stanley Thurston and Jack Minart, and from row number 5 it's Briella Stevens with Esme Barrett. Your 6th and final row for 12 M1 Bambinos in total. It will be Aidan Castleman alongside Rex Everard.
So no Aidan Castleman, I think, by the looks of things, at least on our timing and scoring information. We did see that Aidan had a problem during the heats earlier on today. Championship looks like this. This is still an important race in terms of the championship. It won't be the decider, though, today. Presley Knight, 685, already in the bag. The lead is 42 points ahead of Stanley Thurston. On 643, George Miller, 640, Henry Exton, 621, Shay Downey, 607, Teddy Smith, 605. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, hang on a minute, Andrew, that sounds like a pretty big gap. How come the championship can't be decided today? Don't forget that Downey and Smith both have a 0 score on their scorecards as things are right now from disqualifications early on in the season. Now, all being well, that will become a drop score when we get to Silverstone, and it means that effectively, whereas the others, when they're starting to get into drop score territory, they're talking about adding another maybe 10, 15 points on. For the likes of Downey and Smith, we're talking 50, 55, maybe even a full 65 championship points. So that's why, even though Downey and Smith are a little bit further down as things are right now in terms of the scores, they're actually the closest challengers, in a way, in terms of the form book to Presley Knight's championship lead. The grid is pretty much formed up, and yes, indeed, we do have 11 on the grid. Unfortunately, Aidan Castleman will not take the start of this race. Parents, guardians, mechanics, clear the grid. It's just the drivers and Glyn Griffiths now on the tarmac here at Paul Fletcher International. Eyes to the lights. They're coming on one by one. When they go out, we'll be racing in the M1 Bambinos. And once again, it's a great start for Shay Downey, who will lead into the first corner. Presley Knight straight into P2. Looking for another solid run here today. Could it be another podium for the championship leader? Through and round the bowl for the first time. It's a good start as well for Teddy Smith. Teddy Smith looking for second place straight away to try and take it away from Presley Knight. Good racing straight away here, Nicole, in the M1 Bambinos.
So we're trying to find who our best baby-faced racer is this weekend. Yesterday it was Jules Nash. Could he go 2 for 2 and take 2 final wins? Good question remains. Currently he's sat very strong on the road, but out there in the front, of course, Shay Downey owning things for now. In the background, good little battles going on for George Miller, for Stanley Thurston, Jack Minot and Esme Barrett, who looks to get involved. We've also, of course, got Briella Stevens in the mix. Briella, of course, we saw her in the paddock show yesterday. She said she can get in there, she can get involved, and she wants to end up in a big motorsport career. And I'd already be saying to Briella, she's absolutely capable of doing that, because I've noticed just this weekend, Andrew, consistent progress for Briella, for her, starting on that 5th row, really good stuff, actually. Out at the front, though, best of the field for the time being is, come on Teddy Smith. He has taken it for the second time this weekend. Teddy Smith takes and leads a race.
It does indeed. So round the bowl on lap number 2 here. 10.5 minutes of this race remaining. I wonder whether the top 3 are just going to try and work together for the next couple of minutes or so, reduce the numbers game. There's a good scrap going on for 5th place as well between George Miller, Stanley Thurston and Henry Exton. Henry Exton in the middle of that trio with the gold and black helmet, tries to cut back there. George Miller in the green and white Tony Kart liveried machine gets to the inside, takes that position. All of these drivers running on British-made Richardson chassis engineering machines. As here comes Stanley Thurston down the inside, takes back 5th place ahead of Miller. Here's a good scrap for the race lead, not quite 2nd place is more where it's happening at the moment. Presley Knight holding that one ahead of Jules Nash.
So Presley Knight this weekend, of course, under the guidance of Mark Baines. I'm sure Mark would have given those last-minute words of encouragement to Presley, but also Presley is looking at a championship. Slow but steady sometimes wins the race, but that's not what Presley's going to think throughout this one, because he's going to go down the inside, he's going to take things away from Teddy Smith. But watch them now as they enter on top of the bridge and on top of the bowl, because like I thought, Teddy Smith will waste no time to go back in. So 2 changes for the race lead in only the first 4 corners of this circuit. Smith back into control. It's Knight, then it's Jules Nash, who is also on a fastest lap, with Shay Downey rounding out your top 4. So these are your 4 drivers that have, of course, all taken those final wins. 4 drivers who are looking strong championship-wise, as again in towards that second hairpin, Presley Knight is going to take away the race lead. This is going to happen time and time again. The nature of Bambino racing, with the power that they have, the tyres that they have, and being on such large circuits, encourages overtakes. Now we're on overtake number 4 within just 1 lap. Sometimes you don't even see the change for a race lead change 4 times in a race for those larger karts. But for this group, that's going to happen. And Teddy Smith is back to the front.
Teddy Smith took the checkered flag first both times. The first meeting of the season at Lark Hall, but lost one of those wins. Kart was just a little bit underweight on that particular day. Here comes Jules Nash to the race lead. Still 8 minutes of this race to go. Presley Knight sitting there in 3rd. Be another useful score for the young driver under the tutelage of Mark Baines. Further down the order, the battle for 5th place still rages on. Stanley Thurston has got up to 5th place ahead of George Miller and Henry Exton. Here comes another move. Smith again to the inside, hits the brakes. Perfect driving there, through and onto the apex of hairpin number 1, back to the front of the order. Nash still holding there in 2nd place ahead of Presley Knight, and Shay Downey still looking good at the moment in P4. Still very much in with a chance of winning this race. But he doesn't want to be dropped out of this top trio, Nicole, because otherwise it's going to get very difficult for him.
So Teddy Smith, of course, to the front once more. But Jules Nash, of course, nephew of previous KZ2 European champion Tom Luyet, as well as Gavin Luyet. I think he's using some of Uncle Tom's overtaking advice going throughout this race, because we have seen him take things and we have seen him look strong. Is he going to try and take the lead of this race in towards that bowl section? Take it not. He was going to try it in towards the first corner. Nash tried to go for it, but did have to back out, as Teddy Smith said, absolutely no you don't. I've learnt my lesson and what I've done in my racing with Presley Knight. Closes the door and fends him off. It's Smith, Nash, Presley Knight and Staniel Thurston. We then still have Shay Downey involved in this, as George Miller and Henry Exton also look to try and get involved, as actually your entire top 8 now only separated by 5 seconds. Your top 7 separated by less than 1 second. This Bambino final is going to be any driver's game, but for the time being, the leader of the pack, the driver in charge, is still Teddy Smith.
Here comes Jules Nash, though, once again with a bit of a push from Presley Knight. That's great work between those two drivers. Through goes Nash into the race lead. Teddy Smith drops down to P3 now. And that is another change in the story of this M1 Bambino final. Through and onto another lap, Stanley Thurston has come forward as well. So Stanley, we were talking about in the battle for 5th place, all of a sudden Stanley's going for P2, was on the podium earlier on this season at Wera, side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel, through the Bruno Ferrari S's, under the bridge. This is a chance now for Jules Nash to try and break away from those behind, but it's so hard here at PF International, these big, long corners and straights, that in this kind of category, the driver at the front, no slipstream, no toe, at an aerodynamic disadvantage, and inevitably get pulled back in. Good move there from Teddy Smith, back into 3rd place. Shay Downey's trying to get alongside Stanley Thurston and might have a chance on the brakes here into hairpin number 2. It's off of hairpin number 2 that Downey will once again be alongside, slots in behind Thurston, running in 5th place. George Miller and Henry Exton at the back of this group. Jack Minot running in 8th place at the moment, having a really good battle with Bryla Stevens. Just half a second between those two a few moments ago. Esme Barrett and Rex Everard still running and running well in 10th place and 11th places. They're both setting personal bests as this race goes along. 4.25 minutes to go here, Nicole. And how do you see the drivers playing the next couple of minutes?
Well, I think for these Bambinos, because of the nature of the racing, because of the fact that they are so small, but they're driving around a 1,382 metre circuit, is still going to continue to chop and change for that race lead. I don't think there's going to be any game playing or tactical driving from these drivers. I think for Presley Knight, as soon as he sees that he's got more pace compared to Jules Nash, he'll absolutely go in.
Yeah.
Jules Nash, however, correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew, could be the first driver in championship since George Edgar did it out at Larkhall to go 2 out of 2 for finals over a weekend, to get 2 consecutive final wins. So for the time being, this could look like a good statistic for Jules Nash, but he's not going to be handed it, because out at the front, of course, he's being challenged because Teddy Smith is back into P2, and now Teddy Smith is into the race lead, down at, of course, the harsh 90 right. Teddy Smith takes away that P1 spot once more.
Good move there from Teddy Smith. George Miller has been shown the warning flag, so George currently running in P7, over the line again, but here it is, once again another attack coming in from Jules Nash, supported by Stanley Thurston. That's clever play between the Richardson Chassis Engineering teammates. They've got a bit of a gap now to Teddy Smith there in 3rd, Presley Knight in 4th. It doesn't look like it's going to be Shay Downey's day, unfortunately. Shay has dropped back from this top 4. It's now 1.2 seconds to those fighting for 5th place. Here goes Stanley Thurston down the inside in cart number 28 to the race lead. Started this race on the 4th row. Teddy Smith gets through as well, past Jules Nash. You saw there, big, massive, full-grade CIK FIA curb. meant to stop, you know, a full-size OK senior kart. These M1 Bambinos, very much smaller than those.
Than the curb.
Pretty much the whole kart was off the ground there as the driver rattled along the curb.
Yeah, I think for these drivers, if they were to hit a curb round PFI, it would go very, very wrong for these drivers. They're very tall, they're large curbs for these drivers. They're avoiding at every single opportunity. They're avoiding at all curbs, even though Teddy Smith actually just said to us, it might be big, but I'm not afraid of it at that first hairpin because he was as close as you like towards that white line. 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go on the clock. This is going to continue to change as that's a nice move there for Henry Exton, getting further up the order. 4 drivers at the front running wide. However, Teddy Smith maybe looks to get into the race lead once more, does just that as Stanley Thurston ran himself wide on top of the bridge. Good stuff by Teddy, and I'm sure his dad is down there on the grandstand giving it a come on Teddy, because he's doing just that once more. It's Smith from Thurston, from Knight, from Jules Nash. Henry Exton and Shay Downey have now switched, so unfortunately for Shay, you know, he was at the business end, he was the controller yesterday, but he's not the controller of this one. Presley Knight down the inside, switches with Stanley Thurston, now opens up the door maybe to Jules Nash as well as back down the inside. Actually, Thurston's going to say, I'm going to have this one back.
This is a growing into a big race for Teddy Smith. Had a really good first day of the season up at Lark Hall. That was the last time he secured a P1 finish during a championship stage, but still with this race and another 4 stages to go when we get to Silverstone, he could still become M1 Bambino British Kart champion. Stanley Thurston, though, he just wants his first win at this level, and with that move goes to the front of the order with 2 laps to go then. Under the bridge, round onto the bowl once again. Is there going to be a move coming in here from Teddy Smith? He's trying to get an overlap. He uses that little chamfer of the curb, not quite able to get through as they go onto the Litchfield Bridge. Off the Litchfield Bridge once again. Thurston taps his helmet to say, let's keep working together. Let's think about this. Presley Knight's going to be down the inside of his title rival. Takes second place. I've been impressed once again here with Presley Knight. If he's still in the battle for the race win, but if it's not going to be a race win today, he has done a very solid job of keeping those championship points ticking over, Nicole.
Absolutely, he's keeping his championship hopes alive. For Stanley Thurston, this will potentially go to the very end between him and Presley Knight. You can't also count out Miller at this stage. 2 karts wide then in towards the 90 right, and the number 19 of Teddy Smith is going to get himself back into P2. Don't say that this is over for Teddy. He might have been in P4 a moment ago, but they still have laps left. Out of the final corner, these drivers will be absolutely flat on the power. They will be on the limit. Now as we go into the final lap of racing for, like I said at the start of this race, our baby-faced racers, our baby-faced warriors. They've had a long weekend. They've had so many qualifying heats. They've had 4 in total, and this is their second final. As down the inside, that was Teddy Smith again saying to the drivers around, I'm going to end up on a podium, but maybe that could have called it for Stanley Thurston. This could be the moment that Stanley Thurston's fate within this Bambino final is ticked, because he's now got an almost half a second gap because the drivers behind are too busy thinking about each other. Presley Knight goes down the inside. Knight is into P2. P3 then Teddy Smith, but he's having to fend off. Actually, no, Smith is down to P4 now, so that's gone wrong for Teddy Smith. This, I would say, Stanley Thurston will feel like a very, very long half a lap for himself. This could be a final win. This could be an incredibly good result for Thurston.
It could be indeed. Presley Knight had a really good run out of the Fullerton S's, but I think it's going to be not enough at this stage. Stanley Thurston is going to come round the last couple of corners, and for the first time in the British Kart Championships, Stanley Thurston is a round winner. He wins in M1 Bambino here at PF International. Presley Knight takes a very solid second place and will lead the championship into the last doubleheader at Silverstone. Third place, a double podium here this weekend for Jules Nash. Henry Exton, a great run there to P4. Teddy Smith takes another haul of points with P5. Very good race there, Nicole, from our youngest drivers. We'll look forward to seeing their championship be wrapped up later on in the autumn when we go to the home of British motorsport, Silverstone, and well, it's going to be interesting to see whether Presley Knight can keep this run going. Stanley Thurston won't be part of that championship battle, but still a great response from Stanley Thurston. How does it feel to take that first big result, to get that win in the books?
I think as a driver, especially as a driver of that age, it's so exciting.
Yeah.
It's genuine excitement, it's genuine passion for it. And, you know, there's no pressure for these little drivers just yet. They're in their early stages, and for Stanley, he'll be able to go back, most importantly, to his family, to his parents who are here this weekend, because every driver has brought their big entourage of mum, dad, siblings out there. For Stanley, he'll be able to go back to the tent, celebrate with family, and know that here at PFI, a circuit, of course, who have welcomed so many names throughout its years since opening, like Lando Norris, George Russell, big champions, that he could be one of those one day. Stanley Thurston is your winner today for M1 Bambino, ahead of Presley Knight and Jules Nash inside of your top 3. Henry Exton and Teddy Smith take you to your top 5. We then have Shay Downey, George Miller, Jack Mineo, Esme Barrett and Rex Everard as the last 10 finishers. Unfortunately, we missed out on Briella Stevens and Aidan Castleman finishing off that race. Castleman, of course, not joining us on the grid. M1 Bambinos, however, done and dusted, and this is how it unfolded.
These were the highlights from that 12-minute plus 1 lap final. It's a good start for Shay Downey, who led ahead of Presley Knight through the first couple of corners. It was always going to be a back and forth race. Teddy Smith looking good again, as we saw in the heats earlier on in the day. Stanley Thurston, though, making very good progress early on. We shouldn't forget, Stanley started this race 7th on the grid, and that first half of the race was key to get himself in the mix at the front of the field. Good racing as well between the likes of George Miller and Henry Exton. It was this middle phase, as I say, that second group were a good couple of seconds back from the top 4. Stanley had to cross that gap. You can just see him there in the background as Teddy Smith went for a move on Jules Nash. Plenty of overtaking. It was this phase. That was the move for Thurston, past Smith for 3rd. It cycled back round. This was one of the many changes of lead. Smith getting through past Nash there. And just crescendoing at the right point. Thurston got into the race lead. The battle for second place hotted up. You can see there Nash on the curb, and just lose a little bit of your momentum when you get on those curbs in any kind of kart, never mind an M1 Bambino. And to the front of the order would come Stanley Thurston. This was the point where I think the game was up for everybody else. That scrap for second place just allowed Stanley to get into a rhythm ahead of the rest of the order, not need to defend too much. And look at the gap that he had on the last lap. Some great racing round the bowl here today, particularly from Teddy Smith. But Stanley Thurston takes a first win in his time in the British Kart Championships. That's 3 podiums on the spin now for Stanley. Was 3rd yesterday and 3rd in the second race at Wera. Can't quite catch Presley Knight with a perfect weekend when we get Silverstone. But on the basis of that race, Nicole, properly in the fight for second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Presley, of course, consistency is being the key for him. He's chipping away slowly, and I would say when we get to Silverstone, we're going to see the absolute best of Prez there. Of course, he's got a big team, he's got big support behind him, and I can't wait to watch on what unfolds at a circuit that is absolutely brand new to all of these drivers. So that's going to be interesting indeed. Of course, drivers will be down in Parc Fermé now, being greeted by parents and mechanics. We'll be shortly catching up with, of course, our winner of Stanley Thurston, who, let's just reiterate, is not just your winner, but is also your biggest mover within the field. 6 positions gained in total to claim that M1 Bambino final. Impressive indeed.
So just to run through the championship scores as they are right now. Knight 747, flying at the top of the order. Thurston 708, Miller 696, Exton 680, Downey 664, Smith 663. But again, I'll just reiterate, Downey Smith have got 0 scores on their scorecard at the moment. It's almost like they've done 1 mini round less because of their respective DQs for technical problems earlier on in the season. When we get to the heats in the first round at Silverstone, that's when they'll then get up to a full complement of 12 championship scores. It's best 12 out of total 16 scores for the M1 Bambinos. So everyone who's been in attendance and has got a classified result in every single stage so far this year, they've now got 12. Downey, Smith are effectively on 11 at this point. So a lot could change when we get to Silverstone at that brand new circuit. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Stanley Thurston. Stanley, your first ever win here in the British Kart Championships. How are you feeling?
Very happy. It's my first ever dream to win Wera.
What a brilliant job you did. You were third in the championship standings. You have put yourself into second. Who's going to be most proud of you after this one?
Probably my dad.
And it definitely wasn't easy. When you have those 3 drivers that are so close behind you, what's most important in that moment?
Just look forward and hope for the best.
Well, we'll let you go and celebrate. Congratulations, Stanley.
Thank you.
There it is, from the Bambinos. What a brilliant race from the youngsters here with us at PF International. Well, straight on to the rest of the racing then, back to the box.
Well, I think Andrew Mather and I are blubbering in the box a little bit after that one because, yeah, what a result there for Stanley Thurston. And what an interview as well to round out his weekend of racing. But of course, the racing action doesn't stop there because we've got plenty more left to go. And next, of course, we'll be seeing our Honda Cadet drivers. Honda Cadet GX200, a category, of course, with a rich history, not just at Paul Fletcher International, but in karting in general, a class that has invited many a champion over its course of being big in the world of karting, national karting. Oliver Behrman being one of those drivers, of course, to take a big championship in his cadet days. 950mm chassis used, of course, Vega tyres on board these drivers with sealed 4-stroke engines. So the machinery for these drivers, reliable indeed, and that's why you're seeing Honda Cadet actually grow in popularity once more in national karting. It's a very loved category in club racing, and now we're seeing it grow once more. 31 cadets joining us so far this weekend, with it being Mason Becker and Shailen Srikantan on your front row. Srikantan is no stranger to the world of Viratal's British Kart Championship. We saw him last year, where of course he did some big things, especially at the final round at 2025 in Wilton Mill, where he claimed a big final win. But for now, he's going to have a challenge, and he's going to have a challenge mostly by Mason Becker, who we know the Project One Racing outfit is very strong indeed. They took a final win yesterday, the drivers, and of course other drivers that are in the mix. Archie Loveridge, one of your ambitions, who is no stranger to the world of Honda Cadet. He's no stranger, like Shailen, to the world of British Kart Championships. Archie Cannon will also very much be in the mix, but this is a field that does not spread out massively. This will be, just like the M1 Bambinos, I predict, to be a fight to the line.
Really looking forward to this one. Nicole had several people predicting to me at the start of the weekend that this could be race of the weekend here in Honda Cadet. There is Shailen Srikantan, who we were with on the run down to turn 1 on Friday evening for our track walk part of the build-up show. If you've missed that or any of the other parts of the coverage from the last 3 days, do head across to the Alpha Live or Karting UK channels. You can watch all of the content back at your leisure. Really interested to see what this young driver does today here, Nicole. This is Oliver Ratton in the number 22 MJR Racing karts, the Martin Jackson Racing team, looking really good again, and has got the experience level, I think, to get on the podium in this one. Let's head down to the grid though, and once again over to Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, everybody. Now we are back with our Honda Cadets. We've not seen them in a while. They are joining us after Larkhall a couple of weeks ago, really. It feels like it's been ages with the amount we've had going on. But your pole sitter for this one is Mason Becker. Now, let's catch a word, because Mason, you won on track yesterday. And we know from experience, drivers like that, when you kind of just miss out on that win after the race, how much hungrier does it make you for this one?
Well, hopefully we can win this one. I'm very hungry for the win, and let's hope me and Shailen can push away and get the win.
Now you've had a pretty consistent day. You've won both of those heats. Do you think that puts more of a target on your back with the rest of these drivers out here today?
Yeah, probably mostly. Probably have a big target. But like I said, hopefully me and Shailen can just push away get a gap, and we can bring it home at the end.
There is such a big field of Honda drivers out here this weekend, and there are so many of you, and a lot of the racing so far has been incredibly close. How important is it that you just keep your head down?
It's important. There's a grid of 31, 32, I think. It's nice to be at the front, and yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is your pole setter. We'll let him get ready. Joining him on the front row is Shailan Srikantan. Shailan, you were waving at me before we started this one. You look excited for this one.
Yeah, I'm especially, this is probably one of my first times being on the front row of the grid, so if I can just push a wave, then I'll be very happy with it.
Now, you've been incredibly consistent so far today. You've been just second in those heats. What do you think is that last bit that you need to get you into the possible win this race?
I just got to keep focused the whole race, don't lose any energy, and just push the whole way through, and then overtake, and hopefully we can come back with the first place trophy.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
There is your front row for this Honda race. Now, we're going to go back further down the field because this championship position is actually quite interesting, because heading into this weekend, we had a joint championship lead, and that was between Sawyer Henderson and Archie Loveridge, who we heard from earlier on this weekend. He was the driver of the day from Larkhall after his wins, and we also heard from his dad, who won the Excellence Award after that weekend as well. Now, Archie, you guys have actually run into some struggles this weekend. What have they been?
Just for the final, I just want to try and get top 10, top 5, get some good points.
You right now have a 1-point lead in the championship. Looking at those drivers ahead of you, what is most important for the initial couple of laps to make sure you can gain as many points in this one as possible?
Just trying to not get taken out or anything.
All right, well, best of luck. We'll let you lock in.
Thank you.
There is Archie Loveridge. We are going to try and catch up with as well Sawyer Henderson. Unfortunately, no time for that. Who will we hear from after the race? We'll have to wait and see. See you shortly.
Thank you very much, Keel. Yeah, Sawyer Henderson just a couple of spots back on the grid there. And yeah, you're absolutely right. 1-point lead for Loveridge over Henderson. That is a lead that has swung back and forth more than a political swing seat so far this weekend. So wouldn't be surprising at all if it changes again in this one. There is the number 72 of Finley Thursfield on your screen, one of many drivers running on a Project 1 chassis here today. And just to confirm as well, we've been doing the maths here in the comms box. By our reckoning, no more championships can be decided today. Those drivers who could have taken titles with clean sweeps and the like, they've either dropped points and they're not able to do so anymore. That's all for later. Let's just enjoy a good old race, shall we? This is Honda Cadet. 31 drivers ready to go here in Honda Cadet. Mason Becker will be the first of them, starting from pole position. Shailan Srikantan there alongside on the row of the front row. Oliver Ratton and Freddie Drury on row 2. Archie Cannon and Ben Bowers on row 3.
Row number 4 will be started by none other than Archie Loveridge alongside Reggie Dufacy. Your 5th row of your field, it's Ali Sanders alongside Henry Colborne, and from row number 6, Sawyer Henderson meets Luca Picocchi.
Row number 7, Harry Grant and Finley Thursfield. Marcus Cooper, winner yesterday, starts alongside Jensen Kulu, who was on the front row 24 hours ago. Chris Doshi and Bradley Sutton, they're on row number 9.
Your top 20 is rounded out on row number 10 by Dino Rowland and Kyle Kerr, and from row number 11 it's George Lilly with Luke Hamill. Row number 12 invites Reggie Cook with Harry Parker Ray.
Row 13, Edward Fry and Phoebe Shelton, who is in good form heading into this one. Ollie Knox and Archie Tosh on row 14. Austin Dowell and Oliver Vickers on row 15. Ethan Bainbridge completes the 31 strong field. Very glad to report that everyone is present for this one. This is going to be a really, really exciting race over 12 minutes and 1 lap. Loveridge 6:54, Henderson 6:53, Becker 6:21, Cannon 6:17, Picocchi 6:13, Cooper 6:10. We've been making a lot about Loveridge and Henderson, but just noting Becker there. What's that? 33 points back with 3 finals to go and a load of heats when we get to Silverstone.
Another big result here could really, really put Mason Becker back in the mix for one of the most coveted British Kart Championship titles. They've all raced, all the big names over the years have raced here in Honda Cadet. What are we about to see in the next chapter of the 2026 edition of the Honda Cadet GX200 Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship story? The last few checks by the hard-working team of marshals here at PF International. Looks like we're good to go then for a race start. The lights will come on under the control of Dan Ashton in this final. They will go out and we will be racing in Honda Cadet down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's. It's a perfect start for Mason Becker. Your pole sitter will lead as they exit the tunnel for the first time. There's a little bit of a melee at the back of the field, but all karts are running once again. Good clean start at the front of the field there, Nicole. Becker will have liked that one.
There's nothing that Shailan Srikantan could have done at that race start for the time being. He's having to race in the mirrors of Mason Becker. In towards the first hairpin, big send could be on for Ben Boas there in the front. Did Boas manage to pull things off on the exit of the corner? Absolutely did. Instantly into that top 3 spots, which could be a great result for Ben this weekend. Could be his best result so far to date. Further back in the field, big sends going on. George Lilly trying to get involved, as is Kyle Kerr and Dino Rowlands. Down the inside at the 90 right, that's a nice little switch. That's Reggie Dufficy now having to concede position. First lap almost done and dusted. First lap all under the control of Project One. Again, for the second time this weekend, but this time in the form as Mason Becker. Of course, Project One, big stuff yesterday, took that final win, but it wasn't Becker's. This time he's got that fire in his belly. He's trying to redeem himself after moments in yesterday's final, and now he is the leader, he is the controller of this pack.
Plus 5 second penalty for Archie Tosh, so problems in the early stages of this one for kart number 83. And in a big field like this, in a class like Honda Cadet, that could be quite costly. Looking down the inside there, the number 5 plate, Archie Cannon for the Tim Parrott Motorsport effort. There is the effort as well coming in from Oliver Ratton in the number 22. So it's Becker from Srikantan, Boas, Drury. Now Drury now down to 5th place, got the star on the top of his race lid. Through into the Mike Wilson complex. Little move coming in there from Henry Colborne. So Colborne up to P5 now, ahead of Freddie Drury. We're keeping an eye on our top 2 in the championship. It's going back and forth in this race like it is in the title race. Sawyer Henderson got ahead of Archie Loveridge on that last lap. We're tied again. We're tied again after a full weekend of racing where they started tied on points. Be quite apropos, wouldn't it, for them to leave Lincolnshire still tied on points for when we go to Silverstone. Down the back straight once again and towards hairpin number 1. This race has got into a nice rhythm now, Nicole, as we often see with Honda Cadet races. Sawyer Henderson keen to get ahead, and I think he has got ahead of Reggie Dufficy there for 8th place.
So our commentary box prediction then for the fate of Archie Tosh is, of course, being rewarded a penalty for a jump start. The reports have confirmed that. So for Archie, he's got a long way to climb anyway, going from P28 currently, but a 5-second pull away from that time currently would drop him to absolutely dead last down the inside. This is the stage in the weekend drivers, of course, throw everything and the kitchen sink into these final moments, and that's what you're seeing now for Archie Loveridge. Loveridge is trying to get back on the charge. He's dropped 5 positions so far throughout this race, but he just attempted that move there in towards the right-hander. Out to the front, though, this is absolutely line of stern between your top 10. Mason Becker still in control. He is still the one to beat within this race, but can Shailan Srikantan try and force him into a mistake? Not seeing anything from Srikantan just yet. He is a driver, of course, who wants a podium. He does want this race win, but he doesn't want to do anything too high risk to cost himself, especially when he's got the likes of Ben Bowers so close in his tyre trail there. Oliver Ratton is just there. Henry Colborne is in this mix as well. So one small mistake for Srikantan, if he doesn't commit to a full move on Becker, will drop him further afield, and I would say he absolutely knows it. Virtual Championship points, of course, it's still Henderson from Loveridge from Becker, but for Loveridge, where he sat on the road, he is starting to fall away now from Henderson when it comes to those points. Becker not really revealing anything too much just yet for Srikantan to force a mistake. Under the bridge, lick of the curb, and Srikantan was taking a little bit too long there, I would say, Andrew, because Ben Bowers has now got the job done.
Yeah, Ben Bowers for the Team 17 effort. This is a two-kart effort with himself and Phoebe Shelton, and both of them have been racing very, very well over the last few weeks. Here is Srikantan down the inside, returns to second place. One win so far in the time of Sheridan racing within this championship. That was at Wilton Mill last year in that dramatic championship finale, the championship that seemingly no one wanted to win in Honda Cadet in 2025. In the end, it went the way of Riley Blakemore, who's moved into other categories. There's a driver who could be adding his name to the Roll of Honour in this category. Sawyer Henderson leading the second train, leading the peloton, as it were, of Honda Cadet right now, behind the breakaway of 7 drivers. Crucially, though, Nicole, he's leading a group that's got Archie Loveridge in it, and this is a tricky race now for Archie, who's dropped down to 17th place. This could well be drop score territory once we get to Silverstone, as Archie Cannon fights his way through up into 4th place. But now 8 points the lead for Henderson on the road in the championship.
Cannon then trying to shoot for these moves just like his last name, just like a cannon, because he just used Ben Bowers and Henry Colborne's switch of positions to his advantage. He's just slid his way through. But actually for Cannon, this weekend he's gone under the radar so far. He's not, thrown everything out there. He's actually not really revealed anything to us this weekend. He's just been going slow and steady, has weaved his way through, but actually now has arrived inside of the top 4. Just behind that front pack, then we've got this battle of karts. This is Jensen Kula, Dino Rowlands, Krish Doshi, Archie Loveridge as well. And Archie Loveridge being this far down now, Andrew, is really starting to cost him. 10 positions lost. He's now in that position of the circuit where being that far back, you're making it hard work because you're with drivers who are desperately trying to make up ground, but they're costing each other time.
Sawyer Henderson, though, has just dropped a number of positions as well, so that gap has just been cut back down to 4 points. Not by Loveridge moving back up the order, quite the opposite for Henderson. I think we can have a look at a replay of the race start and maybe get a bit more information on the number 83. So you're looking at those lights. And the green and black cart there that you just see shooting out from the grid formation. That's not a jumping out of tram lines penalty because it's a standing start, but quite clearly the number 83 got a jump on there, a little bit eager on the loud pedal there. So good work there from our crews to clarify that, that number 83 cart, Archie Tosh, plus 5 second penalty for a jump start.
So whilst we've been confirming that for Tosh, we have seen the switch for P2. So Henry Colborne and Shellen Srikantan switching out time and time again. Becker, however, since being in the lead of things, since he went off from that pole spot, has not actually been tested. He's sat there, he's owned this. This has been his race, and nobody just yet has tried to attempt a move. But for Henry Colborne, a driver who has made up 8 positions so far within this race, has actually showed, I would say, the rest of the field, I can overtake. And as we talk about him, it's as if he can hear the tannoy out there, because down the inside at hairpin number 1, gets it done on the brakes, goes in nice and late, nice and hard, holds that brake to not slide and kill the exit of the corner, and runs away from Henry Colborne. Colborne will sit there steady, will still have Srikantan on his tail. Cannon there, Freddie Drury now involved in this one. Andrew Drury, fastest lap as well. Good pace for one of the newer drivers within our field.
Yeah, Freddie Drury looking for a best result of the season so far before this weekend. A P5 back at Wilton Mill was the highest that we've seen Drury in the order so far this season. 3 minutes to go then. Colborne leads from Becker, Cannon, Srikantan, Drury. Ben Bowers still there. in this group, P6, and then it's Oliver Ratton. Marcus Cooper now up to P8, the winner from yesterday, up 7 places. And yeah, a bit of a strange weekend in a way for the championship leaders. Sawyer Henderson now running 17th in this one. The gap is back to 1 point. So Henderson and Loveridge losing positions, but at pretty much the same rate as each other. So it's the status quo remains as we move towards the final doubleheader. So we'll concentrate right now at the front of the order, because this is just starting to simmer and come to the boil of your classic Honda Cadet final. 6 drivers, all in one train, all just trying to wait for their moment. There's still 2 and a bit minutes of this race on the clock, and then potentially, depending on when they cross the line relative to the clock, a very long last lap. There's plenty of racing still to go here. Got a feel for Oliver Ratton there in 7th place. In a very lonely spot right now, marooned with no one to really give him a slipstream at this precise moment. Round the bowl and onto the Lichfield Bridge once again. I like the look of Archie Cannon in that number 5 here, Nicole. He's been on the podium before, multiple times has been second in these Honda Cadet finals. But the drivers ahead, they've never been in this position before. There's a little bit of a moment there between Bowers and Drury. They might drop off the back of the pack. Could this be where experience comes into play? Becker, Colborne, not as used to running at the front perhaps at this level in Honda Cadet as the driver there in 3rd place. A proven race winner up in Scotland.
This is not Archie Cannon's first rodeo. He has been in this position before. He's been in this grid before. Maybe in previous times he was looking at other names. He was looking at Loveridge, Ronnie Jones when Ronnie was in the mix. This time he's got 2 newer names, Becker and Colborne, and I'd absolutely agree with you here. I think experience is going to come into things for Archie Cannon then. For Archie, and of course, he's racing on the Apollo kart. He knows his machinery. He's comfortable out there. Now looks to try and use some of that. These 4 drivers, this quad at the front of your field, have not let away from each other, but they have driven away from Freddie Drury, Ben Bowers and Oliver Ratton. I think this is going to be a race now between Colborne, Becker, Cannon and Sri Kantan. In towards the first hairpin, change is on. Archie Cannon has got the job done. Here comes the Cannon, now into P2. Like you called it, Andrew, he's had podiums, he's had P3s, he's had P2s, but this number 1 spot, this could be the day here at PFI on our final day of racing, on our final Honda Cadet race before we head over to Silverstone later on in the year. And Archie Cannon wants to mark his territory, wants to say, I can be one of the ones at the front. Last year he had to give those honours to drivers like Riley Blakemore, but this year in this final race, as we head closer towards this final lap, this could be Cannon's for the taking. Henry Colborne will have to do his absolute level best to defend. Now, Henry Colborne jumps onto that white line. He dances across it. He says, absolutely not. Cannon, watch how he responds. Varied lines then in towards the bridge and around the bowl. Round the outside, here comes Shailen Sri Kantan in towards the Lichfield Bridge. Who's going to have it? Sri Kantan's going to attempt to move down the inside. He's going to get things. No, that's Mason Becker. Mason Becker is now within this fight. Archie Cannon is going to sit on the tail of Henry Colborne, decides not to vary that line, not to try and get higher on that minimum speed, and actually maybe is Cannon just going to try and settle for a P2. This is going to get exciting down the inside. Here comes Becker once more. Where do you look? Who do you look at? Henry Colborne still holding on to it. Cannon still in P2. Sri Kantan still in that 3rd spot.
Down towards Bobby Game. This one's not decided yet. Sri Kantan's trying to go for a hero move. Oh, round the outside. What a brilliant attempt there by Sri Kantan. Nearly pulls it off. Henry Colborne hadn't been on the podium before this race. He's only going to go and win it. Oh, hang on. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Over the line. Sri Kantan nicks it. Sri Kantan steals it by 5 thousandths of a second to take his 2nd victory in Honda Cadet in the British Kart Championships. His 1st of the season. What a finish! That is why we love Honda Cadet. Sri Kantan thrice in that race, went all in at the casino of Honda Cadet and has come up the big winner Wow, what a finish there, Nicole Sutherland.
Shaylin Srikantan is one of those characters in the paddock that is an absolute joy to be around. Anything you want to know from Shay, he'll tell you. He's always got a smile on his face. He's a team player. He's an absolute sportsman as well. He's always the first driver within your paddock to go and, you know, congratulate the other drivers. But today, here at PFI, he is going to be the name that is going to be congratulated. And that is exactly how that has just happened. How do you even explain that? That is what you literally call a sprint to the line.
And let's not forget, Nicole, the last time that Shaylin Srikantan won a race in this championship, due to circumstances that on track he did not fully understand, and that was not his fault, that win for him cost his teammate at the time the British Championship.
It was so bittersweet.
He couldn't celebrate it. He couldn't celebrate that first one because he is such a nice young lad that he felt so sorry for Ronnie Jones that day. Shaylin, you've got no one to feel sorry for here today. You are a winner in the most dramatic of ways here at PF International. That's got to go down in the record books as one of the closest finishes in the championship's history in the modern era. I'll say it again, folks. The number on our screen, 0.005 of a second was the difference between Shaylin Srikantan and Henry Colborne. That's a first podium for Henry. He'll be gutted right now. He came within, 2 inches of winning his first British Kart Championships race. But it's been a huge step forward here this weekend. He was really unlucky in the final yesterday. Mason Becker on the podium as well. Really good weekend for Project One Racing. Archie Cannon and Freddie Drury in the top 5. Ben Bowers, Oliver Ratton, Marcus Cooper, Harry Grant and Luca Picocchi all in the top 10. Dina Rowlands, Finley Thursfield, Reggie Duffy, Bradley Sutton and Ali Saunders in the top 15. Sawyer Henderson 16th. Jensen Cooler 17th, Archie Loveridge 18th. We'll come on to what that's done with the championship in a minute before we run through the rest of this order. Luke Hamill, Phoebe Shelton all in the top 20, Harry Parker Ray, George Lilly, Carl Kerr, Reggie Cook, Edward Fry, that's the top 25, Ollie Knox, Oliver Vickers, Archie Tosh, Austin Dow, Chris Doshi and Ethan Bainbridge. And I'm just going to make this point. It has been such hard work for the drivers here this weekend, folks. Yes, it's not as hot today. It's 21 degrees Celsius. But physically, I have never seen PF International more demanding than it has been this weekend with the grip. We had, high 30s earlier on in the race meeting, and everyone was coming off the circuit looking absolutely cooked. We've had 31 Honda Cadet drivers start that final at the end of 2 long days of racing, and every single one of them has made it to the checkered flag. That is very, very good indeed. Championship, 1 point. 1 point the difference between Henderson and Loveridge. But these scenes, Nicole, these are fantastic. This is what we didn't get to see at Wilton Mill at the back end of last year.
I think Shaylin Srikantan has only just realised...
Has he only just realised he's won?
I think Shay has only just realised that he is the number 1, because we saw how much of a run to a line it was, but the drivers, of course, would have been so close to the floor that they wouldn't have realised. And there it is. There it is, Shaylin. You have taken the Honda Cadet final win, the second in career to date. And let's see exactly how he pulled it off.
We're about to go for a 12-minute long highlight reel, everybody. Here's the race start. You see at the back there, Archie Tosh making the jump start. That would be a plus 5 second penalty. Oh, and then he knows straight away. You could just see him just slap the steering wheel a little bit and say, naughty right foot. They just push that loud pedal a little bit too early. Early stages, Henry Colborne. Where did Henry start? In fact, he started on the 5th row of the grid for this one. Made some really good early progress, as he did yesterday in the final, and then had a bit of a problem and fell down the order. Archie Cannon getting involved as well. We've got through a full race day and not confused the number 5 and the number S and the letter S plate across the course of the day. Shaylin Srikantan was always there. This is what we've been saying with this Honda Cadet class for years. If you know your British karting, it is such a great platform, Nicole, and you can speak from personal experience of teaching drivers racecraft, this category.
Absolutely. This is where drivers learn their craft. This is where it starts. This is where they learn the fundamentals of overtaking, passing cleanly, like you're seeing from drivers like Shailen Srikanth, Archie Cannon as well. This is where they get their first taste of racing. Of course, the smaller chassis, the 950mm chassis, also means that these drivers are so close together. They are quite literally nose to tail, pod to pod, throughout absolutely everything. That's what you're seeing there for Ben Boers there through the 90 right. These drivers, this is where it all starts, but this is not where it finishes. And this, however, is where that race finished.
Look at that.
That is our closest ever final this year. I'm not going to be able to go through the stats of this championship.
No,
but
I can assure you that's the closest we've had
I'm
this
going to
year.
say since the dawn of the new era of the British Kart Championships, that's got to be one of the closest runs to the line we've seen. We've seen tests, of course, a couple of years ago at Kimbolton between Zach Green and was it potentially Freddie Lloyd.
Yeah.
That was close, but I want to argue that Shailen Srikanth and Henry Colborne was even closer. But, of course, Kiel Lynch is down in Parc Ferme, and she's going to tell us exactly how Shailen is feeling.
Thank you very much, Nicole, and that is correct. It was that close that Shailen, you had no idea that you won that one, did you?
No, I did not know. I thought I didn't want to celebrate too early because it was like basically, I don't know how much I won by. It was probably milliseconds, so that's why I didn't celebrate until I actually knew.
It was definitely not far off. Now, the commentators have done a brilliant job of explaining your story. This isn't your first win, but this one definitely tastes brilliant. How are you going to celebrate tonight with your family and all your teams and friends around you?
I'm not sure how I'm going to celebrate, but I'm just going to celebrate as hard as I can because this is like my best win ever, maybe.
No, that is correct. It definitely isn't. It's definitely hard to do that on this grid. How close was that racing? What was most important for you on those last couple of corners to kind of keep your head down?
I was just like, I kept going around the outside, every corner, I was a bit desperate at that point, and then luckily people helped me push through at the last straight, and then I managed to win, just barely.
Well, it did you well. Congratulations. We'll let you go and celebrate now from your dad that I had to peel you off of.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Congratulations. What a brilliant one there from the Honda Cadets. We've seen great racing from them all weekend so far. Let's move along, though, to the rest of the racing.
Great job down there in Parc Ferme by both Kiel and Shailen. And I tell you what, I really can't call it in Honda Cadet. Who's going to be in the top 10 in the championship? We'll look forward to that one later in the autumn when we get to Silverstone. Where if you thought that was mad for slipstreams and everything else, just wait till we get to Silverstone with some of those new corners. Honda's going to be absolutely fantastic there. Right, let's move on to what could be one of the races of the day. IAME Water Swift up next. So this is one that, at least by our calculations in the box, we don't think can be decided here today. However, we are going to learn who's going to be leading in the standings heading towards Silverstone for those last two rounds. We have seen a lot of drama so far in this category today. That is all now in the past, Nicole Sutherland. This is a final. This is a one-off race in a way for the drivers in terms of what they've done so far this weekend. What do you think will be going through the minds of particularly the Fab Four, as we're calling them? Davidson, Hibbert, Fawkes and Sammy. They're there again, but you've got some newer names as well throwing into the picture. Evan Owen and Harry Chapman in particular. And I'm just going to remind as well, keep an eye on Bodie Batch. This is exactly the kind of race I've seen Bodie weave his way through before and take a big result. What do you think people will be thinking right now?
So for your front two that we were just looking at on the screen of Alfie Davidson and Mason Hibbert, for Alf, of course, he's going to be thinking, get to the line, stay in that top spot and just hold on to it. For Mason, he'll be thinking, I need to get to the front and I need to fend off. But maybe in the earlier stages of the race, they could look to work together slightly. There they on your screen. You know, it's a little bit confusing when they're out on track sometimes because they literally look identical from where we're sat. But can very much tell you they're very big personalities, very different personalities. There's LBJ Stubbs, of course, your 2025 Water Swift Restricted British champion, who's now in the unrestricted category, is starting this weekend a little bit further back. But for Stubbs, he could get in the mix as well. There on your screen is one of the Say brothers. This is Hero Say. So Hero and Oliver are twin brothers, both competing in the Water Swift category with Fusion under the guidance of both Dan Hazelwood and Arm Ahmed out there as well. So for Hero, you know, this is one of his best weekends to date. Rowra was his best weekend, but actually I think he could outdo himself this weekend at PFI. I think a P5 in a final is as high up as he's got. But so far, of course, he's starting on the third row. He's starting P5. There we have, of course, Bodie. So for Bodie, what will be going through his head now is to pick off these positions. He's out there with Fusion. He's going to be thinking about his two Fusion teammates at the front and hoping that they hold everybody else in the mix up and feed them into him. Kyo Lynch, however, is down there on the grid, and she will be able to tell us a little bit more about that and a little bit about Alfie Davidson.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Now, we don't have enough time on this grid to explain the stories that we have going on, but your pole sitter for today is Alfie Davidson. Alfie, the gap between you and your teammate there, Mason Hibbert, is seriously closing up. How do you feel?
Pretty good, to be fair. Obviously, me and my teammate Mason, we've worked together all year to get a good big enough gap to battle at the end, and yeah.
At this stage in the championship, it's really becoming clear that teammates have to matter less. You really have to battle out. Is that how you guys are kind of feeling in the Fusion awning?
Not really. Obviously, we're still thinking about getting away, pushing away, and then we'll just have to see how it goes at the end, really.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you. I'm going to open the taps this one.
We'll let our pole sitter get ready. Now, Mason Hibbert is joining him on the front row of the grid. Mason Hibbert is our championship leader. Mason, you won yesterday. You did exactly what you needed to do. So heading into this one, that must have been pretty solid for you.
Yeah, it was, to be fair. Good overtake, and then just, yeah, won the race.
Now, into the heats today, you had one heat where you managed to still come out with a good result after a bit of a problem, and then earlier on you really solidified how confident you're feeling with that overtake around the bowl for the race lead. Is it safe to say that you're confident for this one?
Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Man of few words is our championship leader right now as he gets ready to focus on the front row of the grid. Now, right here is Harry Chapman, joined by Chester Fawkes on the second row. We're not going to have time to chat to them. However, there are so many stories within this field. We also have drivers like Dimitar Uzanov coming through the field. This is going to be one to watch. I'll see you after.
Thank you very much, Keel. If you're just joining us, it's a warm day here at PF International. You're watching live coverage of event 8 out of 10 for this year's Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland in the box. Keel will be down there trackside, keeping an eye on things from Parc Ferme and talking to our drivers at the end of this one. And I'll be honest, Nicole, I've got no idea who's going to win this race. It could be any of the top 10, if not beyond, based on the stories that we've seen so far this weekend, this season, with this particular group of drivers.
I can't make a prediction, but what I can say is that I would probably get your popcorn out for this one, because for Water Swift, we're about to go racing.
It's a Fusion lockout of the front row once again here in Water Swift. Alfie Davidson will start this race from pole position, 13 points behind championship leader Mason Hibbert. Chester Fawkes and Harry Chapman, they go from row number 2. Hero Say, looking for that breakthrough result, starts on row 3 alongside Bodie Batch.
Row number 4, it's Dimi Uzanov alongside Ilias Sami, and from row number 5, it's Fusion with DK Academy in the form of Johan Berger and Albie J. Stubbs. Your 6th row of your field, the top 12, is finished off by Evan Owen and Rudra Gugalathan.
Max Varic and Oliver Say go from row number 7. Oliver Kleinfelter and Corey Lyons go from row number 8. Ivan Zvoronins, the driver from Latvia, starts on row number 9. 17 drivers in total in the field. Just to run through the championship scores, Hibbert 911. Davidson 898, Fawkes 878, Uzanov 865, Sami 865.
this will be the first race where we will start seeing not so good results for each driver lobbed in the skip. This is the 16th championship stage of the season. It's the best 15 out of 20 across the whole year that count towards the championship. Hold on to what you've got, everybody. This is going to be a tense run down towards turn 1 between the Fusion teammates. We're green, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Brilliant start for Alfie Davidson. That is not what Mason Hibbert would have wanted at all. There was a thumbs up there from Davidson to Fawkes behind to say thank you very much. That's what Alfie Davidson needed in this quest to claw back the championship lead. That is the perfect start for Alfie Davidson.
So these drivers race in teams, but this isn't a team game when we come to trying to hunt down on podiums. The karts now, these drivers are split into 2 separate packs, as at that first hairpin somebody has had a driver. That's one of the Fusions. Further back, potentially one of the Say twins. Out at the front, however, this is Davidson in control. It's all over the road there. That's one of the Tim Wilsons getting it absolutely wrong there on the exit of hairpin number 2 for Davidson. This is his race to lose as it stands. This could be his win to lose as well, because yesterday it was Mason Hibbert that took that final. Alf wants to claim one, but for the time being he's going to have to exit out of that corner, not actually a million miles away of his big competitor Chester Fawkes, the DK Academy driver. Mason Hibbert still sat there in P3, with it being Dimi Uzanov and Heroes Say now into the top 5. Here comes Uzanov. Uzanov now on the charge. He's gone under the radar so far this weekend, is just ahead. We've seen the switch between Chester Fawkes and Mason Hibbert.
So Hibbert back up to P2 then, and locked onto the rear bumper of his teammate Alfie Davidson. Do not adjust your screens. Yeah, it is pretty much the same setup that we had 2 weeks ago around this place for Kart Masters, the British Kart Grand Prix. A race that in the end went to Davidson, but wasn't won by the number 5 seed on the road. Oh, now what happened there? Through goes Mason Hibbert. Alfie Davidson's kart and his body posture didn't look comfortable there into the Fullerton S's, and all of a sudden Alfie Davidson is well down the order to around, what, 8th place? Is that a turning point? Is that another scenario of Alfie Davidson leading a final in this championship? Something going wrong for him and setting him back into the pack. 7th place now on the road for Alfie Davidson. Hibbert and Fawkes clear. There is a fight for 3rd place between Harry Chapman, the E-plate holder, the English champion from a Shennington race earlier on in the season. He's now under attack from Ilias Sami. Sami up to P3. Uzanov going wheel to wheel now with Harry Chapman. That's over 4th place, and here comes Hero Tsay. Well, Hero Tsay was very nearly on the podium a few weeks ago up at Wera. A clash with Alfie Davidson in that race. Took that chance away. 9 minutes to go in this one. Say goes through. Here goes Uzanov. Oh, fights his way through there. And Alfie Davidson does as well. That's good to see from Alfie Davidson there, Nicole. He is not giving up this fight. There's still a long way in this race to go.
No, Davidson has found his composure once more. And this is what I've just asked the producers for, is another angle of Davidson. So they head into the S then. Was he assisted through that? Was Davidson maybe helped in that moment? This is another angle of it. So Davidson heads in. Here comes Hibbert. Do they touch?
Ooh.
Okay, interesting one there between the Fusion teammates. Chester Fawkes then ends up getting involved as well. But for Davidson and for Hibbert, we've seen moments for them throughout these races so far. Could that be classed as another moment as well?
Race notification from race control. Driver number 8, Mason Hibbert, under investigation. The officials are going to have a look at that one. Well, it wouldn't be the first race with these drivers in a final this month. If something did come in to affect the race result, we'll keep you up to date on that as soon as we get any more information. 7 3/4 minutes of this race to go. Mason Hibbert remains your race leader, but there's some bad news coming for the race leader in the shape of the DK train. Fawkes and Sami are looking to get together. How many times have we seen this in 2026 for the DK Academy at the circuit, where their tutor
Danny Curl won the FIA World Championship those years ago. Well, right now, Sammy's going to go down the inside of his teammate and take second place. Now, that is not necessarily a problem. They like working together, these two, Nicole. They're quite used to sharing the load, sharing the work between the two of them. They won't mind what order they're in if they're closing in on Hibbert.
At Wilton Mill, it was Davidson and Sammy that took those finals. Sammy, of course, has a final win and he's got the confidence, and now he's going to use it to try and hook a line on the back of Mason Hibbert and reel him in. And he's going to have Chester Fawkes to help him. The two DK Academy drivers, friends on the track, friends off the track, will now maybe look to work together just within this mid phase of the race to reel in Hibbert, which is exactly what they're doing. Look at the gap they have pulled in on Mason Hibbert only through the first 2 turns of this circuit. Watch him now in towards that first hairpin and watch the composure of Mason Hibbert. Does he go defensive? Looks over his shoulder, knows that Sammy is just there, but actually decides not to close the door just yet. It's Hibbert from Sammy from Fawkes, and guess who else is there? As always, it's Alfie Davidson. I feel like I'm a broken record because we say this time and time again. We say it in the UK, we say it in Europe. It's the two Fusions versus the two DK Academies.
It's why I've started calling them the Fab Four, Nicole. That they are always there in these races, in these finals. But I've got to say, Alfie Davidson is digging deep here. Other races this season, Alf might have let his head drop and fall back and not get the points he needed. This kind of drive is reminding me of Franciacorta in the IAME Euro Series earlier on in the season, where he did not have a good run towards the final. He was not on the list of favourites going into that final, and he gets his head down and he got a podium. He didn't win the race, but he got a podium that day. This is a similar kind of drive. Down towards hairpin number 1. There's still 5 and a bit minutes of this race to go. Mason Hibbert still leads this one. Plus 5 second penalty for Max Zvaric. That's further down the order. Zvaric running P10 on the road right now. Towards the Fullerton Essers. Does Ilya Sami make a move? Davidson now to P3. Davidson really on the move. Davidson with a lot of pace here. Won the Kart Masters GP here a couple of weeks ago. There is Ivan Zvoronins off the road. So Ivan Zvoronins drops out of contention. This is tense. This is so tense. Hibbert leading the race, leading the championship by 21 at the moment over the driver, his teammate in third place, Alfie Davidson, who's just set the fastest lap of the final so far. 62.63, as through goes Sami. Ilias Sami to the lead here at PF International, and Davidson has followed him to second.
Ilias Sami was breathing down the neck of Mason Hibbert, who now has Alfie Davidson communicating to him to say, what are we doing here? Sami is our problem. Ilias Sami is now looking to drive away, but Davidson, you can visibly see with the way that he has just adjusted his head movements, with the way that he's just tucked his head under. He's got that fire in his belly since what happened in this corner in the first couple of laps to get to the front and to stay at the front. He's not going to allow that invisible line from himself and Ilias Sami to stretch out even further. He's closed back in through this third sector. So it's now the DK from the two Fusions from Chester Fawkes once more. Fawkes is on the back of this one here, Andrew, and to me, Chester is being patient. He's biding his time. He's not trying to bite a chunk out of the three ahead. He's just trying to probably allow them to trip over each other ever so slightly, as here he comes down the inside. Davidson, now your race leader. Sami loses out on not just 2 but 3 positions because Hibbert and his teammate of Chester Fawkes have also now taken those positions away.
Chester Fawkes is doing exactly the same thing that he did 3 weeks ago at Wera. He's waiting, he's being patient. That will not bother him too much that Ilias Sami has gone through into third place. 3 weeks ago, we dared to write him off. 3 weeks ago, the top 3, it was pretty much the same situation as this. You just swap Ilias Sami out for Hero Tse. The 3 ahead of him came together. He nipped through and got a brilliant victory to make it a double final win up in Cumbria. Can he do it again here in this final? There is the fight for 5th place. Hero Tse
and Dimi Uzanov. How Hero would love this top 4 to start squabbling and to give him a chance of getting back into that fight. Evan Owen running nicely in 7th. Johan Berger, the son of F1 driver Gerhard Berger, is running in 8th place right now. 2.25 minutes to go. Do the Fusions start to try and kick here? Alfie Davidson leads this race. The gap in the championship would now be 12 points between himself and Mason Hibbert. 2 minutes to go down the straight once again. The pace in this race is turning up once again here, Nicole.
Davidson and Hibbert might be making it look straightforward, but to follow a driver this closely at this level is not. You've got to time every single braking moment absolutely perfectly, because it can go instantly wrong for these drivers. You then get that domino effect of drivers just seemingly edging too close to the back of each other, and then having moments like what we saw in the first couple of laps between Davidson and for Hibbert. Hibbert, if he wants to get past, has got to execute the cleanest pass. Of course, he drew a little bit of attention to himself at the start. Now, if he's going to go for it, he's got to be perfectly timed, and it's also got to be perfectly timed because he doesn't want to allow the move to open things up for Ilya Sami and Chester Fawkes. Through the bowl, here that move does open up. Sami down the inside. Hibbert was taking a bit too long, but actually he snatches it back away from Ilias and gets back into that second spot. Davidson absolutely on the limit off of the bridge, running all of that exit curb as now Hibbert goes defensive. Sami's going to go wider, but he's going to cost himself time, maybe cost himself position to Chester Fawkes, teammate Chester Fawkes. Fawkes is now going to have to let off, but has that more optimal racing line through that second hairpin. He's got more minimum speed. However, this 4 here, Andrew, could be looking to cost each other some time, because heroes say Dimi Uzanov and F.N. Owen are not now a million miles away.
This is body language from Mason Hibbert that I've not seen in a good few months here, Nicole. Instead of the eyes forward, determination to win races on the road, as he's done many times over the summer, it feels to me that he's trying to hold on to second place here. Is this maybe a bit of a team tactic as well, as like, let's make sure that we get this race win back to Fusion Motorsport first, and then worry about who's going to be the race winner and the champion when we get to Silverstone? Time is up. Alfie Davidson has a lead of about 0.6 of a second. He's been in this position so many times. This whole race is reminding me back to those IAME Water Swift restricted days that we talked about earlier in the day, where he was constantly under pressure and he always found a way to win. Chester Fawkes has got up to 3rd place ahead of his teammate. In terms of the championship for the DK Academy team, that is the logical order to have them in. Fawkes is a little bit ahead in the championship points over his teammate Sami. The DK Academy drivers will be going into the final round of the season on the back foot. They'll be the underdogs in the British Championship. Out of the final corner for the penultimate lap, Alfie Davidson's lead is 0.4 of a second. Hibbert has not been able to hit the same kind of pace that Davidson has had for quite a few laps, but it's still in that danger window. Fawkes having a go at Hibbert. This could be good for Davidson. Fawkes forces his way down the inside, takes 2nd place. That's more points towards the DK Academy, but that should be the moment that gives Alfie Davidson the win, because they're going to scrap now for 2nd place. Out of hairpin 1 towards hairpin 2. You've got to understand it that for Fawkes, he's got to get his own number of points back on the championship leader, Hibbert. Hibbert's going to try and draw alongside now, side by side, towards the Fullerton Esses. Through goes Hibbert, through goes Sami, but for Alfie Davidson, who a few laps ago looked to be out, looked to be having another day of leading a final and it all going wrong, Alfie Davidson joins the elite club of 10 or more British Kart Championship victories, and that may well be his finest. Alfie Davidson wrestles himself to take this race at PF International and will head to Silverstone 10 points behind his championship rival and teammate Mason Hibbert. What a performance.
Alfie Davidson is not new to this game. He has been in this field, in this paddock, since before you can even remember, despite still being so young. Water Swift restricted. A couple of years ago, he had to deal with the likes of Danny Ferguson. They fought to the absolute line. For Alfie, he continued wins. He got those in the bag. He then came into the restricted category last year. Maybe didn't have the year that he would have expected. He had to learn. He had to learn from the drivers around him, weekend after weekend. But this year, things have changed for Alf. He's looking strong. He's just found that fire in his belly once more. He's been locked in throughout that entire race. He didn't give anything away to any other driver within that one. He takes another final win this year. He follows what he did out at Wilton Mill. He continues on this strong suit. And in his very own words, Andrew Mather, he turned a tap on that race.
He has indeed. He snaps a 4 final long losing streak. It's his 3rd win of the season, first since round 3 at Larkhall, and once again another turn in this, I genuinely mean it, absolutely fascinating, high class IAME Water Swift British Championship. The next order of events for these drivers, it'll be next week for some of them, won't it be, Nicole, when they go to Wilton Mill? They'll be back in X30 action in 2 weeks when they go to Genk. That'll be a championship on the line for that one, to see who will come back as the IAME Euro Series champion. And then they'll head to Silverstone in September. And quite honestly, we'll do the maths, but I think all 4 of them are still in play in the championship. Hibbert, Davidson and Fawkes 100% are. And that, look at that face. Alfie Davidson has just silenced the critics, silenced the rest of the Water Swift field. That's a race a month ago I don't think he would have won, but he has re-found the mojo that made him, for me, at the very start of the season, Nicole, the favourite for this championship. He won't go into the last meeting as the favourite for the simple fact he's not leading the championship. You always have to give it to the young driver at the top of the table when you go into a final round of the weekend. But I've watched this young man race for a good number of years. You have as well. I'm struggling to remember, and there's been some big moments with Alfie Davidson over the last 2 or 3 years. I can't remember a win as impressive as that in the circumstances that were presented to him.
In the circumstances that he's been pushed back and then had to get back to the front.
Yeah.
And you saw him get back to the front almost with ease.
Yeah.
He was patient, he was clever with the overtakes that he was making, and he makes himself a final winner. This is how Alfie pulled this one off then. At the front, of course, he was that number 1 when we went into things. We saw Mason Hibbert drop down to P3 as Dimi Uzunov momentarily got involved, but we also always saw Chester Fawkes very much within the mix. This was the stage we saw that point between Hibbert and Davidson. So we see a bit of pushing and shoving. That, of course, is up to debate in how harsh that was between Davidson and for Hibbert. Hibbert then dropped back slightly, and this was the point where Ilyas Sami started to knock on the door of the drivers ahead. Sami picked away positions. He got past the likes of Harry Chapman, your E-plate driver, but he actually had to get past Chapman twice. Dimi Uzunov followed through with Ilyas Sami, and then we saw Chapman go wheel to wheel with one of the other fusions out there, Hero Say, who actually now, Andrew, matches his best final result to date. It's another P5 for Hero. This time it's a PFI instead of what he achieved out at Rowra. Sami then got to the front. He passed Davidson. He pulled around Hibbert. Then we saw Davidson take it back. Sami went round the outside and lost 3 positions there on towards the entrance of the bridge because his teammate Chester Fawkes also managed to get his way through. It was at this point that the 3 behind Davidson of Sami, Fawkes and, of course, Hibbert started to think way too much about each other rather than the number 1, who there on your screens took the checkered, took another final win, and will now head to Silverstone in contention for a championship.
Good work on those highlights, Nicole, and it's just given me a chance to run some numbers. Hibbert, 922, Davidson, 10 points, Fawkes a little bit further back. Sami, by my calculations, cannot win the championship. That could be really important when we get to Silverstone, because Sami's still got the speed to be up there.
How does he help Chester?
How does he help Chester Fawkes? Exactly. We'll wait till the autumn to see how this all shakes out. Right now, though, we're going to head down to Keele Lynch.
Thank you very much. I'm with a very happy Alfie Davidson. Alfie, you have closed the gap to that championship.
Yeah, obviously it feels really good now. We're only 10 points off. It's going to be a head-to-head going into Silverstone.
Now, it wasn't all easy. During the stages of that, you did drop back a bit. You took some grassroots. Tell us how important it is in that moment that you keep your head in the game and make it back to the front.
Yeah, I had to really keep my head. I think I went back to somewhere like 8th or something, and then obviously my mechanic told me to calm down a bit because I was getting a bit nervous. And then with obviously Fusion and everyone behind me, we ended up to win. So yeah, it feels really good.
Absolutely, and it's good to hear the communication between you and your mechanic, you and your teammate though out there, Mason here, but there must be a serious amount of respect that goes between the two of you to be able to race like that.
Yeah, we've definitely got respect. Obviously, we're teammates, you're supposed to be like that, and just going to see what we can do.
Well, Alfie, it goes to Silverstone, are you ready?
Yep, and I told you I was going to open the tap, so what happened?
We'll see you there, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll let Alfie go and celebrate there with his team. Just like that, we are on to our final 2 races of the day. Don't underestimate, though, the action we are about to see for these final 2 races. Junior X30 up next.
Thank you very much, Keel Lynch. We'll see the Water Swifts in action. If you are available on that weekend in September, and you just want to come and watch what will be some absolute fireworks of kart racing, that Water Swift title is going to run and run. Right, we're going to put that to one side for the moment. X30 Junior up next, and again, this one could give us a lot to talk about across the course of the next 25 minutes or so. And, well, Nicole, it's not quite the grid that we would have expected in the fine detail of it. What, a third of the way through the last of the heats? Endicott on pole, Richardson on the front row. George Edgar could still win this race like he won here 2 weeks ago, but we'll have to do it from grid 4.
This is not me at all putting down Endicott. This is not. But I didn't expect to see him on pole. He's absolutely more than capable, of course, because of his history in karting. He's an IWF champion. But just with the way this weekend has actually unfolded in itself, who you've seen at the front consistently and who has been the fastest, you would naturally expect to see George Edgar up there. George, of course, took that final win yesterday. He is only starting on that second row, so he's not a million miles off. But for him, for Aaron Richardson, for Sukhmani Kira as well, there were 3 of the names who have been consistently up there. But in that final heat earlier on, you know, you just saw a few things unravel for those drivers that then allowed Max Endicott to be calm and settled and just seemingly slide his way through and sort of go a little bit unnoticed. The same could also be said for Fred Wood, who, of course, yesterday, his final was cut short. He did not manage to complete things, had to actually have a reframe overnight. You know, a lot of work had been put into that kart. There was a lot of damage on board, but now he's back into the swing of things, head back on shoulders, and is now starting on that second row. So expect good things, I would say, from the Fusion.
Mathematically, we are down to 3 on this one, and in all honesty, one of those 3 has got to have a very dramatic set of events between now and the 19th of September. George Edgar leads the championship, 921 points on the board. Aaron Richardson second, 901. The third driver who mathematically can still do it isn't actually the driver in third place, because that's Sukhmani Kieran. Again, with how the drop scores are starting to come into play now, she can't quite, with a perfect run all the way through the rest of the season, get ahead of where Edgar is right now. But and same for Max Endicott in 4th, but Freddie Wood can. In all honesty, I think Kira Endicott Wood probably fighting for 3rd place in the championship now. Rocco Shenton, if you're just joining us, moved up to seniors, so we won't be talking about him in terms of this championship battle anymore. I'd still say for Aaron Richardson, this is as near to a must-win race as I think he's ever had. He's got to use the advantage of being ahead of George Edgar on the grid. That is a very important factor going into this one, Nicole.
Yeah, for Richardson as well, I think maybe something that could be in the mind of that driver throughout this year is the history of what the team has achieved in Junior X30 over the past couple of years. Cranham, last year, you know, of course, was your winner. Previous to this, you had Harrison Mackie. So, of course, trying to follow on in the footsteps of the legacy that drivers in your team have built means big things. And for Richardson, maybe he's a little bit nervous at this stage of the year to try and replicate that and to try and stay up there. He's still in this fight, like you just called it. He's only 20 points away.
Yeah, he's and both of them, both Endicott and Edgar, all being well, are going to get rid of their retirements in finals so far this year. Richardson yesterday, Edgar 3 weeks and 1 day ago at Wera. Let's hear from the drivers, though. I'm really interested to see what the dynamics are down on the grid. Keol Lynch, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and that is correct. The dynamics down here have really been interesting, but first we're going to hear from our pole sitter, and that is Max Endicott, your Warrior Finals champion from 2025. Max, we're going to catch a quick word before this one. I fear that I was trying to be avoided then, but sorry, I didn't let that happen. Anyway, we've not heard too much from you so far this year, but you've really taken a turning point since kind of Kart Masters. Would you say that that's been a turning point for your season?
Well, I didn't hear, sorry. Could you repeat again?
The whistle interrupted. We've not heard from you too much this year, but recently you've run well at Kart Masters. You were in the top couple of drivers in the heats especially. Would you say that that's kind of been a turning point for your season?
Well, I mean, I've been up the sharp end a lot. I mean, maybe I haven't won as many races as I'd like to, but it hasn't really been a major turning point in the season, so yeah.
Well, you've put yourself in the best position for right now. What's most important starting off with pole?
I just got to race smart and not make any stupid decisions, so.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
There's our pole sitter. He knows exactly how it feels to win under some pressure. Now, we're also going to speak to Aaron Richardson because in terms of the championship, it's really been a story so far this weekend between Aaron Richardson and George Edgar, both from the same place, two drivers who have raced together for a very long time. Aaron, I think I'll speak for all of us when we say we really felt for you yesterday.
Yeah, sadly yesterday I had a DNF, what really hurt the points a lot. But today I'm going to come back to try and get as much points as I can and still try and win the championship.
You absolutely have. You've proved that it is not all over yet. How did you reset for today? Because the mindset is really the most important part at this stage in the championship for you.
Yeah, because obviously as this round there's only one more round. Whatever happens, happens. You've got next year still. So yeah, I just thought about yesterday that happened in the final, but you leave that out of your head and you come back today.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll let Aaron Richardson get ready. Now on the second row of the grid, we've got our championship leader, George Edgar. We're going to hear from him once again. George, how are you feeling? I know it's been a mixed day in the end for you. In that last heat, it dropped you back to just inside the top 10, which has sat you on the second row of the grid. But overall, you're still leading that championship.
Yeah, we had a very good day yesterday with maximum points, a very good first heat, and then a slight issue in the second heat, which has set us back on the grid. But I'm sure we can come back through to the final and try and extend our lead going into Silverstone.
It is really getting close now between the two of you. What is in your mind as you're going to get in that kart right before the start?
I think I've just got to do as well as I can, really.
Absolutely. Best of luck, George. All right, now on this grid, we've got drivers like Freddie Wood, we've got George House, Monica Kira that have all come close, and they're going to be trying harder than ever right now. I'll see you shortly.
Thank you very much, Keol. Great to hear from the drivers there. For Max Endicott, looking for a best result of the season in this championship. To do that, he's second on the podium at Lark Hall. He's right, he has had race wins so far this season. He's won in the IAME Euro Series at Franciacorta. Could that be a good sign for today? Let's get into it then. X30 Junior Final up next. .30 drivers ready to go here in Junior X30. Max Endicott starts on pole position with Aaron Richardson 20 points behind George Edgar. Alongside him on the front row, Freddie Wood and George Edgar. They go from row 2, Sukmani Kira and George House. there on row number 3.
Row number 4 invites Harry Williams, young McLaren junior driver, alongside Alfie Brown. From your 5th row, we have Archie Rogers-Tyler and BMR's George Clark. And from row number 6 is Danny Dempsey with Harley Musk.
George Quinlan and Luca Narroway go from row number 7. It's Henry Clark and Colby Patterson who knows this place well. They're on row number 8. John Foley Jr. is alongside a returning Austin Newstead, last year's Water Swift British champion. There on row 9.
Row number 10, your top 20, is finished off by a certain Finley Lines alongside Alfie Ward. Row number 11 is Michinaga Fujiwara alongside Jacob Backler. And from row number 12, we have Christian Kobe also coming back to the Viritools British Kart Championship. He's with Ollie Brunt.
Alex Riley, Alessandro Salas, Kaito Lloyd, Ryan Meta, Casey Donaldson and Sophie Campbell complete the 30-strong field here in X30 Junior. This could be another brilliant race here in this championship. Championship can't be decided today. It will go to Silverstone, but the big question is how big will the lead be for George Edgar? Or can Aaron Richardson perform a miracle to get the lead back? Can Max Endicott get his first win of the season? Into those tramline lights are out. We are racing in Junior X30. Very even start across the front row of the grid, but it's going to be Endicott who leads from Freddie Wood, winner 2 or 3 weeks ago up in Rowra. That's a good start for Freddie Wood. He needs to win out to stand any chance of winning the championship. That's a bright start for Freddie Wood, but it's Endicott who leads from Wood, from Richardson, from Sukmani Kira up to P4. George Edgar ends the first sector of the first lap, P5.
Bit pushing and shoving in the background. Colby Patterson being one of those drivers just to get caught out slightly at hairpin number 1. Out of the second, you've got drivers running all off the road. And for Aaron Richardson fans out there, of course, he started on that front row, but for the time being, he's had to drop back to P3 for now. Sends down the inside. Challenge is on there for one of the XLs, as these drivers do not want to give anything away to each other. George Clark also being one of those drivers to challenge and having to fend off one of the Fusions just shortly behind. Talking about Fusions and BMRs challenging each other, you've got the Clark and Fusion background battle, but you've also got that form in the front with the likes of Max Endicott and Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood now has been overtaken by teammate of Aaron Richardson. Richardson very much in this fight. So is George Edgar, and so is Sukmani Kira. Here comes Sugars. Sweet little move down the inside at turn number 1. Sugars takes the position away from Freddie Wood, who loses out to the Mick Barrett of Edgar as well.
Aaron Richardson's championship bid was right on the cusp of ending during the heats, and he's got that steely determination now to take this battle for the race win to Max Endicott. Due to problems for George Edgar through those heats, Edgar cannot win the title today by our calculations in the box. Richardson, we should note as well, also has a bit of a different play up his sleeve, in that his score that should become a drop score in this race is worse than George Edgar's. It means that Aaron's got a bit more space in terms of points to run into, especially if he can get down the inside and take the race lead like that. Brilliant stuff from Aaron Richardson and from Sukmani Kira. Kira doing the supportive role at the moment, running P2 ball, but here he comes. George Edgar doesn't quite get it through there into 3rd place. It's the top 5 in the championship, locking out the top 5 in this race. Richardson leads from Kira, Endicott, Edgar and Wood.
Kira now will play a game within this race. She will try and sit there settled, and she will try and look at Aaron Richardson to go with him, but for the time being, she's got Max Endicott with a magnifying glass on her back, looking at where she's trying to make a mistake. If Sugars makes a mistake out there, Endicott will be straight into things. Let's not forget that we've got an IWF champion inside of this top 5. George Edgar, championship leader, P4. Freddie Wood is there, P5. Freddie Wood has had a final win this year. That was out at Rowra. Let's see if he can try and do that again this weekend at PFI. Wood runs off for the bridge, and just in front of him, everybody deciding to do different things. These drivers on the limit, all over that exit curb, and that allows George Edgar to get back into P2. Into that 3rd spot, here comes Wood. Where is Sugars gone in all of this?
P7.
She's dropping down by a rate of knots. Now is in P7 has now got the McLaren in front of her. So the Alpine and the McLaren down in P6 and in P7. But at the front, this is still Aaron Richardson's race. You've got your two championship leaders who are separated now by only 11 points out there, absolutely at the front, and Edgar will be looking to reel in Richardson.
So to explain how these drop scores are working for the uninitiated, in this race, this is the 16th championship point stage of the season for these drivers, and it's best 15 that count towards the championship. Aaron Richardson is getting rid of a P27 from yesterday as Archie Rogers-Tyler in a bit of trouble there. George Edgar is getting rid of a P19. Oh, as Luca Narroway is out of this race. It's been a tough weekend for Narroway. Oh, change of lead. Oh, George Edgar's got through. What's happened here? Edgar ahead of Richardson, and Wood has gone through as well. Well, drop scores or no drop scores, George Edgar has got one thing in his mind today, and that is getting another victory in the British Kart Championships here this season. Oh, this is potentially a big moment now, 7 minutes to go, and this is the stage of the race, Nicole, whether it be this weekend here for the championship or 2 weekends ago for Kart Masters, the British Kart Grand Prix. It's Edgar time. This is the point where that Mick Barrett racing machine, the team that know this track so well, just comes alive. It's all going on behind as Kira and Williams run side by side. It's the Alpine Racer Academy driver getting through past the McLaren Junior there for P5. But this is not good now for Aaron Richardson in terms of the championship, because Edgar is clear. Edgar is free, 6.5 minutes, and he's now getting into his stride.
We watched George Edgar in yesterday's final drive away from the field. He allowed everybody behind him to battle it out, to mess around, to trip over each other, and he said, okay, thank you very much, I'll see you in a bit. Is what is going to happen within this final. Right now, he's got half a second to his name, and it is slightly extended between him and Freddie Wood as they cross the line. For Freddie, over in Cumbria at a previous round, he took his best career results to date. It was a win in that final. Since then, something's changed for Freddie. Here, Andrew, I would say he's really lit up. He's got an abundance of confidence compared to what he did have out there on the track, especially when it comes to those overtakes. We've seen some bold stuff from him just in this race alone, and I'm questioning now if that bold pace will try and reduce that gap between him and Edgar. For the time being, he's got a shadow on his shoulder. He has got a cloud lingering just behind him of Aaron Richardson, who will not care about Wood's progress. He will not care that they're both racing for Fusion. Richardson needs some points here.
Yeah.
His championship is on the line.
And to put it this way, so to be clear, championship can't be won today by George Edgar because of the points that he lost in the heats earlier on today. We've just done the maths here in the box as Richardson goes through into second place, and that's going to help him in this cause, because up to that point, it was going to be a case that all George Edgar would have needed to do at Silverstone is top one of the 4 championship stages across that doubleheader weekend. Endicott down the inside of Wood for P3. That would have been the case for Edgar to seal the championship. We're just doing the maths again. It would still be that case, even with Richardson in second place in this race. George Edgar, would be 2 heat wins away from being British champion. He would be 1 final win from being British champion, irrespective of what Aaron Richardson would do for the rest of that doubleheader on the weekend of the 17th to the 19th of September. This is not quite championship winning position yet, and it won't be. Even if Richardson DQ'd today or retired or got something like that, he could use then as a drop score by having a perfect round at Silverstone. But right now, George Edgar is moving ever closer to adding the British title, the British Championship title, to the Grand Prix plate that he won here 2 weeks ago.
For George Edgar, this weekend, he can't make championship history. He can't follow on from the achievements made by, of course, cousin Johnny Edgar in previous years gone by. But what he can do this weekend is make 2026 history, because no driver in this championship has taken 2 final wins twice.
Yeah.
He got consecutive wins out in Larcourt. Right now, he's looking at consecutive wins here at Pier 5. He could be looking at a double here, Andrew, a big haul of points, an absolute max out when it comes to those finals. And now he is being assisted by Aaron Richardson, Freddie Wood, Max Endicott and Sukhmani Kira, who is the fastest driver out there, who all look to actually be maybe forgetting about the challenge of the Mick Barrett in front of each other, because they're too busy messing around with each other now. Freddie Wood defends now in towards the first hairpin. Richardson has been released, but Wood's going to get it wrong. And Max Endicott is going to tick that one away and say thank you very much. Sukhmani Kira is still in this fight. Kira is going to go side by side with teammates. She's, however, going to tuck back in, because I think she's realised that Alfie Brown and Danny Dempsey are not too far away.
I was just about to say, Danny Dempsey is having an absolute career day, as they call it out in the States. Before this weekend, Danny Dempsey's best result in a British Kart Championships race in a final is 14th, and that was last year in Waterswift. He's up in the top 6. This is a marvellous drive from the Irishman. Just there, it's a privateer entry as well, taking it to the big boys of Fusion, of Mick Barrett Racing, of BMR. This is absolutely fantastic to see, and it might get better depending on how these 3 drivers, these are the 3 fighting for third in the championship. Endicott holding everybody up. Alfie Brown's got down the inside there as well. Alfie Brown, the wild card here this weekend, who's been absolutely rapid. Sukhmani Kira in a bit of trouble here, may lose out to Alfie Brown. Brown's down the inside into the Fullerton S's and has got through. Kira has got the speed for a podium today, but not the racing look so far in this final. It's all getting a little bit rough. In comes Harley Musk. Harry Williams there as well, back for premium karting in the orange helmet. 1 minute and 20 seconds of this race to go. Warning flag out for Max Endicott now as well. I wonder if that is for defensive driving. Woods got back ahead of Endicott here for P3. Top 2, once again, class of the field here, Nicole. This is a big scrap going on for third. Who's looking good in those championship points at the moment?
Well, Freddie Wood and Sukhmani Kira maybe are fighting as hard as they are now out there on the track. Oh, that is damage and a half to the driver further back of Danny Dempsey, who were just highlighting the progress this weekend. The driver who has pushed so hard has now had his weekend stopped and halted. But going back to the drivers who will continue on their charge, Freddie Wood and Sukhmani Kira are maybe fighting as hard as they are out there on the track, because they are absolutely tied on championship points. 866 is the number for Wood and for Kira, as they currently sit P6 and P4 on the road. There is a race on that circuit and there is a race in those standings. So that's a problem. That's a notification and a half for Max Endicott. 5-second time penalty for the driver who's trying to look at a podium spot. And as it currently stands for Max, with a 7-second, he would be dropping down. He's going to be dropping down to around about P18 as it currently stands.
Well, that could take him well out of that battle for third place in the championship. Casey Donaldson's got a +5 as well. It's nearly 3 wide. George House trying to go around the outside there of Sukhmani Kira. Bounces across the curb a little bit. Harley Musk's going to go around the outside here of 1, maybe 2. No, he'll get squeezed down and onto the exit curb out of hairpin number 2. Freddie Wood still holding on to this third place. Time is up. Last lap board will be out in a moment for George Edgar. This, I hope, is not going to all break down in the latter stages of the weekend here in X30 Junior. But George Edgar on his last lap now. What a drive this has been, and just shows again the resilience that this young man has. Harry Williams is down the inside there. Finlay Lyons has hacked from the back there as Kira gets down the inside of Endicott. It's up to P4. Round the bowl, Wood clear. Alfie Brown has now got through past Max Endicott. It's all slightly falling apart here for Max Endicott. He's not got the pace to stay at the front here, and that 5-second penalty. This is effectively going to be a drop score from him here today. Finlay Lyons is down the inside of George House. In comes Harley Musk, but good switch back there for P8. Final lap though. George Edgar. Well, it was a special moment 2 weeks ago, but a little bit nervy at this stage of the race as the pack closed. He's going to be able to enjoy this today. George Edgar, final corner. Here he comes across the line. George Edgar is within touching distance of the British Championship. Aaron Richardson threw everything at that, but he knows now his destiny is not in charge of his own hands. There's an incident out of the final couple of corners. George Quinlan and Alfie Ward were involved, but it's Edgar again here at PF International for the Mick Barrett Racing team. He is on the touching brink of joining the names such as Ben Barnicoat, Lando Norris, drivers who have achieved greatness in those colours, silver, white and red. George Edgar will head to Silverstone on the weekend of the 17th to the 19th of September and know that a single topping of the leaderboard in one of the 4 stages of that double header will take the Junior X30 British Kart Championship back to Mick Barrett Racing.
George Edgar now becomes the first driver this year to take 2 final wins in the same weekend for the second time. He did it at Scotland, now he's done it at Paul Fletcher International. Now he's grabbed another haul of points for himself and for Mick Barrett Racing, who, like you just called it there, Andrew, are hunting down for a British Championship. Their first after a number of years, which means big stuff for the team, for Mick Barrett himself, who is here every single weekend, who has stood at those sidelines like now, watching on what George Edgar has just achieved for the second time this weekend. Because for the second time this weekend as well, he's been composed and he's driven away from the field. This time, today on Sunday, it's been 3 seconds that he has claimed that one by. You said a name a moment ago, the likes of Ben Barnicoat, who achieved huge things with Mick Barrett. I think, you know, for Barnicoat, big name in the world of karting, in IMSA, around this circuit as well, 9 GP plates for Ben. Now George can say that he's achieving things for the team just like previous names gone by. And at the end of this year, he could be achieving a British Championship. We will conclude that at Silverstone. But for now, what we can say for not just, of course, George, but for the Edgar family who have been here this weekend. Jess has been here this weekend, watching on at younger brother George. He can take home a second trophy, his 4th final win of the year, ahead of Aaron Richardson, ahead of Freddie Wood, who make it a fusion 2 and 3, with Sukhmani Kira also being inside of the top 4. But there he is on your screen. There is Edgar, who will now greet, of course, the team at the fence to be given some congratulations that are more than deserved.
And it's not been easy. You know, you look at the result and you go 3 second gap between George Edgar and the rest of the competition, and you'll think, oh, he breezed that. But he had to go from 4th, he had to scrap it out, he had to keep himself calm, as he has done across the course of the season so far. Another win for George Edgar, 2 to add to the 8 that he had before this weekend. So we've got 2 drivers joining the double digits British Kart Championships Winners Club. That is elite company that George Edgar is in now. Aaron Richardson on the podium. It's a double podium for Fusion Motorsport here today, which may be a little bit of solace for them, with 2nd and 3rd. Sukhmani Kira 4th, Alfie Brown 5th, Max Endicott 6th, but a +5 second penalty is going to drop him down a long way down the order. Lines, House, Clark and Musk completed the top 10. This was the race start. Very good race start from those on the pole side of the grid. Richardson maybe just going a little bit understandably cautious through the first couple of corners, knowing that he needed to make the opportunity, well, try and make it stick as much as he could. He was looking pretty good at this stage of the race. Edgar was down in P5. There were 3 fusions there. But moves like that from George Edgar, letting everybody else do the hard work. He has become one of the best in junior karting, and I don't mean nationally, I mean globally, at being able to pick his spot, have consistent speed, get to the front, and then just drive away from the rest of the field. This was Aaron Richardson down the inside of Freddie Wood. The P2
means the gap will be 20 points between Edgar and Richardson at the end of this weekend. Big scrap going on across the course of that race between Endicott, Kira and Wood. They will fight for third place in the championship when we head to Northamptonshire. As well, Harley Musk broke into the top 10 in this one. Such a shame. Danny Dempsey gets hit by the DDMM commentary curse, the biggest one of the weekend. Does not get his best results in a British Kart Championship in his career. But for George Edgar, how about that? A 10th win in his time in the British Kart Championship. This is how things ended right at the end for George Quinlan and Alfie Ward. That is a common sight through that part of the circuit. So if you're just joining us, George Edgar, all he will need to do, for example, is be top of the heats on Saturday at Silverstone, and he will be a British Kart champion. Let's hear what he's got to say down in Parc Fermé with Keogh Lynch.
Well, George Edgar, for not even the first time this year, you won in yesterday's final and you've done it again today. That, for you, is really the statement that you needed to make at this stage in the season?
Yeah, it's been a really good year so far. We've now managed to claim 4 wins. This weekend for me has been exceptional. I've had 2 wins in the final, then I had a 65 points in yesterday's heats, and today unfortunately we've had a couple of things go wrong, but we've kept pushing and come out with the win.
How hard has your team been working for you behind the scenes? We know you couldn't have done this by yourself, like you said. Even with the setback in that last heat of the day, you still managed to come out with the win today.
Yeah, Mick, Dan, Joe at Aventus and my mechanic Ashton worked very hard after the last heat to try and sort everything out, and luckily we did, and I've managed to come back with a dominant win.
Well, George Edgar, there is 20 points between you and Aaron Richardson heading into Silverstone. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, we are going to see George Edgar for his doubleheader at Silverstone, where ultimately the championship will be decided. Just like that, we have one more final left of the day, but we are going to go to an advert first, so I'll see you shortly.
Wera, what a start from the start. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paul Fletcher International, the home of British karting. We're getting ready for our last race of the whole weekend, and it could be the best race of the whole weekend. Race number 36, the second final of this doubleheader for Senior X30. I think there's 2 words, aren't there, Nicole, to describe what this race could be. Macaulay Bishop on pole position, not as part of the championship. He doesn't normally do X30. And that man there, Fast Freddie Lloyd, the reigning British champion, needing to get another big haul of points. He's there on the front row. What are those 2 words of what this race could be?
Pure cinema, I would say, in my opinion. You know, yesterday was a busy day for these drivers. This weekend has a busy mix of drivers in the field as well, returning drivers. There is one on your screen. There is Cian Geraghty. There is Matthew Higgins as well. They're going to throw a spanner in the works for the field and make it difficult for drivers around them. Drivers around them like this driver here, this man here, Lewis Bird, who was your final winner from yesterday. Of course, for Lewis, that was his second best career result to date. For Lewis, will look
to replicate that. Here on your screen then is Matthew Higgins. Higgins, of course, is a GP plate winner around this circuit. He's won finals here. He's, of course, a two-time British kart champion, but that's in the road tax category. He's jumped over to the IAME machinery this weekend for, you know, a little bit of fun out there, and will be starting this final alongside a certain Nat Verstappen. He likes to Nat Stappen out there, looking strong. Of course, big field, big names, and Kjell Lynch for the final time this weekend is down on our grid and will be able to tell us a lot more.
Thank you very much, Nicole. That is correct. I feel like I don't need to explain how much this race means with the grid we have behind me, because the commentators have done it perfectly. We've got some very familiar and fresh, though, faces here this weekend, right at the sharp end of the grid. One of them being our pole sitter, and that is Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, I know I heard from you earlier on in the day. This privateer weekend with your dad has turned out well, hasn't it?
Yeah, we're going pretty well, so we put on pole for the final, see what we can do.
Now, I must say, it is a serious case of deja vu for the two of you here on the front row, going head-to-head once again. What is that like?
Well, I mean, it's pretty different for every in the championship. I've just come here for a bit of fun, just try and win another race, so, yeah.
With that said, you've got nothing to lose out here today, do you?
Nothing at all, so we'll see.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, now, once again, Macaulay is joined by Freddie Lloyd. Now, we have seen this battle throughout Kart Masters. We have seen this battle throughout the other half of our British Kart Championships. And we are going to see it again today, right at the front row of this grid. Freddie is having a quick chat with his dad. I am going to interrupt. Sorry, mechanic. I am going to interrupt the chat. Freddie, I know you had a mixed day yesterday. Talk to us how you've kind of bounced back for today.
You know, the speed's been good the whole weekend. It's unfortunate yesterday how got spun round, but we go again, reset and see what we can do in the final.
There's been a lot of speculation around your championship points at this stage, but ultimately you are still very much in this championship, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely still win it. Just got to keep my head, get good points and go to Silverstone.
And I must say, you've got Bishop there on pole position next to you. We've seen some very close racing already from you guys today. Does it feel different for the two of you? We know we see you race weekend in, weekend out, pretty close together. Are those heats kind of more than just heat wins for you when you're going head-to-head with Bishop?
You know, obviously, like, he's fast driver, I'm fast driver. It's always going to be the issue that it's going to come to the last fight. But, well, it speaks for itself, I guess.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
We'll leave our front row of the grid to get ready. Now, just before we go, we've got Lewis Bird came into this weekend leading the championship, then took a second win for himself on a Saturday in this championship. That was your second win with us here in the British Kart Championships in senior. That must have felt amazing.
Yeah, obviously it's feel good to win, which puts me on a lot of confidence for today as well, so we'll see what happens in this one.
Starting on the second row, you're not in a bad position. What's the kind of goals with your team ahead of this?
Not really sure, to be honest. Obviously, everybody wants to win, so just going to go for the win, really.
Absolutely, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, now if we go to the middle of this grid, we can see Nat Johnston, who's been doing a brilliant job so far for his first year in senior, already fighting for the sharp end during the heats today and earlier on this season. We've got Matthew Higgins there, who we heard from earlier today. We've got Cian Geraghty, who we saw last weekend at Wilton Mill, and that is your top three rows. Now, there is many more drivers back here, like Rocco Shenton as well, who have been wild cards for this weekend. But with that said, I've got to clear the grid. Who am I going to see you with after this race? We will see.
Thank you very much, Kiel. Well, the scene is set then for this final. Nicole, this almost feels a little bit like a mini Kart Masters, this race, because you've got a lot of drivers who we've not seen on this grid so far this year. All the big hitters are at the front. This could be really special.
The mentality of Archie Owen, Cian Geraghty, Matthew Higgins and Macaulay Bishop is completely different from the other drivers in the field.
Yeah.
This is about go, climb the field and get a trophy at the end of things. This is not about points for them. This is really, I would say, a bit of a status race just to say, I can be here and I can be on a podium quite easily. We will have to see how this one fares, because your last race of the day, Senior X30, is coming now.
This is it then, the final in Senior X30 here today. It's a Macaulay Bishop and Freddie Lloyd front row of the grid. Cian Geraghty and Lewis Bird go from row 2. Bird is your championship leader. Matthew Higgins and Nat Johnston go from row number 3.
Row number 4, it's Max Yule with Rocco Shenton, his first Senior X30 final to date. Row number 5 is Morgan Moore and Joey Brown, and from row number 6, keep an eye on Harrison Whitcomb, who's starting alongside Jose Halfon.
Row 7, Aaron Brown on his first British Kart Championships meeting in PF International colours at PFI. It's on row 7 alongside Sam Lewis. Oliver Meek has been quick this week, starts on row 8 alongside Archie Owen. Scott Riley and Levi Sangera, they're on row 9.
I would be putting a bit of a highlight there on Jack Nettleship, because he was at the front in yesterday's final, and he will be starting on row number 10 alongside Dylan Patel. Row number 11, it's Bailey Brooker and Callum Sims, and from row number 12, Ryan Gill sees Liam Karabelov. Row number 13, just behind, is Alexander De Benedictus and Dylan Masters, and your 14th and final row for your 28-strong Senior X30 grid is Henry Carter and Freddie Farrell.
Oh, take a deep breath, everybody. We've got 12 minutes and 1 lap to see who, if either of these two, are going to win in this final. It's a repeat of the British Kart Grand Prix 2 weeks ago here at PFI. It's Senior X30 and we're racing once again here in the final. Great start for Bishop, good start for Geraghty as well. Lloyd will have to work from 3rd place to regain in this one. It looks like Lewis Bird has got past Freddie Lloyd as well. Does sound like someone's exhaust is loose in the early stages, but it's Bishop leading from Geraghty. Geraghty knows how to win a race round this place. GP plate winner in this very class in 2024. But the question is, who's running with a loose exhaust? It could be absolutely any of them at this stage. Once they work out who it is, it will likely be the end of their day.
I don't want to jinx it here, Andrew, but I think it's somebody relatively high up in our order. We will get a better indication when they come past, of course, the commentary box. But at the front, we would expect nothing less from Macaulay Bishop. Here they come out of the final corner then. It's Bishop fighting strong. Then we've got the premium just behind. We're listening now for this exhaust sound. Is it one of the premiums out there?
It's Rocco.
Rocco Shenton.
I think it's Rocco Shenton. I think there's damage to the rear of the kart. I wonder if there's been an incident in the early stages of this one. And there, Glenn Griffiths clearing away some of the debris. Macaulay Bishop looking over his shoulder. Lewis Bird, rejuvenated, reborn. Lewis Bird leads once again in the British Kart Championships, but Bishop's going to go back in on him. That doesn't work. Here comes Freddie Lloyd now, taking it wheel to his rival. This is just the first of 3 chapters to bring a close to this British Kart Championship season. Technical flag is out for Rocco Shenton. His second final in X30 Senior is over. There he goes into the pits. You can see clear damage. Half the exhaust and the cold end is gone. That is the end of his race. But Lewis Bird, what a story this is. The driver who we feared at the back end of the 2025 season might be done. Didn't have a good 2025 season. There is Rocco Shenton out of this race. You can see significant past the exhaust. Not there, not doing the job of keeping as much of the decibels down as possible. Here goes Bishop, has a little look at Lewis Bird. He had a very good start to his season at this place and watched him race as part of the Trent Valley Kart Club meetings right at the start of the year and just thought, oh, Lewis isn't done with this sport yet. He hadn't won a round of the British Kart Championships until 3 weeks ago. He's then got 2 in the last 3 finals, and now Nicole Sutherland, he's in the lead of 3rd.
Lewis Bird has been in this championship for years now. He's been in karting for years, but this year, 2026, in my opinion here, Andrew, he's found his wings.
Oh, definitely.
He's found something extra, and I think it's taken a small break out there at certain points in his career to make him realise actually he can jump back into things, he can be at the front. In this race, I wouldn't say he's going to be at the front for the entirety of things because Macaulay Bishop is applying some pressure. He is pushing down on Lewis Bird, but what does pressure do? Pressure does make diamonds. Maybe that could be the case for Lewis Bird because Bishop is actually more bothered now about Freddie Lloyd than he is about the premium just ahead. So we have, of course, got the privateer effort now being sandwiched in between the two premiums. Ian Bishop will be looking on at what Macaulay can do as Joey Brown and Matthew Higgins now challenging each other. Brown down the inside of Higgins. Harrison Whitcomb, now one of the other premium efforts, now on the tail of the XL Motorsport driver, sat there in the Energy Course chassis. Aaron Brown also in this fight, so you've got Joey Brown, Aaron Brown. They're both in that second mix of karts as the top three actually look to push away, and as does Lewis Bird, who now goes fastest.
I'm chuckling, Nicole, because down the pit straight there, Freddie Lloyd has just pointed to Macaulay Bishop as Bishop's gone for the race lead. Well, Lloyd gave him the instruction to get on with it, and that's exactly what Macaulay Bishop has done. Into the race lead. Bird now second. And here's a little number for you. For the first time in 2026, Freddie Lloyd is into the top 10 in the championship. We've been saying it since event 4 at Lark Hall. He missed the first meeting. He didn't score any points in those first 4 stages of the championship. That it would be the latter stages of 2026 where all of a sudden we would see last year's champion, his name appear in the top 10 and start to close in on the front runners. There's a little look by Matthew Higgins on Joey Brown. This is for 4th place. Higgins gets through. Brown's out in the marbles. Loses a number of positions in all of that at the end of a long weekend of racing. Joey Brown not happy about that at all. Matthew Higgins with a great pedigree round this circuit, as there's a change at the front of the order. Through goes Lloyd into 2nd place.
So, Andrew, earlier on in the day, we were talking about rivalries. We were talking about rivalries within karting. We were speaking about Macaulay Bishop and Freddie Lloyd, and you asked me a question. Do we think this is a rivalry? Absolutely. If it were, that's a bit of a problem out there. That's Alexander de Benedictis with another name tumbling down as that, Liam Karabelov. So they are down and they are out of this one. But going back to this duo in blue, who are now going to change for your race lead because Freddie Lloyd is going to take it away after a great run out of the final corner. Do we think it's a rivalry? Absolutely do. If we didn't have a rivalries in karting, it wouldn't be karting. But I would say in 2026, the Lloyd versus Bishop fight, in not just now this weekend, the X30 senior grid, but also in the Rotax grid, it's absolutely the case, as there is some debris out there. I'm guessing that's from the sort of De Benedictis damage out there towards the 2nd hairpin. But down at hairpin number 1, there is something on the track that actually you could visibly see these drivers trying to swerve and avoid. Harrison Whitcomb now down the inside. He's just switched out for Lewis Bird, whose race now is looking to unfold here. Andrew, Aaron Brown also on the tail end of the premium, but you've got the 2 premiums glued together. It's Lloyd from Bishop from Higgins. They're your current top 3. Then we've got Whitcomb, then we've got Bird, as Higgins has actually got some clean air ahead of him now, which could massively benefit, especially in conditions like these.
Matthew Higgins is a threat in this race. Harrison Whitcomb's back now. Harrison Whitcomb has not had a good weekend, but is this a final where he ends it on a positive note? He's just taken 4th place away from his teammate Lewis Bird there. Lewis Bird goes back in, reclaims that spot. These are key moves in terms of the championship. These are the 2 drivers with the best hopes of holding off the charge of Freddie Lloyd in the standings. There is Lloyd ahead of Bishop, ahead of Higgins, and then the battle between the teammates, Bird and Whitcomb. And don't count out Aaron Brown as well. Aaron Brown's well up the scores, as there's a go from Max Hewell on Joey Brown. But just to come back to Matthew Higgins, he has a great record around this circuit. GP plate winner here in the senior categories. He sealed the senior Rotax British Kart Championship at this very circuit last year, but I want to go back to 2024 after this battle between Aaron Brown and Harrison Whitcomb. Aaron Brown through, and you mentioned Jack Nettleship earlier on, Nicole. You were absolutely spot on. The rocket ship is soaring and is already up into the top 6. October 2024, Higgins third in the FIA Karting World Championships. What was he on board? He was on board an Energy Corsa. This is one of the biggest races he's had here at PF since that 2024 FIA World Championship, and he is right there. Here is another battle between Lloyd and Bishop, with Higgins just waiting in the wings right now. 3.5 minutes to go in this final in Senior X30. The cream is rising to the top of Senior X30 once again, over the line to complete lap number 9. Lloyd from Bishop by 1.5 tenths. Higgins back by 4 tenths further. Here goes Bishop down the inside. Has he got the move done? Here goes Higgins. Higgins looking left and right as well. But Macaulay Bishop leads this race once again.
Macaulay Bishop and Matthew Higgins have absolutely nothing to lose within this race. They are not bothered about points. It's only Freddie Lloyd who is thinking about championship standings. Is that going to affect the way this trio now fight and how Lewis Bird now looks on at this battle? Because Bird might have fallen short a moment ago, but he's found his wings once more and he could be still in contention for a final win. He could do what George Edgar did a moment ago and take 2 out of 2 wins this weekend in a final at PFI, but we've still got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to determine. Another lap complete under the control of Macaulay Bishop, who you can tell by the body language has looked at Dad Ian to look at what the gap is between him and Freddie Lloyd. Well, unfortunately, Macaulay, it is almost non-existent, and it's almost non-existent between you and the other drivers who round out the top 5. Bird is there. Aaron Brown, the PFI driver, is also there. So the Paul Fletcher International backed driver of Aaron Brown, who has taken the honours since that was Gus Lawrence's livery for a number of years, is now very much in there. Val very much could be looking at a podium. Also is looking to go down the inside now of Lewis Bird and does just that. So Brown are now into P4 and probably hoping and praying that these 3 do just this. Freddie Lloyd is going to get caught out, and he's going to get caught out with the gap reduction between him and Matthew Higgins, who tails absolutely to the back of him.
Freddie Lloyd had to pull out of that one for his championship hopes. If he'd ridden over the back of Macaulay Bishop, he would have used not a drop score, a counting score. They only get 5 across the course of the season. Lloyd used 4 of them by not being at the first meeting. He used his 5th yesterday when he retired from Saturday's final. He's got to keep it all together. Aaron Brown up to P3. The PF Kart on home soil. If there's one team who knows how to get things set up, Lloyd's thrown one in from the left county. What a move there from Freddie Lloyd to surprise Macaulay Bishop. Take the lead of this race. Here comes Aaron Brown up into P2. Bishop's out a little bit squirrely. He's out on the dirt. Here comes Bird now up the inside with Higgins. Bishop's got dirty tyres all of a sudden. He's down to P5. He has a little nibble at his former teammate, Matthew Higgins. 30 seconds to go. What a brave move that was from Freddie Lloyd. 2 laps to go. Is that the move, Nicole, that's going to give him the win here today?
Freddie Lloyd yesterday in that final on Saturday didn't even get to attempt things. His race was stopped at the first corner. He was done, he was dusted, he was out. However, today it's a redemption drive. He is screaming absolute confidence, and he is screaming that he's got a fire in his belly. This is a race to entertainers. Down the inside, we're going to see Macaulay Bishop throw one in from an absolute mile away on Harrison Whitcomb, who now kicks up a big cloud of dust into the faces of the drivers behind, like Jack Nettleship, who is still on a charge, like Scott Riley, who's now up by 10 positions. But here comes Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown, 11 places gained to be in P2 currently, and I would say here, Andrew, he's not done just yet, and he's not a million miles away yet. but Freddie Lloyd has got 0.4 of a second, runs wide, is on the limit of that final corner. One more lap left to go, but one more lap with that black and orange cloud on his shoulder. If he looked in his mirrors, he would see a face full of PFI letters, because Aaron Brown is not done just yet. And watch them in towards the first hairpin. What does Freddie Lloyd do? He looks over his shoulder, he goes defensive. Brown's going to stay on the outside. They're going to go momentarily side by side, but Brown's going to have the run on the exit of the first hairpin. It's going to be a drag race in towards the second. Lloyd's going to hold on to things. Brown's going to try his level best. Matthew Higgins back into the fight. Higgins now looking at P3. Bird sat there P4. Big lick of the curb from Freddie Lloyd, who then instantly dashes across the nose of Aaron Brown as Higgins is going to attempt a move round the outside to try and get the job done for P2, but it's not enough.
Freddie Lloyd is going to hold on. It's not like the GP wins 2 weeks ago at this place. Freddie Lloyd wins again in the British Kart Championships. Aaron Brown's on the podium. Lewis Bird's on the podium. Freddie Lloyd, he wins in whatever way he wants to win. That is another brilliant result in the story of Freddie Lloyd 2026, but my, oh my, he had to work hard for that one. Aaron Brown was absolutely lightning fast in that PF International machine. If there's one kart in the field that's got the mechanic who knows how to set it up round here, it's Pod. It's that number 6 that Gus Lawrence piloted to many wins around this place, and they nearly got another one. But Freddie Lloyd in 2026, he's just that little bit special, isn't he? He adds another win in the British Kart Championships to the history that he made here 2 weekends ago, becoming only the 3rd driver in Kartmasters history to do the double. Could it still be the double-double of GP and British Kart Championships in the senior categories? We will know by the 17th to the 19th of September, and the first of the 2 season finales at Silverstone as to whether that potential huge seismic piece of British karting history is still on. Freddie Lloyd is now into the top 10 in this championship. He still scores down. He will not actually draw level with his competitors, your Lewis Birds, your Aaron Browns, your Harrison Whitacombe's, until we get onto the Sunday of the finale, the last double header for X30. There's a good bit of respect between 2 top drivers, Matty Higgins and Freddie Lloyd. But, well, the fairy tale continues. Lloyd takes another win. It's win number 13 in his time in the British Kart Championships. He's going to need to keep doing this, Nicole, but if he does, the retention of that number 1 plate is still very much on.
Well, if you were going to give a challenge to a driver to get to the front in a year and stay at the front through the year, you give it to a driver like Freddie Lloyd. Reliable, fast, and can absolutely race. Doesn't matter what kart you put him in, he will get his way through the crowd. He will get to that number 1 spot that we have seen him today finish in. He's finished that one off ahead of Aaron Brown, who we have got to highlight for the PFI team, for Paul Fletcher himself, for Pod. 11 places gained to finish in P2 ahead of Lewis Bird, who makes it a 2nd podium here this weekend. It was a win yesterday and it's a 3rd here today for Lewis. Higgins finishes in P4 on his return to IAME Racing, and Bishop, on his return, the privateer effort, finishes in a strong P5. We then have Scott Riley, Jack Nettleship, Cian Geraghty, Harrison Whitacombe and Max Yule as the last inside of your top 10. Efforts from Joey Brown, Henry Carter, Nat Johnston, Levi Sangera and Sam Lewis take you to your top 15, and this are the best moments of those drivers and how they managed to pull it off. It was a busy start, but it was a Macaulay Bishop start for the first couple of laps until Lewis Bird got into control of things at hairpin number 1. Further afield in the background, we saw Cian Geraghty being muscled around slightly, and he was dealing with drivers like Jack Nettleship. That hot spot of hairpin number 1, of course, was the spot that we saw the switch between Bishop and Bird once more as Joey Brown and Matthew Higgins said a little hello to each other on top of the bridge. Lloyd in towards that first corner used the run out of the final corner to set things up, as that was a bit of Whitcomb Airlines for a moment as he clipped the curb to try and make some passes on Matthew Higgins. This was the stage, however, where the mentality of these drivers switched, where we saw this battle light up.
7 days ago, Macaulay Bishop had Freddie Lloyd's number at Wilton Mill in the Rotax categories. I think Freddie Lloyd's just put a big old reverse charge back to Macaulay Bishop's phone bill with that one. But these last few laps as well, Aaron Brown was on absolute fire. This was brilliant defensive work from Freddie Lloyd, which has also made a huge part of his repertoire as a kart racer. And again, it's the emotion. You can see over the line whenever Fred wins this year, that calm and cool persona, that he has that swagger, which I'm sure we'll see in a few moments' time down in Parc Fermé. The difference to last year is that he's just extracting that last percentage that's getting him these wins, and it's all still to play for when we go to Silverstone. Let's hear from the man himself. He's down in Parc Fermé with Keogh Lynch.
Thank you very much, guys. And for the final time today, you are joining me down here in the pits. Freddie Lloyd, that was exactly what you needed after yesterday.
Yeah, it was a good race. Obviously, everyone was hungry and desperate because it was the final race of the day. And, well, we came out on top, and it's definitely helped us considering what happened yesterday.
That was actually quite different from what we've seen from you this year. A lot of the time, you have managed to kind of get big gaps and drive off. They really made you work for it there on those last couple of laps.
I mean, yeah, there was loads of grass on the track as well from people cutting the track, but definitely makes it hard. And there was a couple other drivers, and it's PFR, you can't really get away.
Well, Freddie, we're going to see you at both Silverstones in not too long time. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. It's a good track. Got to do more testing, but see how it turns out.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And just like that, that's a wrap for Event 8 here at the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. What a day it has been. We've seen extensions of championship leads. We've seen some lost hopes for certain drivers and some definitely interesting wildcards that have definitely spiced some things up. That is exactly what we are to expect for the last two rounds here at Silverstone. From myself, Keogh Lynch, Andrew Mather, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. Thank you very much, and we will see you very soon for some very interesting action later on.